What up? What up? Welcome back to the channel. I'm Mo.J. This is the Mo You Know. This is the Daily Diddy, Day 7. Now, today we have the personal assistant up, and I already know that the court has already started, but I just want to let you guys know I'm doing better. Straight from the hospital, straight to the courtroom. It ain't a broke rib. It ain't a fractured rib. It's just a rib contusion. You know what I mean? They said I'm going to be all right. They hit me with that. I forgot what they said it was, but they hit me with that, and I was like, oh, damn, I feel a little bit better. They said that's just temporary, brother. That's going to wear off in about 6 hours. So we good, y'all. I am good to go. Straight from the ER to the judge's seat. We got some witnesses on the stand today, some personal assistants. They're going to start telling us a little bit more about the enterprise. My rib is doing good. Hey, it's all to the bueno. You know what I mean? I'm in a very, well, I can't drink nothing right now because I took some other meds. They said you can't drink because, you know, whenever you go to the doctors, you're always supposed to tell them, I don't drink, I don't smoke. I don't drink, I don't smoke. So I can't drink nothing right now. They said maybe around 5 o'clock it should be good. So I think we got like an hour. But, you know, we out. We had to keep the band on verification. Hold on. Let us break free from the trauma and the drama in our lives. Oh, shit. This thing is tough. They don't want niggas escaping the hospital. There we go. We good. Court is in session. Diddy Day 7. I'm Mo.J. This is the Mo You Know. Hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button. We got a good 7 hours ahead of us today. We have to catch up on a few things to see what exactly happened. Again, I've halted everything on my channels. I haven't watched any other shows. When I get off, I get into bed and go to sleep, guys. I know my channel is going to take a hit, but at the same time, we're growing. And everyone that's new to the channel, I appreciate you guys. Again, I'm transitioning my channel over from just TV and movie reviews to all entertainment. But it's still going to be primarily focused on like TVs and movies. Now, Diddy was in a couple of movies, so this works. And it's a good court case. Also, if you're interested in starting a YouTube channel, start the channel. I'm open to come on there. Also, I'm opening the channel up throughout the day when we have breaks, when we have lunch. If you're interested in getting on here and showing some of your talents, we get about 250 to 300 people in here. This will get some eyeballs on your channel. You know, I always help everybody out, but I always say I'm not going to do the work for you. So if you come on here, hey, man, show you got some talent. You're going to give us a recap, show us your personality, and, you know, people will start directing them to your channel because everybody can eat. There's enough money out there. YouTube makes over $1 trillion a year. Why not all of us eat this? But we ain't eating what Diddy talking about. This is Diddy Day 7. Yeah, real quick, we got a couple of things. I'll let Bruce Rivers tell you guys what exactly is going on. We'll play this again just so you guys can understand what's going on.
You know, he had these freak offs, and he admits to having these freak offs. You know, I mean, you can have them. You can have freak offs. They're not illegal, but it is illegal to pay somebody to have sex with another person. That's prostitution. That's illegal. And it becomes federal if you have them come in from Philadelphia to New York, and that becomes transportation for the purpose of a sex act. That's commercial sex trafficking. And then it becomes even worse when you have a pattern of this activity, which we have that because we have more than one, and we have this non-consensual pattern of activity. So that's the whole RICO, that's the whole sex trafficking, that's the transportation across state lines. Those are the 3 charges that he's dealing with. This case will probably be wrapped up next week, I'm guessing. Federal court goes a lot quicker than state court.
All right, well, there you go. 3 charges that he's on. And do I believe that the court has proved those 3 charges? I definitely do. But hey, we're not here to say if he's guilty or innocent. We're just here to go over the facts and see what the hell has been happening. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. What up, Kendall? What up, all I see? What up to my dog, Eric? What up, Trill? Angela, what's going on? Heber. What up? All right, man. We're gonna go into this. We got to catch up. Catalyst, what's going on? We got to catch up, see everything that happened. I know you guys are interested in seeing who was actually in the trial. If the kids showed up, so we'll go back and read some of that, and then I'll try to get us all caught up. X.com. Also, if there's anything you like for us to go see in Rome, you can comment that also, because like I said, Thursday night I'll be heading to Rome and I'll be back Sundays. So Thursday night and Friday there won't be a trial live. I'll try to do a live on Friday to cover it, but I will be out and about. New York Times 2 hours ago. Breaking news: the Diddy trial. Inner City Press. CNN. I'm better. We're going to the Coliseum on Friday. I want to say Coliseum is definitely a must. Again, I got over 6 hours of footage from Rome already from 2022. I just never put anything together. What is this? So the Coliseum, I'm actually going to do the tour this time. The last time it was the pandemic. You know how I felt about that. I didn't want to be around a lot of people with my mask on. All right. So we'll take it back to the beginning. Court is waiting on some jurors to arrive. So again, we got some late jurors. Unacceptable. They did drop the photos of the 13 escorts. I guess this will be Cassie and the 13 escorts. You got Snow White and the 7 dwarfs. Well, we got Cassie and the 13 E's. Brought to you in part by Diddy. As Little Duval said, they didn't order like one woman escort. It was just all men. Like, I don't know what type of party a Diddy party is, but according to LeBron James, ain't no party like a Diddy party. But all they was hiring was men's. Now, I'm not engaging in none of that P2 shit anyway, but nigga, where the girls at? Where the women at? Let me not say girls. Where the women at? I'm not trying to show up to a party and you didn't hire 13 niggas. Like, what is this? You know what I mean? Like, what kind of party is that? Cassie and the 13 E's. We are making light of the situation, but there's nothing funny about it. This is serious business. But all right, here we go. So that's 46 minutes ago. Here we go. The jurors have blatantly arrived. Okay, so that's just where they're starting off. We'll start here, and then we'll catch up. So it's day 7. We got the assistant, David James, is back on the stand. They ended a little bit earlier yesterday, so we'll see how long they go today. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Day 7, David James has took the stand. What up, JoJo? Combs' sister is in court today. Diddy's sister is in court. His children and mother, who have been inside the courtroom on other days, are not there today. So it's just his sister. Mom and kids aren't there. Combs is wearing a heather blue sweater, a white collar shirt, and dark gray pants. He's talking to his attorney, Mark, as we wait for court to begin. Remember, he only has 5 suits that he can wear. So we should be seeing this heather blue on at least Wednesday or Thursday of next week. Combs' former assistant is back on the stand. David James, a former assistant to Sean Diddy Combs, is back on the stand. The jury is entering now. Prosecutor Miss Salvik is continuing her questioning. Remember, we seen a video with David James, the assistant that emailed them several times to become an assistant for Bad Boy Records. He's also on YouTube with Diddy, making an OG Diddy. All right. Ex-assistant heard Combs and Ventura argue, but didn't see violence. He testifies. This is David James. Man, he didn't came a long way, didn't he? He arrives at federal court. David James, an assistant for Sean Diddy Combs from 2007 to 2009, testified. He did not personally observe physical violence between Combs and Cassie, but he heard them argue about her career more than once. Also, that goes with the core. What's the name? This goes with, the force, having her do freak offs. He had control over her career. In those arguments, she would express a desire to branch out more into modeling and acting, but Combs would tell her she had to focus on her music career, James testified. We need to bring up that. What up, Moochie? Diddy said she needed to focus more on her career. This is the career he was talking about.
Noise. Cassie, come on.
What's up, BT?
Come on.
What?
Yeah. Cassie, come on.
What's up, BT?
That's the career Diddy told him to work on. Remember, James worked for Combs during the early portion of Combs' relationship with Ventura. Ventura testified she signed a contract with Combs' Bad Boy Records in 2006. The pair first began to date around 2007, splitting in 2018 after signing a 10-year deal and not a 10-year deal, 10-album deal and only dropping 1 album. James testified yesterday that Combs had several girlfriends while James worked for him. He described Kim Porter, who shared 3 children with Combs, as Combs' main girlfriend, and then listed 4 other women, including Ventura, who were the other girlfriends. Combs confronted James over a blog post alleging assault on Ventura. Former assistant testifies. James said that Diddy came up to him and he was on the computer at Combs' house one night. Now, let me read this the correct way. David James, a former assistant of Sean Diddy Combs, testified that he was on a computer at Combs' home one night when Combs was out at the club with Cassie Ventura, another assistant and security. As soon as he entered the door, he beelined straight for me and pulled up the computer search history, James said. Combs told him someone had written a blog post lying about him hitting Ventura, and he wanted to see if James had written it, the former assistant testified. James said he did not see Ventura that night, but 2 days later, Combs directed him to bring her food at a nearby hotel. When James brought her food to the hotel room, he was surprised to see a member of Combs' staff answer the door instead of Ventura herself. She stayed at the hotel for about a week, he testified. Now, that right there falls up under the racketeering crimes. This is kidnapping. If you're holding her in a room where she can't leave for a week with staff members watching her, this falls up under kidnapping, which is one of the crimes that goes up under, that racketeering. So this is where they're getting all that from. When people are saying, how was this racketeering? Because you got all of these other crimes up under there. And while he's holding her up under there during the kidnapping charges, freak offs are being had. So if she's being held against her will that she can't leave, and then she goes straight into freak offs, and then you're taking her across state lines when it becomes commercial sex trafficking, that's where all of these charges are coming from. So they have a pretty solid case because people were there and they're testifying, they're witnesses. Now, where's all the conspirators? They're witnesses. Any other time, David James would have been a person out there on trial, but David James is cooperating. Everyone else is cooperating. So that's where the conspirators are. And that's why it's a one-person RICO. Then let's jump this up too far. What up, Marquita? Let me see. All right, here we go. Combs' ex-assistant, describes how he stocked hotel rooms for the rapper. David James, a former assistant of Sean Diddy Combs, testified he often set up hotel rooms for Combs. If Combs was staying in New York, his favorite hotel was the Trump International. Now the FBI is up under Trump and the DOJ is up under Trump, so they won't be doing any investigating. But maybe maybe old Donnie showed up to one of these freak calls. We don't know. James said he would set up things for Mr. Combs before his arrival, including clothing, a toiletry bag, a medicine bag, food, and drinks. He said he would organize a collection of about 40 products, mostly skincare, for Combs in the hotel bathroom. The medicine bag typically carried 25 to 30 pill bottles, which included ecstasy, Percocet. James said some bottles were unmarked, he added. Now, whose names were on these bottles? We know that Frank Black was on bottles when Diddy got arrested. So here we go. Supplying drugs with the intent to distribute. This falls up under the RICO charge. Ecstasy is illegal. Percocet isn't illegal. It's prescribed to somebody. But if it's prescribed to somebody under a false name, that's where it's illegal. Falls up under the RICO, racketeering. And also, James is saying that he set this up for Diddy. Guess who he's setting it up for? Bad Boy Records, Sean Diddy Combs. That's where the enterprise comes in. It's not hard to prove that Bad Boy Records is an enterprise. Combs security always carried Combs' Louis Vuitton bag, which held personal items, typically $10,000 or more in cash. $10,000 or more in cash may be paid out to escort. $5,000 here, $5,000 there. That's where you get the transportation to engage and P-Tushin, because we're talking about New York right now. James said he would often replenish items for Combs during trips. If he was restocking food and drinks, James said he would pay for them and then get reimbursed by who? Bad Boy Entertainment. Bad Boy Entertainment was reimbursing the pay for everything going on during the freak off. So you want to know where the racketeering enterprise is coming from? Bad Boy Records was cutting the checks. Oh man, Diddy wasn't paying for it. Yeah, Bad Boy Records was. Who owns Bad Boy Records? Diddy. Who's at these freak offs? Diddy. So he was aware that his company was funding prostitution. He was aware that his company was providing sex transportation. Yeah, and sex trafficking. So that's where all of this is coming from. Is right here in the black and white, guys. I'm not making any of it up. But James said he would pay for them and then get reimbursed by Bad Boy Entertainment, which Diddy probably wrote off. Yeah, we're having an event. Write these off in the taxes because he seems like an idiot. When he restocked personal items such as baby oil, lubricant, and condoms, James said he would ask security to be reimbursed from the cash in the bags. When asked if Combs would stay alone when he traveled, James said, I don't think Mr. Combs ever stayed alone. While he worked for Combs, James said typically Cassie would stay with Combs, but there would be other women as well. So not only was Cassie being trafficked for these freak offs, if any other woman was flown out to a different city with Diddy to participate in engage in prostitution where they're paying these escorts, then they too were a part of this. Combs' ex-assistant recalls seeing Ventura in Combs' hotel during iPod drop-off. David James said he saw Diddy, and he testified that occasionally Diddy would ask him to bring certain items, usually an iPod or food, to his hotel rooms while he was staying there. He recounted an incident in Miami around 2008. So now we're not in New York anymore. We're not in LA anymore. We done moved down to Miami. So now we're in 3 different states, 3 different cities. This is where we get the trafficking from, because you can't pay someone to have sex with somebody else. He recounted an incident in Miami of 2008 when Combs asked him to bring an iPod to his hotel room. James said it took him about an hour to get there, and when he knocked on the door, nobody answered. He entered the room with his own key and saw Cassie lying on her back in the hotel room with a white comforter up to her neck. She did not move when I entered the room, he testified. Combs was in the shower, he said. James mentioned he did not speak with Combs or with Cassie about the incident afterward. because it wasn't his job to discuss their personal affairs. Ex-assistant describes what he says was Combs' drug use. David James, an assistant to Sean Diddy Combs from 7 to 9 of 2000, testified he saw Combs take drugs and Diddy gave them to friends. So here we go, distribution. With the intent, not the intent to sell, but distribution. So if Diddy's bringing drugs to set it up, security got the drugs and the money. Not only is he paying for X, he's giving people drugs, illegal drugs at that. Hell, legal drugs are illegal also, unless they're over the counter. On a couple of occasions, James procured drugs for Combs' friends, he's testified. A person called One Stop often brought drugs to Combs, James said. James understood Combs often took Percocet while he was operating his businesses. He preferred to take ecstasy at night. I don't think with a trial like this, I don't think Trump's going to touch any of this. Maybe like before he gets out, he might give a pardon to him, because at that time it doesn't matter because he can't run for president again. But while this is going on, if there is going to be a pardon, I don't think Trump's going to do it till he gets out. Like at the end of his 4 years, so Diddy's going to have to sit, at least for now. Now, I took a perk one time. Let me tell you. I was prescribed them, though. I only took it once, and I was like, nah, this ain't for me. I don't like this kind of drug. It got you feeling kind of weird. All right, we got 3 more, and then the update, and then we'll actually go into what the testimony was and see what was saying, because we know CNN is just summing it up for us. David James, the former assistant, is detailing several occasions where he supplied Combs' friends with drugs. On a trip with Combs to San Tropez, a friend of Combs texted James asking him to get cocaine. So a friend of Diddy texts James to get him cocaine. Now, how would James be able to get cocaine? Because he worked for Diddy. He got reimbursed from Bad Boy. So how did he know who the cocaine dealer was? Oh, because he knew it from Diddy. So he said a friend text James asking him for cocaine. James said he arranged for the cocaine for Combs' friend, but said Combs didn't ask him to do it. He said he assumed he had to. On another occasion during a party in LA, so we back in LA, we went international with it. We were getting drugs internationally. We were doing things in Miami, New York, and we back in LA. We making a full circle here. On another occasion during a party in LA, James recalled how Combs sent him back to the house to get ecstasy for a friend. James said he went back to Combs' house to get the ecstasy for Combs from Combs' medicine bag and brought it back to a party. That's interesting. Watch this. If you remember this. Just last year, what do we have on the screen? Diddy's ex, Young Miami, accused of flying pink cocaine to the mogul in the lawsuit. So now we got David James talking about he had to go back to the house and go pick up drugs. This is back in 2008, 2009 when he had to do it. Then in the lawsuit that dropped in 24, they said that Young Miami left an event and went to go get Diddy some pink cocaine and some pills to take it back to him. So what we're seeing is a pattern from Diddy. This isn't made up. They've been talking about, he's been doing this for at least a decade. Ain't no telling how much longer than that. What up, Slime? So we'll jump into this because we already know Carisha, they're gonna pin those drugs in New York on her. When he got arrested, they're gonna pin those drugs on in New York. Like, nah, we ain't had that. But all right. So he said he flew back, got ecstasy from the house. James went back to Combs' house to get the ecstasy from Combs' medicine bag and brought it back to the party. Now, ain't nothing like a Diddy party. Someone needs to ask LeBron James what was going on in his Diddy party. David James, they keep putting all this former assistant in here. David James testified about an incident when one of Combs' Cartier bracelets went missing, prompting the security to search through all of his then girlfriend's belongings. James said he felt he couldn't refuse the search. On 2 other occasions, Diddy's possessions went missing. James had to take a lie detector test, administered by a man who claimed who formerly worked with the FBI. He testified. It was very intimidating. He said on both occasions, James resulted showing no discrepancies. James said one of Combs' security agents told him that another former employee, Capricorn Clark, also had to take a lie detector test. What up, Morel? So now we're really seeing the power that Diddy got. Diddy had niggas taking lie detector tests. Man, you had to bring that big ass thing in. Some fake dude come in talking about, I used to work with the FBI. Now we need to find out who this former FBI agent is. Everybody talking about what they would have did, what they could have done, what they should have done. But now if he did have former FBI agents on his team, he had security going after Cassie. He was getting Cassie's medical records sent to him. What do you think Cassie was going to do? Whatever the fuck he told her to do. So they taking lie detector tests. You in there, you got your hands in there. Did you take the Cartier bracelet? No. Did you steal the Rolex? No. Did you take $7,500 out of the bag that had 10,000? No. No, I'm telling the truth. It was 7,600. Imagine going to work and they got you taking a damn lie detector test. So we're all caught up. Cross-examination is about to begin. So we're gonna I guess we'll follow through this and then we'll just go back and read everything that he was actually saying, because this is just a summary of it. But I do want to get some reenactments in so I can touch up on my skills. But see, now we got the Suge Knight incident. So we'll read this, we'll get caught up, we'll jump over to the tweets, and then we'll be back on schedule. You know what I mean? So I'm going through it a little faster, but I'm gonna summarize it all. And then what we really wanted to hear is what the cross is going to say. Now, the cross is going to have to defend something. Like, they're going to have to try to deny it. No, you got the drugs every single time. They got to put all of that back on David James because they haven't defended anything. They just been trying to embarrass people, but they're already embarrassed. They're on the trial. You need to be defending Diddy, in my opinion. And I'm just the judge, so I ain't got nothing to say. Combs' former assistant describes an incident involving Suge Knight. David testified about an occasion when he went with Combs' security guards. So this is what they were talking about. Remember, Cassie was there. Security kicked in doing a freak off. So David James went on the hit to go get Suge Knight. David James testified about an occasion he went with Diddy and the security to a diner to get food for Combs and the staff. When they got there, the security guard saw Combs' rival, Suge. Now, this story sounds a little bit different because initially they came in doing the freak off. So that's what the fence is going to have to call out. When they got there, the security guard saw Suge Knight and approached him. They talked briefly. The guard and James went inside to order. When they went back to Diddy's house, Combs and Ventura were outside the house arguing. Ventura looked like she had been crying. So remember, she said she never went. She was just crying when they got the guns and left and told him not to do anything stupid. Combs then ordered James to drive him and security. Oh. So Diddy didn't go. All right. Diddy didn't. My bad. I wasn't reading it right. Diddy was at the house. Diddy was at the house during the freak off. While the freak off was going on, we know that they need some nutrient. You can't have a freak off if you ain't got food. So David James and security went to the diner. Freak off is still going on. They go to the diner. Oh shit, Suge Knight is there. They go in and order the food. The security went in there and talked to Suge. When they got there, security guards saw Combs' rival Suge Knight and approached him. So freak off is going on. David and security go to the diner. When they get to the diner, security goes and talks to Suge. David orders the food because you got to have the food for the freak off. David and security, they get the food after security talks to Suge. They go back to the house. Diddy and them were having the freak off. Security then tells Diddy, hey, we just seen Suge Knight. So now Diddy grabs a gun. Cassie's crying, no, don't go. Don't do nothing stupid, daddy. That's what they call daddy's house in LA. I'm not calling that nigga daddy. So then Diddy and them, for some reason, they decided to get guns and go back to the diner that Suge was at. Combs then ordered James to drive him and security back to the diner to look for Suge Knight. Combs sat in the back seat with 3 handguns on his lap. So Diddy, just going off of this, Diddy had 3 things in that back seat. Diddy in the back seat like this. He probably just got a towel on. He just left a free call. We confirmed there's a free call. So they went back to the diner. They looking for Suge. So Diddy's sitting there with 1 gun on his shoulder, 1 gun like this, and 1 gun like this. So Diddy was about to pow, 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 pow. Diddy was in the back seat. He was ready for war. So during the free call, Diddy got a little hungry. He was so horny he couldn't concentrate. Forgot that he was hungry. So he in the free call, Lord knows doing what. Hey, David, go get some food. I'm gonna keep doing what I'm doing. So David leaves. Him and security, they go run into Suge Knight. But David knows even if there is a threat, I still got to get this food back because the free cough is going on. We know free coughs normally last a day, 2 days. A short one is 7 to 4. They get the food, come back. Cassie's crying, no, don't go, don't do nothing stupid. This is during a free call. Diddy, we just seen this nigga Suge, man. We gotta go. Diddy grabs 3 guns. Not 1 gun, not 2 guns, but 3 guns. Because he's about to air this bitch out. They head back up there. Diddy in the back seat looking around. Where he at? Where he at? They like, Diddy, calm down. Suge was already gone because, mind you, they went down to the diner. They ordered food and came back. Suge was already there eating. Niggas ain't just hanging out. This is LA. This is after Suge lost all his power. This is like 2008, 2009. Suge was still Suge, but he didn't have all the streets like he did. So by the time they got there, Diddy was so horny he couldn't concentrate. He brought 3 guns knowing he only got 2 hands, unless he was going to put 1 gun in between both his feet and shoot like that. I don't know why he had 3 guns. But then they got there. He ordered James to drive back to the diner. Look out for Suge. Combs sat in the back seat with 3 handguns on his lap. Knight was gone by the time they got to the restaurant. James said he was shook up by the incident. It was the first time he felt like he was in danger as Combs' assistant. James said he gave him notice soon after the incident, offering to stay with Combs 6 more months to train a replacement. This nigga said after he seen 3 guns and ran into Suge Knight, David James said, nigga, I'll train somebody, but I'm done with this job. Nigga, the free calls, nigga, getting guns at the diner. David James said, look, I'll train a nigga, but I ain't doing no more food runs. I ain't leaving the house. I need security with me at all time. I'm done, nigga. 6 more months, I'll train somebody and I'm out. All right, cool. Slime said 3 guns are better than reloading. Would you be scared? Like, just think about it. You seen Diddy, would you really be scared of that nigga? You know, he probably got a necklace on and a toothpick. Like, nigga, get your bitch ass out of here, Diddy. All right. So the defense is challenged ex-assistant's testimony with inconsistent accounts of the diner incident. The defense referenced documents from David James' meeting with the government, highlighting one where his account of the Mel's Diner event. We need to find out what Mel's Diner is. I know this is about to give a lot of publicity to them. You know, everybody want to go and see where Diddy and Suge almost had a shootout. Highlighting one where his account of the Mel's Diner event ended before he returned to Combs' home. He said the government had instructed him not to say anything that could incriminate himself. The document also indicates at one point he told them some of the events took place inside the diner, even though he testified today they occurred outside the diner. I think these are inaccurate notes, James said. He maintained that his recollection of the majority of the events have remained consistent.
What?
Cassie, come on.
What's up, BT?
That's what Diddy told the security when they found out that Suge was down there. Security, come on. Give me 3 guns. Let's go. So this is the Mel's Well, this is Mel's Driving. Is there multiple Mel's Diner? We're gonna find out where that Mel's Diner is today, though. All right, so here we go. We're gonna take it all the way back. It was about an hour ago. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. I was just getting us all caught up. Now we're about to go over the actual transcripts, or what the brief transcripts. Okay, we'll reconvene. So it looks like they must be on a break right now. So this will give us more than enough time to catch up. What about physical violence between Mr. Combs and Cassie? Did you personally observe it? David said, no, I didn't. Do you remember a blog post? Yes, I was in LA and when Diddy came back from a club. Oh, man, don't tell me my Twitter's acting up again. What did Diddy say? That someone was lying on him. Say he hit Cassie at the club. So even back in 2008, 2009, there were rumors going around. I won't even say they were rumors. There were blog posts going around exposing Diddy back then. So you can't get mad at Cassie now because Diddy was in the blogs back then for doing this shit. He went through my browser history. No one had ever done that to me. Did Mr. Combs give you instructions about Cassie? He said to bring her food at the London hotel. You can meet me at the London with some Roscoe's. What is Roscoe's? Some delicious fried chicken in Los Angeles. Miss Salvik said, what did you do for Mr. Combs in New York? He said, I'd bring him applesauce. Oh, man. So now we get in the details of what was in the freak off. So in the freak off, the food, these are little energy boosts. You know what I'm saying? You're not having a full meal during these freak offs, I'm assuming. It's kind of like when you're playing football. You just eat like a banana. You just got something to give you a little bit of energy. You know what I'm saying? You eat fruit. Marshawn Lynch used to have Skittles, but that's because he was a beast. Now, a little bit, these aren't even finger foods. These are just, you open up a can of applesauce, you get straight to it. He said, I'd bring him applesauce, Jello. Really, nigga? The Jello pudding. The pudding pops. Yeah, nigga had the Jello. Nigga had the freak offs with applesauce and Jello. Fiji water, none of that tap shit. His toiletry bag with ointments just for men. This nigga was dyeing his hair doing the freak offs. What is going on? He had a toiletry bag with ointments and just for men. This nigga Diddy was dyeing his hair doing a freak off. He talking about, yeah, let me get that right. Yeah, Playboy, get that black on the back. And nigga, what do you got just for men for? This nigga wanted to look fresh for the freak offs. Fresh Freak Off Fridays. Just for men, we bought 40 items so he wouldn't call us later. I'd get a key like at the Trump International. I set up the medicine bag in the personal Louis V bag. What was in it? Viagra, of course. You got to stay rock hard. When life is soft on you, you got to get hard. Take Viagra. Ecstasy, Percocets. How did you go about replenishing these supplies? I used my personal credit card. Bad boy paid me back. Who paid you back? Usually Bonds, which was the security. Mr. Combs ever stay alone? Never. Usually Cassie. Sometimes other women. Did he ask you for things during the stay? He texted me for an iPod or food. We just watched a YouTube video.
An outbreak of bitch assness.
Watch this. Remember, we found this. We found this video yesterday. And guess who's in it? And guess what's said, guys?
Go get it right now. David has been infected. bitch assness.
Let's watch what Diddy says in this bitch assness skit that he did back in the day.
Did you bring my iPod with you for my run this morning? Assness. Did you bring my iPod with you for my run this morning? First sign of bitch assness. Did you bring my iPod with you for my run this morning? That bitch assness. Did you bring my iPod with you for my run this morning? That bitch assness. Did you bring my iPod with you for my run this morning?
Did you bring my iPad for my run this morning? So right after the freak offs, Diddy was getting on the runs, and David James testified, yeah, I had to bring him his iPad or his iPod. So David ain't lying because Diddy's asking for it. He texted me for an iPod or food. Did anything strange ever happen? David said, yeah, in Miami, he asked for an iPod from his house on Star Island. I drove to his hotel and knocked, no answer. I had the key. I set up the room. What did you see? Cassie on the bed. There was another person who sort of scurried away and the shower was on. So this was after a freak off because there was a person in there who sort of scurried away and Diddy was in the shower. I thought Mr. Combs was in there. How was she sleeping? On her back? Objection, Your Honor. Sustained. What about the other person? He was about 5'8" with long hair and a large endowment. Hey, David, we didn't ask for personal descriptions of his endowment, okay? We just asked who was the person. All you had to do was say 5'8". That's all you had to say. 5'8" with long hair, and we could have, you know what I'm saying, we could have went off of that description. We didn't need to know he had a long endowment. When we go and look at the lineup, we're not looking at endowments. You know what I mean? We're just gonna be looking at like the outside physical, you know what I'm saying? Like not what's up under the clothes. We didn't, you know what I mean? Maybe you would have said like a tattoo on the neck or like a teardrop or something, but a long endowment, we didn't need to know that part. All right. After you seen him scurry away, did you ask anything? I wasn't hired to ask about personal affairs. Did you ever pick up drugs for Mr. Combs? Yes, Percocets at a pharmacy, sometimes in my name. Did you give him permission to use your name? He said, I don't recall that. See, so there go Diddy getting perks in David James's name. I don't recall that. Was there a drug dealer? Yes. One stop. He met with a lot of people. Yes. Even former presidents. Which one? David James said, former President Obama. What was your understanding would have happened if you hadn't done those things? Objection, Your Honor. Sustained. So, yeah, I mean, he met with former President Obama. I mean, he met with Trump also. He didn't do anything with him. But you know how they'll do it. And on Fox News, they're going to be talking about, yo, Obama was meeting with damn Diddy. But Obama was meeting with Diddy during the whole vote or die thing. That whole stupid ass campaign. But that's another thing. But he was at Salvig's like, what would have happened if you didn't do those things? The defense is like, objection, Your Honor. The judge says sustained because, hey, man, you wouldn't have known what he would have done if you didn't do it. Did you ever take ecstasy? He said, yes. I was drinking Ciroc. I took ecstasy. I was Diddy bopping. What do you mean? I was vibing. David James is on that dirty Diddy bop. Did you speak with Mr. Combs about it? David said he was reviewing footage of the party. Oh, so Diddy had footage of the party. Well, we know that. We had a videographer who filmed the parties. He asked me, hey, Playboy, was that you dancing around that party? I said, yes. And he said, I'm going to keep the video in case I ever need it. Meaning, Daddy, I'd be embarrassed. Oh, damn. So, Indy Mod, you show me an article or you show me Show me where they said One Stop met with Obama, so I can read that. Because all I got is here is just saying, did he meet with other people? And this is taking it. This isn't in context. It's just going through. So show me an article or something where it says that One Stop met with Obama, so I can confirm that. Because right now, I'm taking it as they're talking about Diddy met with a lot of people. So show me the article, so we won't just be over here jokey without no facts. Because I could joke, but I like to add some facts, so then I can joke about the facts. What up, OT? The realist is in the chat. So Diddy told David James, "Hey, Playboy, you were dancing around my party, huh? Hey, Playboy, you dancing around that party. I seen you down there. You was on that X. You was on that Diddy bop. You had OG Diddy, didn't you?" He said, "Yeah, that was me." Diddy told him, "Hey, Playboy, you know I'm going to keep that just in case I ever need it." Take that. So then Salvik said, "Did anything ever go missing?" And this is where we get into taking the the lie detector test. They said a bracelet was missing. Uncle Paulie came to my hotel room and searched my belongings and those of my girlfriend at the time. Oh, so he had his girlfriend there. Could you have said no objection, Your Honor? Move on. The judge said, move on. Did you ever have to take a lie detector test? Yes. Who was present? Just me and this gentleman. It was very intimidating. They put monitors on my head, my chest, and my hand. Could you refuse? Shit, not to keep my job. Salvik said, did this happen again? James said, yeah. When Mr. Combs said a watch of his had been stolen, what was the result? The gentleman told me I seemed nervous. I said, I sure is. Once Capricorn Clark had to take a lie detector test to prove she wasn't part of the heist of Mr. Combs' jewelry. Salvik, was there an incident at Mel's Diner with Suge Knight? David said, yeah, I drove a silver Navigator to go get some cheeseburgers. Damn, you see the thing about cheeseburgers, this is just going for any athlete. We know about this. Now, we don't know about freak off, so we can't really speak of how a cheeseburger would we can't go off of how a cheeseburger will affect your guts during the freak off, but playing any kind of type of sports, going bike riding, you typically don't want to have cheeseburgers while you getting active. So I can only imagine how funky it was. I don't even want to imagine during the freak offs, they're going to get cheeseburgers from the diner. But remember, they seen Suge Knight there. So now I got these cheeseburgers. They going to be cold. And Diddy don't like cold cheeseburgers. I can assume that. So he said, yeah, I got these cheeseburgers. And I drove a silver Navigator. David James said, D-Rock said, that motherfucker Suge Knight. He went over there and said, what's up, nigga? Suge didn't recognize him. D-Rock said, I'm Biggie's boy, you bitch ass nigga. Salvik said, what happened next? David James said, we noticed 4 black SUVs to different sides of the parking lot. So now it looked like we getting set up. David James said, I felt calm because we've been in a silver vehicle. Now a black one. They would have seen us coming. Salvik said, what did you find at Mel's Diner? Shit, Suge Knight had left. Oh, wait, we just skipped the whole thing. All right, my bad. D-Rock said, this motherfucker Suge Knight. So he went over there and said, what's up, nigga? Suge said, man, I don't know who you are, homeboy. It's the West Coast. D-Rock said, nigga, I'm Biggie's boy. Salvik said, what happened next? James said, we noticed 4 black SUVs to different sides of the parking lot. I saw someone hand Suge Knight a gun. D-Rock said, hey, yo, we got to get up out of here. We got to go. We got to get back to the house. So they end up dipping back to the house. Salvik said, what did you find there? He said, Cassie was crying. Diddy hopped in the vehicle. I saw 3 guns on his lap. This nigga was deeper than Rambo. So then David James said, I felt calm because we was in a silver vehicle. Now, black one, they would have seen us coming. What did you find at Mel's Diner? Shit, Suge Knight had left. Mr. Combs said, drive around the block. Hit the block, fool. Turn the lights off. Hit the block. So what did you decide? Shit, he said, after that incident, I decided to leave the company. They offered me other positions, but I just wanted to leave. My life was at risk. No further questions. Judge, Marco, you ready to get up here? Mark said, didn't you tell us all this the first time? Oh, then we got a long way to go. All right. Where's that? Okay, they offer him other positions. So Mark comes up. Now we're on the cross. He said, didn't you tell us this the first time? David said, I told them to stop, to not say anything to incriminate me. They told me to stop, to not say anything that would incriminate me. Look at the notes from your interview. Read it to yourself, then look up at me. David said, okay. How'd you recognize Suge Knight? Because he's a 6'4" bald head nigga with a beard. Probably had a cigar. I know the nigga had a handgun. That's how I knew who Suge Knight was. David James said, I listened to hip hop. Were you drinking or smoking pot? He said, no, sir. Your mind was clear? He said, as clear as it could be, working 20 hours a week, 4 a.m. D-Rock opens the door. Suge Knight is a few cars over. David James said, the window open. D-Rock says, I'm Biggie's boy, nigga. And then Suge recognizes him, gives him a dap. What's a dap? It's a handshake. Did you leave D-Rock at the diner? Why are you smiling? David James said, because that's a crazy question. Why would I? Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, why would, yeah, it's a crazy question. Why would I leave him? Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying, Elite Rob. Thank you, Elite. That's what I was trying to tell Indy, that when they said Diddy met with they were saying Diddy met with a lot of people, not the drug dealer One Stop met with Obama. That's why. Thank you, Elite. Thank you for elaborating now for us, because that's exactly what we were saying. Obama didn't meet with One Stop. It said Diddy met with a lot of people. But let's carry on. Thank you, Elite. He said, why would I leave? Well, D-Rock had a gun. He's security. Suge had a gun. Didn't you leave D-Rock at the diner? That makes no sense. I'm asking, what makes sense? I'm asking, did you? David James said, no. He said, you saw Cassie and Mr. Combs. David said, yes, Mr. Combs told me to drive. Mark said, you don't know where Mr. Combs got the guns, do you? David said, I don't know who had the guns until then. So Mark said, have you ever been in a situation like that? No. Mark said, you didn't say, I don't want to drive to Suge Knight with guns? No. So then Combs' lawyer, Mark, says, what exactly did you do before you got this job? David said, I was a door-to-door salesman, then a personal assistant. So now Mark is on his ass. Mark said, now, were you going with guns to confront someone? David James said, it's not ideal. Mark said, you knew how to get to Mel's Diner, right? He said, yeah, I frequent there all the time. Whenever there's a freak off, that's the go-to place to get cheeseburgers, Mark. So Mark said, you never seen guns before, right? David said, no. So then Mark said, this is a radical departure from your job description. Is that an understatement? It's an understatement of the day so far. Mark said, do you have immunity? David said, nigga, ask my lawyer. I have some kind of other offer agreement. Mark said, it's a proffer. Mark said, you didn't tell anyone about this? He said, shit, only my wife. Mark said, did you meet with the government this morning? He said, yes, briefly, about what might come up in Cross. So now Mark is taking it back to Mel's Diner. I'm trying to get you guys caught up, but I'm trying to get you guys the feel of what's going on in the courtroom. Because right now it seems like Mark is one of the defense lawyers that's actually trying to apply some pressure, get somebody to crack. So he said, did the Mel's Diner incident come up this morning when you were talking to the feds? David said, not that I recall. Mark said, it's this morning. What did you talk about? David James said, your style, some laughter. Your style, I knew you'd be attacking me this way. So Mark said, I'm dying to ask what they said, but I won't. Damn, he said, I'm dying to ask what the government said. I'm dying to ask what they said. But out of respect for this court and for the honor, I won't. So right now, it's crazy in the courtroom. Mark ain't playing around. He's jumping back and forth trying to see if David will deviate from what he initially told. This is what we've been wanting to see. Again, I'm not on the defensive side or the prosecution side, but once the defense lawyer is up there, we on their side. We looking at this from the defense's lens, and we got to try to cross up these witnesses. And it seems like Mark is doing it. He's jumping all around. See, what he's doing is going from, do you got immunity? What happened at the diner? Oh, you said you was at the house, but when you got to the diner, you got them guns, right? No, I didn't get the guns. Wait, who drove the car then? You drove the car, but you said you knew Suge Knight, so you went to go get Suge Knight with the guns? No, Diddy knew him. How you know Suge? I thought Diddy was into it with Suge, but you said you knew Suge. Well, I listen to hip hop. So do you know who Biggie is? And he just throwing all these questions out here, and David like, he doing all right, but Mark ain't playing around. I like this. I like this a lot. This is what we came here for, pure entertainment. This is what we want. And this is why I say, guys, yeah, it's a serious matter, but at the end of the day, we go over here and we getting our news from CNN Entertainment. And this is my YouTube, and I'm going to entertain you. That's what I'm going to entertain you. All right, hit that like button because we got a lot. Now we got updates to go through. I'm sure that they got some updates here. So you guys remember we ended early yesterday because they weren't getting up-to-date dockets. So everything that was going on in the court, it wasn't up to date. They just got last week. So that's what they ended for yesterday so they could talk about that and try to get that straight because they put in this request for it. So it's looking like they actually got it. The docket by May 20th and weekly. So what they're trying to say is weekly may be too slow. They at least want it probably like a day late. So anything we seen on Monday will probably be up by Wednesday. So I'm not going to read over that. I mean, that really doesn't pertain to us because I'm not really going to read through all of that unless somebody wants to come up here and do it. I prefer to read the back and forth between the two, and then you guys can give us like the details if you want to do that. Let me see. Okay, yeah, so we're pretty much caught up here. We'll go get the up. Well, we'll read this part here. So Mark says, it was important that he would prepare for these meetings, right? David said, yeah. So Mark said, it was important that he had to be on time. David James said, no, we changed meetings to fit his schedule all the time. They're talking about Diddy right now. When he didn't want to show up at a certain time, Mark said, so he had security because people wanted to touch him, right? David James said, yes, in the airport, in McDonald's. Mark said, was he gracious? I don't think gracious is a word I use for Sean Combs. Did he sign autographs? Hell no. Diddy wasn't signing no autographs. If you want an autograph from Diddy, show up to the freak off by 5. Defense asked Combs' ex-assistant if he was granted immunity for testifying. So this is kind of right behind where we were. Mark asked David if he was granted immunity for his testimony. James said he wasn't sure of the details that were brokered by his attorney, but believes he signed a proffer agreement, a type of agreement that gives a person some protection from prosecution. That's the same thing that Gunna did. Now, Gunna didn't take the stand, but Gunna admitted that he knew about some crimes. This is exactly what he's doing. He's admitting that he knew about some crimes that were committed. He just took the stand. So it's really no difference. You taking a proffer, you're telling them you know crimes, and hey, if asked, I will tell. David said, I just respect Mr. Combs from a business perspective. David testified that before he began working with Combs, he was a fan of Sean John Combs' clothing line. James said he knew Combs to be a successful, self-made businessman who was a brilliant marketer. I respect him as a business perspective. Defense suggests ex-assistant D-Rock left D-Rock at the restaurant. Defense attorney Mark suggested repeatedly that David actually left D-Rock at the restaurant and went back with Combs to get him. James denied this each time, testifying that it wouldn't have made sense to leave him there with Suge Knight wielding the gun. Plus, we know Cassie's testimony said that security kicked in the freak off. D-Rock came into the freak off and said that Suge Knight was down there. So what Mark is trying to do is say, nah. You and Diddy went and did this. Not Diddy was, going back to get him, trying to throw off the story. But we already heard Cassie's story, and he said the same thing, that he went back. And that's when he said he seen Cassie and them outside arguing. But Cassie said they kicked in the freak off. Who really knows? We just know that they went down there and Diddy had 3 guns. I don't know who he thought he was, but he had 3 guns. Combs straddled a fine line between business and personal, David says. During cross, David, a former all right, I know what they're doing is just so if you just get this headline, that's all you get. David said that Diddy was pressed about his travel with Combs. James testified yesterday he traveled extensively with Diddy, including internationally. Today, defense attorney Mark asked if these were business trips or personal trips. James said there was a fine line since Combs' personal life and business life blended together. He described them as business-oriented trips. I wouldn't describe them as gracious. We already went over that. A second car used to protect Combs from potential threats. David testified that they typically rode in a second car to accompany Combs wherever he went. James said there was usually a second car traveling with Combs for security reasons. Combs security personnel typically operated a second car to the right of the vehicle, transporting Combs to prevent anyone from pulling up on them and potentially assassinating them. So they would ride on the right side. So I'm assuming that Diddy rode in the back right passenger of the vehicle. So the vehicle would be on the right because we know Biggie, where did he get hit? The right. Where did Pac get hit? The right. So they had two vehicles. Diddy be in the back passenger seat on the right, vehicle on the right. So wherever they were going, no one could pull up on them and slide. Former assistant's testimony helps prosecutors establish RICO charges against Combs. Now remember, up under the RICO charge, the racketeering, they only got to prove 2 counts. They only got to prove 2 counts. They can prove the drugs. They can prove paying the prostitutes. That could be 2 counts. You could ride around with the guns. You could do the trafficking, but they only got to prove 2 of them. Now remember, the Racketeering Act, known as the RICO, is used to describe 35 offenses, including kidnapping, locking somebody up in a hotel room and not letting them leave so they can recover. It's kidnapping. Bribery, paying off the hotel, take care of it. That's why they were trying to say, are you sure Diddy wasn't giving you that money to pay for the hotel? He was like, nah, he was trying to bribe me not to say anything. So there go a bribery charge. If they can prove that the arson was really tied to Diddy, if they can find out who threw the Molotov and Kid Cudi's car, that's an arson charge. You see what I'm saying? So there's 35 offenses up under that racketeering, and that's why they apply that. It's just an umbrella, and everything goes up under it. So all of these crimes that he's committing, everybody's talking about how is it a RICO? Because if 2 of those 35 crimes are committed and they can prove it, racketeering, because we already proved that Bad Boy Entertainment was paying for hotels. It was reimbursing David from buying supplies. So it's all there. Remember, this is the feds, not the state. They ain't coming with no play. They got, even if it's one little minor offense, oh yeah, we throwing that up under RICO. I know people say it ain't fair, but that's the law. That's the law. We can't get mad at it. I mean, yeah, it sucks, but hey, it is what it is. Don't do crime. David describes demanding work conditions. David testified that the assistants had to go to the hospital for dehydration after working with Combs for 24 hours straight. He said the work was demanding, but he was prepared for the moment and enjoyed it at times. He testified there was a common saying among Combs security guards, you know what rhymes with tired? Fired. You're fired. All right, so now we're back into testimony. What up, Nicole? Now we're back into the testimony. And again, even like I said with those 35, I do believe they already, the prostitution one, they like, not once have we heard the defense. Well, I mean, we did. They said did Cassie pay? And Cassie said she paid on one occasion. But not once has the defense defended, hey, we wasn't paying escorts. You know what I mean? Not once did they say we're not paying escorts or we're not going to, like, they never ever denied that. So there go to transportation across state lines to engage in prostitution. There goes Bad Boy Records paying them because we got this $10,000. And where was Diddy's income from? Oh, that's right, Bad Boy Records. So it's like they're not really defending. I guess I don't know. I guess this, like, Maybe they're trying to get the RICO off. If you can get the RICO off, then because the X trafficking could carry life on his own. Transportation to engage in prostitution, we seen was a 10-year max. So that could be 20 years there. So I guess if they figure we can get the RICO off, or they're gonna try to get like the sex trafficking off, but I don't think they're gonna be able to get two of the X trafficking and RICO. They're gonna have to get like the RICO and one X trafficking, might beat one, but I don't know, man. We'll see. It's still early, guys. The prosecution is still on them to not mess up. So that's what I always say. Again, I'm not defending Diddy. I'm not on the prosecutor side. I'm here to just read the facts and give y'all that information and give y'all my opinion. I will put the wig on today, but I just got out the hospital. And no, we focused today. So let's jump back into the testimony. Get us some reenactments going. Hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button. But even with a mistrial, before we go, even with a mistrial, this is the feds. A mistrial ain't stopping nothing. Guess what they gonna do? Mistrial is it with prejudice or without prejudice? Because guess what? The feds ain't gonna drop this. If there is a mistrial, this is only gonna give them more time to add more charges and to get all these testimonies exactly how they need them to be. They're not gonna drop this case. So a mistrial, yeah, good. He might get a bail. I doubt it, but they're gonna bring his ass back. I hope you don't think he's gonna get a mistrial and he just gonna walk free. No. They're gonna bring his ass back. 2026, we'll be right back in here. The feds are not letting this go. You think them white women about to let that slide? Hell no. All right, so we back into the courtroom. Well, we were still there. We never left because I didn't dismiss anybody. Mark said, oh, shit. This med's starting to wear off. I can't sit up. Jeez Louise. All right. So Mark said, did you know Diddy put applesauce on cheeseburgers? David James said, no, but I knew he liked some applesauce. Mark said he liked Astroglide, condoms, and baby oil, but you didn't expense it through the business. David said, usually not. I was told he didn't want to run them through the company. He didn't want a record of them. When you bought an 8-ball of Coke, golly. When you bought an 8-ball of Coke in San Tropez, you didn't tell Mr. Combs, did you? David said, nah, he was asleep. So Diddy, not only is he a nasty nigga, he was putting applesauce on cheeseburgers. He loves some Astroglide. Well, let me say like. He likes some Astroglide. He liked condoms and baby oil. But you didn't expense them through the business. He said, usually not. So usually not means sometimes he did, but normally he didn't. Applesauce on cheeseburgers, huh? Diddy told him not to run Astroglide, condoms, and baby oil through the company. But he didn't say don't run the hotel rooms through the company, because when you travel, those are expenses. Baby oil, Astroglide, and condoms, it's going to be kind of hard to write that off on the taxes, but you can definitely write a hotel off. Trust me, all my hotels, I write them off because I go out there. I do some recording. I'm in the hotel room. I'm recording YouTube videos. Oh, I'm writing hotel rooms off. Flights, I'm writing them off because I'm traveling to go do content. Oh, yeah, I'm writing them off. Ubers, I got to get from where I got to go to get to where I got to get. You know what I mean? I got to write them out. Now, I don't really do too many meals. It depends. Now, if it's a big meal, then I got to be discussing. If the IRS listen, if I ain't discussing business or it's a business meeting and I'm hosting, then I ain't writing it off. But typically, I don't write off food just because I don't ever want to get out of it and I have to explain, okay, this is what this. So I normally don't write off food. I just put that on my personal credit card. And then from there, I just get the points off of it. Make sure you use them credit card points, man. I'm with Capital One. It's 5 times on everything. Just if you guys want a referral, let me know. You know what I mean? If you want a referral, let me know. So in San Tropez, David bought an 8-ball of Coke. Tell me about your relationship with Roger Bonds. David said, we talked about Bad Boy as his family. What do you mean? Mama Combs called me her son many times. What was the mission? Make sure he's happy. Diddy didn't want to have a record for buying certain items. David testified when he purchased personal items, including rubbers, oil, lubricant for Diddy, he would ask the security for cash from the bag. James said when he was instructed not to submit these items for reimbursement through the company because they were items he didn't want to have a record for. Why wouldn't you want to have a record for him, Diddy? I mean, freak offs are legal unless you were doing something illegal doing the freak offs. Why wouldn't you want to have a record for it? Defense attorney Mark asked James to confirm that he meant the company didn't pay for these items. I mean, it's all his money, James responded. That's a good answer. All right. Combs lists the preferred items for consistent environment, James says. Diddy typically had a rider that listed preferred items that must be in a location before Combs arrived. Mark affirmed with James that a rider is a common for a high-level person traveling. James, who was an assistant from Combs 2009-7, agreed that the rider allowed for Combs to have a consistent environment wherever he went. Heinz ketchup, for example, was always on the list. Ketchup was a big item that he always needed for his food, so it's just a consistency to create a consistent environment for wherever he was. So baby oil and ketchup is what he liked. Yeah, we went over this, all the items that he had. 40 products, skincare, baby oils, lubricants, condoms. James testified Monday as part of the prep the hotels. All right. So we got that. After he said make sure that Diddy was happy, Mark said, was it fun? David said, I enjoyed it from time to time. Mark said, what was your relationship with Chef Jordan? Professional. Did he choke her? Objection, Your Honor. Sidebar. So we seen who Chef Jordan was. So does Chef Jordan have a lawsuit against Diddy for choking? Because did we see a lawsuit yesterday? We just went to her Instagram. Chef Jordan, and I need to see how far Mel's Diner is from Diddy's house. Oh, so so Chef Jordan is expected to testify. They said, okay, the chef that they're talking about. So what they're trying to do right now is establish that you didn't see anything happen to Jordan. So when the jury hears this, when they bring her on the stand, they're like, well, no one else witnessed this. So that's why we hear the prosecution call an objection, because this is one of their witnesses. So they're probably going to say, hey, did you see this? What's that got to do with what he has going on right now? You see what I'm saying? So the defense is just trying to get ahead of the situation, which I like Mark doing that. You know, what about Chef Jordan real quick before we go any further? Did you ever see him choke? Okay, you didn't. You heard that? Ain't nobody ever seen Jordan get choked. So remember that when we get to her testimony later on this week. All right, so she will be taking a stand later on this week. So she was there from 2007 to 2010. Now, he quit in 2009. Remember, after the Diddy incident, the Suge Knight incident. So he may not have been there when it happened. Oh, thanks, Miss Renee. Like I said, they gave me a trododone shot or whatever it is. I will say, I can I still got pain, but it ain't like yesterday or Monday, or I mean Sunday, where I couldn't move. But it does feel like it's coming back though. But it's 5 o'clock. It's 5 o'clock. They said I couldn't drink up till like 5. So you know what time it is. It's time to go crack one open. But we're gonna continue on until we get to a break. Was it? Yeah, we'll probably go till 6 and then we'll have a lunch break. David says he felt a sense of mission while working for Combs. Mama Combs calling the son. All right. So that's what we got right there. So what about Chef Jordan? It was a professional relationship. Did you see? Wait. Oh, David said, Mark asked David, did he choke her? I thought he was talking about Diddy. He said, did you choke her? David said, hell no. Objection, Your Honor. Sidebar. So tell me about your relationship with Roger Bond. So we got that. All right. Tell me what happened. David said, we were on Star Island. She told me where to take him. I grabbed her 2 wrists and said, stay in your fucking lane. All right. Let me tell y'all what really went on. So they're asking, did David been around Diddy too long? The drugs started to kick in, that OG Diddy he was drinking. So Mark asked David, did he ever choke Chef Jordan? Now, what his response was, we were on Star Islands. She told me where to take Diddy. I grabbed her 2 wrists and I said, stay in your fucking lane. Bitch. Now, he didn't say bitch. But he's saying I didn't choke her. I just grabbed her wrist and told her to stay in the lane. See, he was around Diddy too long. Because there was no reason to grab the chef's wrist when we know, look at the flick of the wrist. We know the chef got to get in there and use the wrist. You know, if you ain't got no wrist and you a chef, then that means your food is trash. You ain't whipping it up like you supposed to. So David said, it was reported to corporate HQ. Mr. Combs called me in. So David James was getting a little rough with Chef Jordan. We already went over. He didn't tell Diddy about the 8 ball of cocaine that he bought in San Tropez. Now, Chef Jordan ain't no pushover. Now she got that grown woman on her. You know, we ain't gonna talk about the witnesses like that. But yeah, the Chef Jordan Atkinson, he. This is Chef Jordan here. Wait, she got Cassie on here? Oh, yeah. We didn't even know about Chef Jordan then, but yeah, we should have known right here and there she was going to take the stand whenever this came out. So she was actually there. So he was physically abusing her for a long time. These are facts. So remember, she was there during this time. She was the chef. This look good right here. I ain't gonna lie to you. What that in? Yeasted waffles. Crystallized ginger, orange, and nutmeg batter with a spiced blueberry sup. Yeasted waffles have to sit overnight. Oh, I ain't got time for that. So this was a long process, but so worth the wait. Catch the play-by-play in my stories. You bitch, you. All right. This is exactly why you need to have your wrist if you're a chef. All right. Let's get back over into it. There goes Chef Jordan right there. I think she married now, man. Y'all calm down. Get focused, man. No Diddy's in the chat, man. Talking about too horny to concentrate. Y'all better be able to concentrate, man. All right, we got us an update. David James. I didn't smoke when working with Mr. Combs, but he caught you smoking once. David said, I thought he was in for the night. I lit up. He came out. He said, what are you doing? I said, nothing. David said, he said, if you're man enough to smoke, you're man enough to tell me. I said, okay, I'm smoking. He said, if I did it again, he'd fire me. Okay. Mark said, how about when you picked up 2 prostitutes and had sex with one? Objection, Your Honor, 403. Damn. Hey, Mark ain't playing. Mark just said, you know what? Fuck it. This is what you want to do? How about when you hired 2 prostitutes? Remember you fucked one? No. What? Damn. Hey, Mark said, you know what? All right. This is the game y'all want to play? Fuck it. We exposing everybody. Hey, David, remember you hired 2 prostitutes and you fucked one of them? Objection, Your Honor. He's not on trial here, Your Honor. What does that have to do with anything? The judge said, so what was it? Was it a male prostitute or a woman? Overruled. Answer the question, David. Answer the question, David. You hired 2. What did you do with the other one? B. Hayes said he meant 304. Ain't no way the prosecutor said objection to a 304. Nigga, please. Objection, Your Honor. She's a 304. Objection, Your Honor. 304. Hell no. Mark said, you know what? Fuck it. I'm taking the gloves off. If I'm going out swinging Diddy, I'm about to earn this paycheck. David, you hired 2 prostitutes. You fucked one of them. What about then? What about then? All this is going on in court. David ain't on trial. We not here for the crimes David committed. We're here today. We are gathered here for the day to talk about the crimes Diddy committed. Mark said, fuck it. David, I've been trying to be nice with you all day, nigga. You remember you hired 2 whores and you fucked one of them? Yeah, we're going there today. Oh, my goodness. Oh, man. So what? I want to know what happened with the other one. Mm-hmm. And the nerve of Diddy to tell somebody if you're man enough to smoke, you're man enough to tell me. Diddy, if you're man enough to have these freak offs and give people drugs, and you're man enough to tell the court today that you were hiring prostitutes and traveling across state lines with them. Diddy, if you're man enough to steal money from artists and put them in 10 album deals and only let them release one, then you're man enough to tell us today that you was trafficking. Oh, man. Mark said, fuck it. You remember you hired 2 escorts? Yeah, you had sex with one of them. What's up? What's your response to that? Oh, man. Oh, boy. See, if I was in the jury, I don't know. Hey, Diddy had to tell him, hey, ask about the time he hired 2 of them. Who was the other one for, Diddy? Because one thing we know about Diddy so far, Diddy don't hire no women P-toots. Diddy only hire niggas. Like Baby said, I fuck with because 2. All right. So we got that, and then it goes to, let me see. Let me just make sure we ain't missing anything. All right, so after the objection, I don't know if they had a sidebar or anything, but we're on to the redirect. So now it's back to the prosecution. Salvik said, what about the incident in Alpine, New Jersey? David said, to file a police report and say that Seth Jordan had been the aggressor, but I didn't file it. I drove around and told him I made the report. So David was supposed to make a report in Jersey. They didn't mention anything about a freak off over here in Jersey. Or wait. Oh, this is the redirect. Hold on. Is this? Are they picking up? Mark was talking about the incident. Hold on, guys. All right. So from what I'm seeing right now is Mark was talking about the incident with Chef Jordan. He said he grabbed her wrist and told her to stay in your fucking lane. So now on the redirect, Salvik is asking about the incident in Alpine, Jersey. He was supposed to file a police report and say that Chef Jordan was the aggressor. Well, he didn't file the police report. But before Mark left the stand and before Mark left from the cross, he asked, what about the 2 prostitutes you hired? So was all that in Jersey? Because if that's in Jersey, that's a whole nother state from New York. And was there a freak off in Jersey also? And David hired prostitutes while they were in Jersey during this incident. So the incident happened. He hired 2 prostitutes, and Diddy was like, nigga, go file a police report and say that Chef Jordan was the aggressors. Like, was all this at the same time? Because that's a wild thing to do. To grab someone's arms, tell them to stay in a lane, and then go try to hire 2 escorts, and then Diddy tell you to go file a police report and blame it on Jordan. Blame it on Jordan, and then he didn't file it. Oh man, yeah, we're gonna need CNN to give us an update, because if all this is at the same time, that's wild. You grab her wrist, tell her to stay in the effing lane. You're like, you know what? Fuck it. Let me go give me some pussy. Hire 2 escorts, and then Diddy said, hey, Playboy, get up off them whores and go file a police report. Like, listen to the lifestyle that they were living. This may be all over the place, but this is how they were living. This is like every day for them. You know, our everyday. I got up today, went to the hospital, had my appointment, stayed in there, got some shots, was in there chilling, came home, hopped on the live, and we talking about a court case. Their days consisted of going to diners, setting up hotels, freak offs, buying cocaine. When you look at, they're living a video game lifestyle. It's like they're playing The Sims or something. They're just doing whatever the fuck they want to every day. He grabbed her wrist. Diddy is talking about go file a police report on her, say she was the aggressor, but he in the back of the house smoking weed. He ain't supposed to be smoking, but he done bought cocaine. Diddy was asleep. Diddy didn't know nothing about it. This is a terrible life. This is a horrible life for all parties involved. Then you just a chef trying to cook and make some money. You thinking, shit, this is the biggest come up I got. I'm the personal chef for Diddy. You being a chef for Diddy is going to get exposure from him. You can go to other people. But the whole time, you over here in a fucked up situation, getting attacked, and then they trying to make you file police reports that you the aggressor. So it's like everyone that worked for Diddy was getting fucked over in some way. All right, so he didn't file a police report. What have we asked you to do? David said, tell the truth, nothing further. So now we're going to the recross. This should be the end, and then he'll leave the stand. Mark says, you lied to Mr. Combs about filing the police report. James said, yes, nothing further. Could we break? So they're basically trying to say that David is a liar. All right, court got a break, so that's the end of that. Let me just read this part here. Combs confronted James about the assistant altercation. David testified that he talked to Diddy about the altercation and how Combs confronted him about it. When asked by the defense, James acknowledged that he got into an altercation with one of Combs' then chefs, a woman at Star Island. So this is in Florida. So Alpine was in Jersey. So these are two different incidents. James testified that he grew upset when the chef tried to tell him where Combs needed to be. James said he grabbed her two wrists and squeezed her wrists and told her, "Stay in your fucking lane." The altercation was reported to Human Resources at Bad Boy Entertainment. Eventually made it back to Diddy, who confronted James. When he told Combs what happened, James told him, "You can't be putting your hands." When David told James, no, when David told Diddy what had happened, this is what Diddy told James. "Hey, Playboy, you can't be putting your hands on women," and warned that he'd have to fire James if it happened again. Combs told him to write the chef a note and to get her a gift, James said. James did so, and she eventually forgave him. All right, so that's I'm assuming that this is the end of David James. So, Diddy was protecting women at, well, I won't say at one point. In this instance, he had to look like an actual fucking boss, and he told David, "You can't be putting your hands on women, Playboy." Whole time he was beating Cassie. That's Diddy for you. All right, so David James is off the stand. That is witness number 7. Yeah, well, he was witness number 7. We had Kerry Morgan and Don and David yesterday. So we got a witness today. The chef will be testifying this week also. I'm not sure who's up next. I seen Gene Deal walking up to the courthouse yesterday, but he wasn't testifying yesterday. So it wasn't no point in him really being there unless he was talking to the prosecutors after the trial ended, because remember, it ended early yesterday at 3. Maybe he's taking a stand sometime today or tomorrow. We're going to have to wait and see who the next person is. Again, this is federal court, so it's a 10-minute break, and then whoever the next witness is, we on the stand with it. We here all day. I'm Modi J. This is day 7, and we have what we did 6 hours yesterday, 33, 6. We have 39 hours total for the Diddy trial, including the hour and a half now. We're at 40 and a half hours covering the Diddy trial over the first 7 days. So we will probably exceed 100 hours on the Diddy trial. Again, I suspended all other media that I'm putting on my channel, and we're just focusing straight on this trial. I really don't, I mean, I'm telling y'all, when I get off work, I get straight on here. I literally left the hospital, got straight on here. I don't have time to record anything else. When I get off of here, I'm just like reading up on stuff on the trial so I can, have some things to talk to you when we have these down times. So like I said, it's day 7. I done already put in a full work week, 40 hours. It's all documented. I ain't bullshitted y'all. We got to do a sketch today because we didn't get one yesterday. So we definitely got to do a sketch today. During the lunch break, I'll have the channel opened up so someone can come on and just read us a recap of what happened. Again, if you have a YouTube channel, you will be able to stream this on your channel. We'll get you some subs over on your channel because, we all supporting everybody. There's enough money for everyone. We ain't greedy. We just trying to feed the needy. Hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, subscribe to my other channel, The Mo You Know. I will be cutting up more of these testimonies so you can go back and listen to them if you didn't get a chance to listen to the whole 7-hour live. Those will be up, and I do have YouTube shorts that I'm going to upload, which will be just refreshers of these. So it'll just be a little short. Each one of these will be its own little YouTube short, so you don't have to listen to all of it. You'll just be able to hear the little short ones, and you'll be able to hear each individual person's testimony throughout the whole trial. And, that's what we're doing. Let me see where we at. We got 150 people in here. You already know how y'all do me. It gets to a point where it's like, I try to be a good nigga, But every day, I gotta come in here and tell y'all to hit the like button. We got like 50 likes in here. It's a damn shame. I'm over here sweating, hot as hell, bees flying in and out the house, doing this for y'all. I got clothes in the washing machine that I gotta take out. Y'all won't even hit the like button for me. So if you haven't hit the like button, if you're in the chat right now, go to the top of the chat, pinned in the chat. There's a link that says Cash App. If you haven't hit the like button, you could either hit the like button, close the chat, and hit the like button, or there's an easier process in the pin bar in the chat. It's a thing that says Cash App. You click on that, and when you go in there, what you do is you press the 1 button, and then no decimal, and then the 0, 0, and then at the bottom of the screen, it's a button that says Send. So you put the 100 in there, no decimals, and then you press that send button. And then after you do that, it should give you like a check mark saying that it was confirmed, sent to JMO. And then you can come back into the chat. Or you can take the easy route and hit the like button. But either way, you're supporting your boy. All right, so we got a little 10-minute break. HFG, thank you for the $4.99. Did all the co-conspirators become witnesses? It's crazy that Diddy is the only one going down. They're definitely protecting other powerful people. I think amongst this racketeering, it's everyone else up under him. And yeah, it looks like everyone's testifying. But let's think about it. I don't owe no loyalty to Diddy. If I worked for Diddy, now I would have never been near the free calls. I would already been like, nah, that's just some wild shit. I probably would have been fired. Like, be honest. None of us would have been around the freak off shit. Like, no, we'll do what? Like coming over there, Diddy in there stanking and sweating and shit, talking about, hey, Playboy, man, nigga, no, I'm not doing this shit. No. I hate going to the bathroom when my boss is in the bathroom. I don't like talking to my boss. I already know I couldn't be nobody's assistant anyway, because I just don't give a fuck that much. Like, I'm not on time for myself. What makes you think I want to be on time for somebody else? So yeah, no, I wouldn't have. Mo, what did you see? Yeah, man, they niggas had free calls. That nigga Diddy was a nasty dude, for real, for real. I seen him whooping ass. They tried to do that shit with me. I slapped the hell out of Diddy. They fired me. Security jumped me, but they fired me though. But I wasn't going out like no hoe. Yeah, like, come on, man. Well, over the weekend, Saturday, I went to this little Afro crowd thing, and I ended up bumping into like this shelf. It was like, it's kind of like chest high, but I'm walking, we talking and shit. You know, we've been drinking, and I bump into this damn shelf. I'm like, what the fuck? And then I woke up Sunday morning, and I was like, God damn, I could barely, man, I'm trying to put my shirt on and get dressed, check out the hotel. No freak off. I'm trying to check out the hotel. I'm like, God, I could barely put my shirt on. I'm walking around telling Trill, like, dog, what the fuck happened yesterday? I'm like, I bumped into something, but it felt like, man, I got hit by a bowling ball. So then I went in there today, and they just said it was it's a real contusion. It's just the fucking bone pushing up on the cartilage. So, you know, they gave me a shot. They said it'd probably be like 2 weeks. Feels a little bit better, but I know in the morning it's gonna wear off though. All right, let me get some water. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. We'll be right back. We do got a 10-minute break. This is Diddy Day 7. Day 7. Oh, and my homeboy recovered, guys. He's in the hospital. He actually did an interview. Last Sunday, one of my best friends got shot in the face. He got shot 7 times. Somebody tried to steal his wife's car at the house. He came outside. And once he came around the corner, they just got the firing on him before he could even say anything. So he's recovering, but they're saying he might be blind. They said one of the bullets hit up under his eye and it ricocheted to the other eye. But he's recovering, got shot in his leg. So it's like, I think they said when he got shot in the leg, he fell back. And when he was falling back, that's when the bullet hit him in his face. So he's recovering now. Of course, I reached out to him, but if he ain't responding, do that. But yeah, so my boy's recovering from that. You know what I mean? So I just look at like my rib injury. It's like, man, that's nothing compared to what other people are going through in life. So shout out to my boy Mario, man. Yeah, they gave me Chester. I don't know what the fuck it is. One of the shots that they said the athletes get, like to go back in the game, they gave me that. That motherfucker was burning. I'm like, shit. But yeah, I got some ibuprofen and I got some muscle relaxer. I'm gonna take tonight. Pass out. Hit that like button. Hit the subscribe button. I'll be right back. Let me put. Yeah. All right. So, do we got any articles up that I can put on the screen for you guys? I'll just be right back, though. Don't worry about it. Well, I can't take ibuprofen right. Well, it's 5 o'clock now. Whatever shot I gave you, they told me I couldn't do it because it'd thin out my blood and something might happen to my heart. So I couldn't take that at the moment, but I can now. And I ain't had no ibuprofen. Yeah, remember, I'm in Germany. They don't just sell ibuprofen like they do in the States. You got to get that as a prescription. But all right, I'll be right back. All right. We should be back from break. All I see. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Storage claims. Yeah, so this is the article they did of my homeboy Mario.
Home last weekend, talks in an emotional interview.
Police say the suspect was attempting to steal the man's car. Fox 4's Reagan Porter joins us live outside Research Medical Center tonight. First, Reagan, how is Mario Jordan doing as he continues his recovery?
Mario was shot in the head and may not be able to see again. Now, he didn't want to talk on camera, but did tell me he wanted to share a message. He wants people to value life.
It was the scariest moment of my life, and I'm just glad that he's here with us today.
Shanta Clifton is grateful her fiance, Mario Jordan, is alive. She says early Saturday morning at about 3:30, they woke up to their car alarm, then gunfire. Clifton saw someone trying to steal their car and says Mario ran outside unarmed.
As soon as he got out there, he said, "Hey, what y'all doing?" They just started shooting. Like shooting.
Before someone fired bullets at Mario, he saw 3 strangers and says 2 more were in a getaway car. Raytown police say they're still searching for a suspect. Emergency responders rushed Mario to the hospital. He was shot in the head. Now Mario can only see figures and said doctors told him he may not be able to see again. However, Mario's praying he will regain sight.
He's probably not going to be able to see. They took something away from a great person who did a lot for this city.
They have 3 children. Mario works at General Motors. He's also passionate about investing in our youth, from helping kids produce their own music to coaching a youth football league.
Thank you for teaching me how to play football.
13-year-old Logan Gervey played for Mario on the Mighty Ducks.
He was a great coach. He always know how to talk.
Yeah, man, they got my boy, man. Some bullshit. All the shit we went through growing up for him to be 40 years old and this shit to happen to him. All right, so Cassie's mother is on the stand. Get well, Mario, man, aka Braves. That was my dog, man. We used to be over his house, man. His dad was a teacher. Used to be at his house all summer, man, with the AC unit. We used to be down in his basement recording. He had an AC unit. His he used to have it upstairs in his bedroom. We used to be like, man, bring that motherfucker AC downstairs. It's hot as hell down. He's like, hell no, that shit heavy. And when I go to sleep, I want the AC in my room because this is like 2003, 2004. Because his dad got another house and gave him a house. So we like 18 years old. Shit, we used to all be at his house. He had he turned the downstairs closet into a studio. We used to be over there kicking it. All right, so Cassie's mother is on the witness stand. And we'll get this thing started. All right, here we go. Her name is Regina. Okay, Regina Ventura. They're back. Judge told the jurors, listen up, listen up, listen up. Court is now in session. What I'm going to do is I'm trying to get the temperature turned up in here. I'm told it's complicated, but I'm freezing right along with you. But we are professionals. We are all adults here, and we're here for one common goal, to seek justice, whether that's for the government or that's for Sean Diddy Combs, but he's owed his due process, and this is federal court. We will not be taking breaks. So it is cold. Let's not complain about it. Let's fight through it. Let's enjoy this AC that we have because it's hot outside, and there's some people without AC. I just talked about that, and that's the reason I use that as a segue. Even though I didn't even know he talks about that. But the government calls Regina Ventura. This is Cassie's mother. The government says, where do you live? Regina says, New London, Connecticut. How many children do you have? Just 2, Roderick and Cassandra. Who is this? Sean Combs. He dated my daughter. Oh, yeah. You know the mom's about to tell us about injuries we ain't heard about.
Cassie, come on.
What's up, BT?
That's my motivation, man. This is just going back to David, talked about lying. I wonder how in depth they're going to get with the mom. So she got 2 kids, Roderick and Cassandra. When did you meet Sean Combs? Regina said in 2006. My daughter signed with his Bad Boy Records. He was her boss. Then they started dating. They moved to LA. Read this message from December of 2011. Cassandra wrote me. Yeah, saying that Diddy was her boss is showing the power dynamic. Like, yeah, they were dating, but that was her boss. They shouldn't have been dating. Oh, let me see what we got. We got an update. Here we go. Regina Ventura recalls meeting Diddy when her daughter signed the record deal. Regina testified she's seen Diddy in the photo. He dated my daughter. She said she first met Combs in 2016 when Cassie signed the Bad Boy. Regina said when her daughter and Combs started dating in New York City, she'd see her daughter about 3 or 4 times a year. When Cassie moved to California with Combs, Regina said she saw her less frequently, usually around the holidays. It was harder to get to her, Regina said. What to expect when Cassie's mother takes a stand? We'll catch up on this later. We don't need to know what to expect. We want to see it in real time. All right, so we get the letter from December of 2011. Regina, she said, Diddy threatened to release a sex tape and go after her and Mr. Muscuddy. Talking about Kid Cudi. How did you react? It made me sick. Sean Combs demanded $20,000, he said, to recoup losses due to Mr. Cudi from my husband and myself. Hey, what up, Morel? Yeah, man, Kansas City's a wild place, man. That's what I say. I moved in 2009 and I never been back. Well, like as far as living, except for before I came over here. So wait, Diddy sent Cassie sent a message to her mom saying that Diddy is demanding. No, wait. Cassie's message said Diddy was threatening to release a sex tape of Cassie because she was messing with Kid Cudi. The mom said Diddy demanded $20,000 to recoup losses. Oh, so this is probably going to be, the mom is probably going to give us the information via text message that Diddy blew up the car. Oh, so that's why they had arson in one of the charges up under the RICO. It made me sick. Diddy demanded $20,000. He said to recoup losses due to Mr. Muscuddy. I think it's Muscuddy. I'm just going to call him Cuddy. Due to Kid Cudi from the husband and her. Like they had $20,000 to recoup what losses? Cassie wasn't making no money. Yeah, that's extortion there. There you go. See, Kendall, there you go. The feds got all of these witnesses for a reason. So it's like, all right, we got more than one thing on you. So there goes the extortion. And remember, up under the racketeering, you only need to get 2 crimes committed up under that to actually get the RICO. Now it's a solo RICO because everyone else that was a co-conspirator, like David, they said, listen, we'll give you immunity or we'll give you a proffer agreement. You come up here, you won't have to testify on anything that you did to incriminate yourself, but give us all the information on Diddy. Security guards, give us all the information on Diddy. We won't care about what you did wrong. You won't get in trouble here. But if something else get brought up, another case, then you don't have immunity for that. You just got immunity for this case right here. So yeah, I won't even say that this is the game that the feds play. This is the law, and that's what their job is to do, to bring you down. If you don't want the feds to be all up on you, putting 45 charges on you, have you facing 45 to life, then don't do crimes. Sometimes they get it wrong, but for the most part, they charging you with something. And if you didn't do it, yeah, a lot of innocent people do go to jail. I'm definitely not denying that. But more than likely, if you can prove that you didn't do something, when you prove it, you get off. It's just when you do crimes, that's why the feds are up so high, because they know you did that shit. Whatever they said you did, they know you did, and that's why you taking a plea or you going and you losing. So Diddy wanted 20,000 from him. What's up with this guy, man? Oh my goodness. They said, why did you take out a loan to pay Combs? They said, for the safety of my daughter. Look in the binder. Are these the photos? Look in the binder next to you. These are the photos I took of my daughter's bruises from Sean Combs. What up, cuz Wado? Well, there's our extortion. So the mom took out a loan for $20,000 to pay Diddy so the sex tape wouldn't come out and for the protection of their daughter. Let me guess, though. Let me guess. The feds are trying to bring down a black man. What's Diddy gonna do with $20,000, man? What is he gonna do with $20,000? He walked around with 10,000 for free calls. He extorted the family for $20,000. Look, I got a sex tape with Cassie. She been fucking around with Kid Cudi. Y'all got to pay me $20,000 for my losses. What are you gonna do with $20,000, man? That's extortion. That's intimidation. What up, Divine? Pay off those home loans. Trust me. What else to see you? Trust me. Diddy owes Diddy had $140 million on 8 loans. He still owed $98 million, and one of them was due in 2028. Trust me, $20,000 ain't gonna help pay off them loans. 20,000 ain't gonna help pay off them loans. 20,000 is for a mini free call. 20,000 is just getting the night started. 20,000 is reimbursing David James for getting baby oil condoms and cheeseburgers. 20,000. So now they're looking at the photos of Cassie's bruises. They asked, "Do you know about Mia?" Regina's like, "Yeah, she was an employee for Sean." What happened? "We were in his kitchen laughing." Sean asked, "Why was she laughing?" She stopped and looked plain. Now to August of 2016, we're done with that binder. So what they're doing is showing the control. But remember, Mia's taking a stand also. Same thing that was happening to Cassie. I don't think it was as intense, but something still happened to her. As far as like I think like assault. I think she may have been part of a freak off. I don't think it was as much as Cassie. I can't remember that, but I do know that he abused her. Yeah. All right. While in LA, did you call the cops? Okay. Regina said, "Yes, I did." Diddy stole Cassie's phone. Cassandra's phone. They had a bitter argument outside of her apartment building. She lived on the 17th floor. They argued at a roundabout. So Diddy stole the phone. I know the police were tired of getting called over to Cassie's spot. They got called over there for a stolen phone. They got called over there because Diddy was allegedly banging on the door with a hammer. What up, Miss T? So we just waiting. We just seeing. All right, let's see what CNN got. Regina, the mother of Cassie, said Diddy Combs contacted her around the same time Cassie told her that Combs threatened to release an X tape of her. Regina said Combs told her she needed $20,000 to recoup the money he had spent on Cassie. Regina said Combs was angry with his daughter, was now in a relationship with Kid Cudi. Regina said her and her husband took out a home equity loan. Oh, man. They took out a home equity loan to obtain the $20,000. That was the only way we could get the money. Combs' bookkeeper sent Regina an email with wiring instructions. She said, so she went to the credit union, then wired the money from her and her husband's account to the bad boy account. She said after about 4 or 5 days later, the money was returned to her account. But she did not have any communications with Combs about it. What up, Nicola? So Cassie parents were pimping the daughter. No, where you get that from? So all right, what's going on right now? Cassie texts her mom. Hey mom, Diddy's upset with me. Diddy's mad at me because I'm dating Kid Cudi. He's threatening to release a sex tape. So Diddy contacts the mom and says, y'all owe me $20,000 for the money I invested in Cassie. But Diddy was really mad that she was with Cudi. So Diddy said, y'all owe me $20,000 for all the money I lost for investing in Cassie while she's dating with Kid Cudi. And then from there, this is where we get the extortion. Well, Diddy's personal bookkeeper, after he tells them, you gonna pay me $20,000, the mom and dad were so scared for their daughter and didn't want the sex tape to release. The personal bookkeeper emails them with instructions on how to wire money to Bad Boy Records. The mother and father go and take out a home equity loan because that's the only way they could get the money. They took $20,000 out of their home equity and they wired the money to Bad Boy Records via the personal bookkeeper, via Diddy telling them they better pay up or a sex tape is getting released. So no, the parents were trying to protect their daughter. Diddy was mad that she was with Kid Cudi and told them, y'all gonna pay me $20,000. So they sent the money. They said 4 or 5 days later, the money came back, but they never spoke about it. But it don't matter. You told them to pay up that money. Then you sent them the instructions to mail it to who? Oh, that's right. We were looking for an enterprise. You want the money wired to Bad Boy Records via your personal bookkeeper, who never had their email, but only got it after they talked to you about paying $20,000. And there we go. There's the extortion. I was wondering where the extortion was coming from. Well, there's that. Like, wait. See, so he was just thinking, this is 2011. He was just thinking, man, fuck that, man. She fucking with Kid Cudi. I'm gonna make somebody pay. I'm gonna attack her parents who I know ain't got the money. Give me $20,000. And then he had his personal bookkeeper sending over the wiring. Like, they didn't say get the money and give us cash. They wired it to Bad Boy. What the fuck was Diddy thinking, man? All right. The jury sees photos of Cassie, the mother took following a beating. The jury is now seeing photos of Cassie that the mother took during the December 2011, in her parents' Connecticut home after Diddy physically assaulted her. Regina testified that she took the photos to keep as evidence. She was bruised, and I wanted to make sure that we memorialized it. She said her daughter told her at the time that she was beaten by Sean Combs. These photos were the first admitted into evidence during Cassie's testimony. Regina said December 2011 was the first time her daughter told her about Combs being physical with her. Now, this is what, 3 years after? Regina testified about a time prior to that when she read a blind item about a celebrity getting beat up in a car with no names included. She said she asked her daughter if that was about her. Cassie told her it wasn't about Combs. A bitter argument with Combs over stolen phone led to the police being called. Regina said they were in LA in August of 2016 for her daughter's 30th birthday when she and Combs got into a bitter argument outside of Cassie's apartment building. Combs stole Cassie's phone, Regina said. We were arguing about the phone. I want the phone back. And he was holding it. She said one of Combs' security guards was standing between them. She said, I was yelling, screaming, and trying to hit him. She said, but said that she was not able to hit him. Combs eventually gave her the phone back, but then he took Cassie's car. So they out here arguing. Diddy gives her the phone back, but then takes the car. This nigga's like a fucking 16-year-old. What's wrong with this dude? This dude's like a fucking big-ass kid. Oh, well, damn. Regina's testimony finishes without cross. Defense did not cross. The defense couldn't even cross-examine the mom. There wasn't nothing that they could look at and be like, well, damn, okay, she's lying. What Diddy should have been looking at the lawyers. What you mean you're not going to cross-examine the mom? Y'all better find something that she done lied about. Y'all supposed to be a $1 million dream team. Every single witness that get up there, try to discredit them or something. So that means that everything the mom's saying was the truth. Everything Cassie's mom got up there and said was the truth, because the defense said defense attorneys did not cross-examine her. I do not have any questions for you. So everything the mom said is true. Diddy extorted the family for $20,000, probably to try to piss Cassie off because she was with Kid Cudi. There goes the extortion. Exactly, Sammy. His dad wasn't around. His dad was a dope boy. They got him up out of there. Damn. Well, as of right now, we ain't heard, hey, man, the defense is tearing them apart. Let's see what all of those Diddy defenders got to say now. Because Regina got up there and said, I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me, G-O-D. The defense looked at her and said, well, shit. Looked over at Diddy, was like, the good news is the check cleared. The bad news is that Rico's, it looks like stick. It looks like it's going to stick because we just heard about extortion. Oh, man. Oh, well. Can't blame nobody but Diddy. But let me guess. They trying to bring the black man down while Diddy's over here extorting families that ain't got $20,000, knowing he didn't need $20,000. But hey, that's where we're at. Let's continue on. That was witness number 8. Witness number 9 is up. Sheree Haynes. Sheree Hayes. My bad. Oh, this is a guy. All right. Real quick. Put your blinders on. Put your blinders on. We have a male escort. Remember the name, The Punisher? He is now entered the courtroom. The Punisher has now arrived. The Punisher will now be giving testimony about what has occurred during thy freak-offs. The Punisher is in the building. Sheree Ray, that's what we're going to call him. Sheree Ray. You remember when Cassie was listing them off and y'all were like, Mo, stop that? We had David, Clayton, Jules, the Punisher, the Islander, Tommy, Greg, Jonathan, Red Baseball Hat, Ash, Paul, and Jake. Those are the 13 people that we had listed during the freak off. The Punisher is on here, and the Punisher is taking the stand. Sheree Ray. That's what we calling them. Sheree Ray Hayes. Sheree Ray Hayes. Or the Punisher. Whatever you guys think is more appropriate. Do we got Sheree Ray or are we going with the Punisher? 1 for Sheree Ray, 2 for the Punisher. Just so we can all get an understanding. Sheree Ray now 51. He worked as a male exotic dancer with the stage name The Punisher from 2012 to 2016. All right, here we go. Getting thick out here. Pause. Hey, you. I hope it don't get spicy, but the hell with it. All right. Sheree Ray Hayes, aka the Punisher, is in the building. I'm gonna try to give disclaimers before we get to anything like that. I don't know. Now, legally, all they had to do is say, "Hey, Sheree Ray, did Diddy pay you for X?" Yes. Did you go to different states to have X? Yes. Did you get paid in those different states? Yes. Okay, you're good. That right there will prove the transportation to engage in P2, that would engage in the commercial X trafficking. Everything that we're looking for will be answered. But that's not what we're here for. Oh, no, 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 no. They're about to give us all the details. They're about to let everybody know what was going on in here. We can easily prove that Diddy is guilty on all the charges. Was he paying for prostitution? Yeah. Was he transporting to different states to engage? Did you go to New York? Did you go to Miami? Yeah. Did Diddy pay you in both of those? Yeah. Okay, cool. We got that. Was Cassie, were you paid to have X with Cassie? Yeah. Oh, there's the commercial X trafficking because you can't pay someone else to have X with somebody. So there, we got all of them. But no, that ain't what they about to do. We about to get a list of what was going on in these free calls. Was there applesauce involved? Crisscross applesauce? Did they take timeout breaks for IV fluids? Was there drugs involved? Were there runs to the store? We're about to get all of this. Why is Effie Morales? I see Ellie, Fanny, Effie. What, they talking about Effie? Man, I'm not clicking on that, man. You know, I'll look at that off screen because, you know, when you click on stuff on Twitter, it might be some wild shit. All right. Well, we just gonna mix up between the two because I ain't gonna remember which one y'all press. All right, here we go. Sheree Ray, why were you called the Punisher? Sheree Ray said, shit, playing basketball on West 4th Street. You know how it is. The woman who called you, what time did she book you for? Midnight, Trump Tower, Central Park West, strip tease for a small group of friends, nothing too major, nothing I couldn't handle. You give me 3 or 4 women, I can handle that. When did you get there? How did Miss Ventura appear? Shit, when I got there in the bathroom with nothing underneath and a wig, I was expecting the crowd, but there was no one else. She told me she and her husband wanted to create some type of actual scene with baby oil. Now, initially, I came over there to just do a little bit of dancing. I said it's a strip tease, but they brought me on over there. You know, they called me the Punisher from basketball. I used to punish niggas. Not like that, but I used to punish niggas. Okay. What did she hand you? Shit, $800. How was the room? Dimly lit, electric candles, bowls of water with bottles of baby oil in them. She told me not to acknowledge her husband, not to look at him when he came out. Did he come out? Yeah. He was naked, but I could not see his face. It was like what a Muslim woman wears or something like that, you know, where you can only see the eyes, you know, like you can only see like the eyes and stuff. He had a bottle of Astroglide. How did you recognize him? Shit. No, how did you recognize it? Talking about the Astroglide. Shit, I use it. Purple top anytime that purple top come out, I know it's Astroglide time. You must have forgot my name, the Punisher. Not only do I punish the women, I punish niggas on the basketball court, and I punish me some Astroglide. I put that Astroglide on me and get the glide. That's what I do. I get the glide. I put that Astro on me. Sometimes I just like to get 2 bottles of Astroglide, and I call it double glide. And what I do with that, I act like I got little wings sometimes, and I put both the bottles, and I Astroglide, and then I double glide. I glove. Oh shit, my rib cage. Yeah, I got a fucked up rib cage, but I like that Astroglide, that purple top. Undeniable every time. Don't stick like baby oil. That Johnson & Johnson gets sticky. That Astro Glide is smooth. Real smooth. I'm talking about, ooh, wait. Slide all across the room. Why you think they call it Glide for? Why you think they call it? I'll tell you why they call it Glide. Because it's Astro. It's out of this world. It glide all night. I'm talking about, oh my goodness. Astro Glide. Now that baby oil they wanted to use, I wasn't really into that baby oil. But that purple top, undeniable. Sometimes I like to put Astro Glide on the stage and I take one lucky lady and I lay her on her back and I rub her back and forth across the stage. And then what I do, I have my homeboy, because I'm the punisher. So I don't really do all the work. I just do the punishing, if you know what I'm getting at. I have my homeboy pull it to one end of the stage, kind of like a slingshot. Y'all know what a slingshot is? A slingshot, a little wooden toy that the kids have. Dennis the Menace had one. You put a little rock in there, you sling it back, and then it's shot. It's a slingshot. So this is the move that the Punisher did. My endowment hang out. They call me the Punisher for a reason. I go to one end of the stage. I got my homeboy. He drag her to the other end. Now remember, we didn't Astro Glide the stage. He take her down there. He pull her all the way back to one end of the stage. And then they Astro Glide. The slingshot I was telling you about, that toy, he take her back there, but now her back is Astro Glided up. And then they throw her down the stage. And I'm at the other end with my endowment just swinging. So it's kind of like a torture machine. And the objective is for her to slide through my legs without getting hit by the endowment. But they don't ever make it because my endowment is the Punisher. That's really what the Punisher is. But yeah, I knew that was Diddy in the corner because I could see him, and Diddy don't really have like a laugh. He kind of go take that when he laughing. So I knew right when I heard that first take that, I was like, what? I said, ain't nobody taking nothing. I'm the Punisher. I do the taking. But I heard take that a couple of times. I told you, he looked like a Muslim woman because he had the mask thing here, but I could see that nigga eyes, and the nigga had glasses on. But the Astro Glide, like the Astro Glide to tell you who a real person is. And I could tell he wasn't too experienced with that Astro Glide because the way he was holding it with two hands. Now, a real man hold the Astro Glide with one hand, so you could do the two Astro Glide thing that I was telling you about 10 minutes ago, but he couldn't do that because he got baby hands. But what else were you asking me? Because I was going to tell you a little more about the Astro Glide, but I think that's about it. I ain't really did too much Astro Glide stuff because I'm 51 now. I was like 40 when that happened. I was in my prime, but that's pretty much what happened that night. And I knew it was Diddy from the first take that. All right, come on, y'all. No, that's what they use in court. They were using the word endowment. All right. Let me see. Punisher, Central Park, blah, 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 but the baby oil. How did you end up recognizing her? He said, I was a fan of Mr. Combs and I followed him on Instagram. I saw her on it. This would be a good place to break. All right, so we got lunch, guys. We were just getting into this Ray testimony, man. Sheree Haynes testified he met Diddy and Cassie in 2012. He said he first got a call from Cassie, who told her name was Janet. She said it was her birthday and her husband said he could hire an exotic dancer for the occasion. He said he believes they found him through a website or through his website. Haynes said he met Combs and Ventura at the Trump International Hotel. The first time he said he believed he was going to provide a 30 to 45-minute striptease dance for a small group. He further testified the first encounter with Combs and Ventura at the hotel. He continued describing the first encounter at the Trump International Hotel. Cassie greeted him at the door in a robe when he arrived, and he believed she was also wearing a wig. He said he did not recognize her at the time, he testified. Cassie invited him into the suite, and she explained that she didn't want him to actually dance. She told him her and her husband like to create a sexy scene involving the application of baby oil, and that her husband eventually would come out to watch. Cassie told him to ignore her husband, Haynes said. I was specifically told not to acknowledge her husband. Try not to look at him. No communication or anything. After explaining the situation, Ventura handed him a stack of cash and said he could change into underwear or a towel in the bathroom. He counted out $800 and slipped into a towel. All right, so we are on a break. I think this is the lunch break that we're on. I haven't got a confirmation if it's actual break, lunch break. Well, let's see. Judge said break. So we get into the first free call. Oh, wait, did we? Okay, so we skipped over the purple top. How did it end? She went into the other room with him. When she came back, she asked if I wanted to finish. I said no. If they're happy, I was happy. She gave me more money. Did you do it again? Yes, 8 to 12 times. 8 to 12 times. All right, yeah. Okay. So he went over there 8 to 12 times, and then we got to a break. So that's where we're at now. We're on a break. I'm not sure if it's the lunch break or not, but I'm assuming that it has to be at 6:30. The judge has only been giving them 30-minute lunch breaks, though. Male escort says Combs gave Cassie a subtle directions during their encounter. Testifying more about the first encounter, he said Sean Diddy, Combs, and Cassie said he followed Cassie's lead and mimicked what she did. That's kind of like when I move, you move, just like that. You know what I mean? So it's like you don't really know what you're doing in there. So it's just like you just watching her, you going off of her. And you trying not to look in the corner because like Diddy over here. So you trying to look at her, but you're trying to see what this goofy nigga in the corner is doing. Because you knew it was an Astroglide, but you didn't know if he had something else on you. Thinking you might be getting set up. So you still doing your little back and forth, lean with it, rock with her. You kind of looking over there like, what the fuck is this weird nigga doing in the corner? They said Diddy had a robe on and he had that thing over like a Muslim woman, but it was really a bandana. So you over here. Cassie like, did you want to finish? That nigga had that $800. Like, hell no. Hayes said at the end of the encounter, Cassie thanked them and handed them an additional $1,200. Now people gonna say, see, she was paying for it. He said he did this 8 to 12 times. Hayes said, all right, testifying more about the first encounter he had with them. He mimicked what she did. Hayes said that when Cassie began to when she began to pour baby oil on herself, he did too. So she pouring baby oil, he pouring baby oil. Eventually, he saw a man enter the room, he testified. Hayes recalls Combs would speak to Ventura, giving her subtle directions, including adjustments. He wanted the lighting and how her body was positioned. And at the end, she gave him $1,200. So he left with $2,000, $800 for the warm-up, $1,200 to finish. Oh, yeah, we only got 30 minutes. So, all right, we got to get us a drama at the end of the day. We definitely got us a lunch. We got 30 minutes. All right. If anybody wants to come on up here and give us a recap of the day, if they were actually paying attention, so I can get this sketch out the way. Of course, now I can't find that photo. There it is right there. All right, so it's just getting started, guys. It's just getting started. Open the image in a new tab. I'm definitely going to draw this picture today. Also, I need to get Diddy's address again so we can see how far it is away from the Mel's Diner, so we can see how fast they tried to pull back up on Suge, how long it took to get there and back. They were probably running all stop signs. Live updates, catch up, one post. It's a recap from day 6. We don't want to recap. We want to know what the hell's going on. So we got us a little lunch break. Go grab you some water. Go grab you some drink. Whatever you got to do. The Daily Diddy. You already know what time it is. You know what I mean? You heard me? This that Harlem shit. Harlem? Oh, man. Let me see. See if he does a vlog for the day. Nope. Hey. Man, Diddy's a wild guy, man. What you think about that extortion on Grandma, man? Grandma ain't did nothing to nobody. Diddy talking about he wanted $20,000, man. Give Diddy $20,000. He ain't got no waves today either, so we ain't got to do no details on the texture of the waves. So Haynes ain't recognized that Diddy was in the corner. You know you a wild guy. That nigga said, I recognize the Astroglide that Diddy had in his hands because, you know, that purple top is something that I be using. You feel me? Like, what? I mean, he was making the mortgage payments, but he kept getting them refinanced and taking out more and more loans on top of it. So he had $140 million worth of loans taken out over eight different banks, and he owed $98 million still. And one of the leases is, or not one of the leases, but one of the contracts, not the contracts, but one of the loans is up in 28, two of them in 2036. And he wasn't gonna make those payments. That's why the bank stopped giving him money. But all that came out because now everybody's into your personal business, and the feds ain't playing around. They like, hey, give us whatever information we need, because let's see if this fool puts some of this stupid shit on his taxes. You never know with with Diddy. Oh man, I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm terrible on hands, man. This mother look like AI was being used. But we trying though. This ain't no AI. This is real user skills here. This is real user skills here. So don't be too impressed. Don't be too shocked about it. But this is real user skills here. What I'm doing, you ain't gonna see this in the courtroom. You ain't gonna see this on a typical like YouTube channel or anything of that nature, because I'm one of a kind, throw top of the line. You feel me? So kind of what you're seeing here, just be impressed. You ain't got to say too much. Leave all the oohs and ahs for the end of the day. But, you know, this artwork going to be worth something one of these days. I know a lot of people say, we don't want no Diddy artwork. This isn't Diddy artwork. This is federal court case artwork here. So what I'm doing is really putting in the time, the sweat, the tears in order to show y'all that, you know, it's more to life than, you know, just making jokes online. Like, I'm really dedicated to this right now. What's today's date? May 20th. All right, guys, here we go. Give me a countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go. What we thinking? What we thinking? What we thinking? Playboy to Playboy. Playboy to Playboy. What we thinking? Nah, this ain't Michael Jordan glove. This ain't Michael Jackson glove. This is an Astro glove. You don't want to get that Astro glove on you. You don't want to get none of that Astro glide on your hands. That's what this is. He ain't pointing at me. He pointing at the other Diddy. He ain't pointing at me. I'm just on this side. But you put it like this. They point at each other. I see you, Playboy. You see me, Playboy. You know what I mean? It's that type of connect. Yeah, Playboy to Playboy. Oh, I ain't know he had a diamond tooth in there. Why ain't nobody tell me he had a diamond? I gotta put that little diamond tooth in there. Was it 1, 2 teeth over? There we go. Attention to detail. You see that diamond tooth I just put in there? There's a diamond tooth right there. All right. I'm gonna re-up on some drink. Put these clothes in the dryer. Cause it's been 2:45, 2:50. All right, we should be back in like. Oh, we still got 10 minutes. Are we good? The Punisher will be returning to the stand. All right. Why is his arm so short? His arm ain't short. It's just the strong arm of the law is after him. His arm ain't short. The long arm of the law is after him. So he got to scale back a little bit. He ain't trying to have his hand in everything like he used to. So that's why his arm is a little bit shorter. You know what I mean? And this is the bobblehead edition anyway. You know what I mean? The long arm of the law is after him. So that's why that's like that. We need to scan this in, put that into the Diddy docs that we have. The Diddy Daily. Yeah, we're good. All right, let me bring up a video for you guys. And then I'm going to get the hell out of here. Let me see what we got. If someone can find out if this is the Mel's Diner while I'm gone, so we can look up the address and see exactly where. Well, this is probably it, because here's the Hollywood Hills. So Cassie lived, I think it was around here somewhere. So this diner ain't far. Mel's Diner it must be a famous diner. Let me see. Law and crime. We're just on the lunch break, so we'll be right back. We'll be right back. I think we got like 8 minutes left. I'm going to put a long crime video on, put this clothes in the dryer, come back up with some water, and we're going to get back. Let me reword that. They're going to get back into the Punisher's testimony. We're just going to read it. The Astroglide, when you use that Astroglide, that purple top, yeah, man, let me tell you, some good times came out of that. But that was, the Punisher ain't playing around.
It's not a hobby. It's your
lasted about 25 minutes to about half an hour, and that he actually didn't know it was Diddy or Sean Combs himself until later on. But he said after this whole entire encounter, he got more money, an additional $1,200. And then he was contacted again a few times, and he said he did this about 8 to 12 times even after the fact. And so that's where we would wrapped up when we were getting out of court for the lunch break. And so I expect testimony to pick up. And
see, this is what we trying to have on my channel. This is what we trying to have on my channel during lunch. Who's going to step up to the plate? No Astroglide, none of that. Just coming on here and having a good old time, giving us a recap of what happened while I go run a little bit of errands, take a little bit of time off my feet. But don't nobody want to step up to the plate, so I got to do it all. I got to do it all. And I ain't scared to ball.
Go more into just everything the Punisher had kind of did during this entire time frame. Again, the husband that he now knows to be Sean Combs, and again, the woman kind of pretending to be the wife in this fantasy play, that being Cassie Ventura. So I expect more testimony to come from the Punisher, but don't know kind of what direction that'll go into. Sometimes you just never know in this case.
Listen, that's what we're trying to figure out. So, you know, you are our eyes and our ears in that courtroom, always giving us up to date, detailed responses about what's happening with this testimony. And now we're here to try to break it down and try to make sense of it in the overall context. Elizabeth Milner, thank you so much for taking the time.
You're welcome, Jesse.
All right, so now we get back into the conversation. Okay, so we have questions coming in here, Serena and William. Before we even go into what Elizabeth said, we have a question that came in, a super chat question from Nest Dog. So thank you so much, Nest Dog. Serena, I'll throw it to you. I'm not sure I completely understand this question, but it says, if Puffy's return money, is it still extortion? I'm not sure I quite follow that one, but I'll throw it to you, Serena.
You know, I think the import of that testimony, of the fact that Puffy asked them or demanded the $20,000, is less about whether they made out the elements of extortion, and it's more to show how abusive Puff was that moment. $20,000 for P. Diddy is nothing. It's chump change. But for Cassie and her family, it required them to take out a loan. It just goes to show the kind of control and abuse that he portrayed during that time period, which goes again towards the RICO charge of him controlling this criminal enterprise. And so I think that potentially the defense wanted to argue, you know, we shouldn't hear this testimony. It's irrelevant. Maybe their argument was the money was returned and therefore there was no harm, no foul. But obviously the judge ruled that it was relevant to hear. And I think it goes towards the elements of the RICO charge for sure.
Talking about the questions that we have and money. We have another poll that we put up on YouTube. After the $20 million settlement against Diddy, should Cassie have pursued criminal charges, yes or no? Talk about that in a second. William, want to go to you. We have another question that came in that I thought was really interesting. This is from the Gemini Lab. Why do you think the defense skipped cross on Regina Ventura? Was that smart strategy or just no ammo?
Oh, I think it was brilliant. Cross-examining a victim's mother is very difficult to do. I don't think there was anything they could gain from her testimony. I actually think that it was exactly what I would have done. I think it's what most defense attorneys would have done. She painted a picture. She emphasized the domestic violence that clearly the defense had already accepted. The defense is almost essentially admitted to. And I think that there was nothing that they could have added in cross-examination. I think that she came across as a sympathetic figure, and I think that cross-examining her would have cut against anything the defense was trying to do.
I have a question from Amanda Tavares, but it's not for any of us, guys. It was actually for Elizabeth Milner, so I can't answer her question. But the question was, I have a question for the esteemed courtroom reporter whose name currently escapes me, Elizabeth Milner. Given the evidence presented, what is her assessment of the defendant's likelihood of acquittal? So when Elizabeth comes back on here, if she comes back on here, if they should decide not to come back on break, we'll ask her that question. Here's a question from Alexander Mateo for you, Serena. Will they ever show any of the evidence taken from Diddy's homes during the raids?
I would expect that they would. I mean, I think that the evidence that was gotten from his home is going to support the sex trafficking charge, is going to support the lifestyle that they're claiming P. Diddy had and imposed onto other people. I think even the fact of the matter that there were so many bottles of baby oil, for example, and Astroglide, I think that shows that it's more, I mean, we used to argue this as prosecutors. If you recovered a small amount of drugs, right, the argument is it was personal use. But if you recovered a huge amount of drugs, now you're talking about a drug dealer, a potential enterprise. And so I think that these are elements of the crime. These are tools of the crime. And I do think that we will learn about what was recovered. And I think they'll use that against him.
It does become a question what we, the public, will see, right? So there were portions of sex tapes that were shown to the jury. As of right now, none of us are going to see that. And I actually, even someone from the media, I would say, I understand. I think that the risk of that getting out and what could be done with that outweighs whatever benefit there might be for a public interest, newsworthy exception for us to see it. I get it. It's an important piece of evidence, particularly if you have Combs maybe directing these performances as alleged by prosecutors and the witnesses. But at the same time, this is just such private details, such sensitive material. There is a concern about getting out and how much of the public will see. Have a question here for you, Will. This is from Joe Midori. If Sean Combs is guilty on all allegations, what will be his sentencing?
Well, I think that if you stack everything on top of each other, he's looking at 100+ years. There's so many charges here. Obviously, that's not what's going to happen here. If he's found guilty, there will be a pre-sentence report. That's how this works in the federal system. Each of the crimes with which he's charged, and for each crime he's convicted of, there is a range that he could be subjected to. I do think if he's found guilty of everything, it's going to be a considerable sentence, but it's hard to guess exactly what that would look like so far.
Minimum 15 years, right? Minimum 15 years for sex trafficking. He could get life in prison for racketeering.
All right, so is minimum 15 years for X trafficking. There's 2 counts of that. So if he gets hit with both of those, they're gonna probably have them ran together. So it'll just be 15 years fed time. So about 12.5. The RICO, you can get life just off of RICO by itself. The transportation to engage in P-tuition, we've seen that those are a max of 10 years unless they're minors. So unless something comes out where there's a minor involved, well, anything that has a minor involved is pretty much automatically a life sentence in the federal. But the 2 counts of transportation to engage, I think the max for those were 10 years. Sex trafficking is a minimum of 15. So that's how R. Kelly got hit with the 30 years. He got an X trafficking. I think they gave him the 15, and then he got. So everybody wonders how Diddy got a RICO. You know, R. Kelly got a RICO too. R. Kelly was found guilty on the RICO and sex trafficking. So it's been done before, and Diddy has done way worse than R. Kelly. And I know people will say, well, R. Kelly was messing with minors. R. Kelly wasn't on trial for minors. That wasn't something that happened back in the 2000s. Or was it the 2000s? Yeah, that was back in the 2000s. What he was on trial for was just having girls locked in rooms. If Diddy had Cassie locked in hotel rooms where she couldn't leave for weeks, that's the same thing that R. Kelly was doing. R. Kelly got a RICO in X trafficking and got 30 years.
I mean, that's potentially what he's looking at. And, you know, that will, right? I mean, that's exactly why there's so much at stake here.
Without a doubt, without a doubt. I mean, when you look at those numbers, they're sphincter clenching. I mean, this is a considerable sentence here that he could be facing here, which is why all bets are off, and his lawyers are going to do absolutely everything they can to ensure that he's found not guilty.
Got a question from Stas67 for you, Serena. Another question, my question, Diddy found guilty of the RICO charges. Feds get all his assets. What happens to the lawsuits? Feds now have all the money.
Yeah, that is a fair concern. I mean, that is the standard situation that happens in a case like this. The feds will take on the money that was ill-gained, right? And so the lawsuits, I mean, it depends how much other money P. Diddy has, where it is stashed away, how they could potentially gain access to it, whether they end up having to place a lien on some of that, whether he'd have to sell his properties. There might be other ways to access different monies, but for sure the feds are going to want to take all of the ill-gained proceeds.
Remember I said we have a poll up? So the poll was, do you believe David James' testimony helps or hurts Diddy's defense? Remember, former personal assistant to Sean Combs? 62% say it hurts his defense. 37% say it helps his defense. Why do you think we see those numbers here, Will?
I'm not sure. I think his testimony was damaging to the defense. I really do. I think it continued to add to the building blocks of the conspiracy charges, of the RICO charges. I think that he was able to talk about what his particular role was, what he saw, when he saw it. Obviously, the defense attorneys were able.
All right, let me see something.
Able to score some points. His
I'm just trying to find a list of what R. Kelly was. Oh, so also see R. Kelly, they took his all the way back to when R. Kelly to get the fake identification cards. But yeah, so racketeering Act 1, bribery. R. Kelly got hit with the racketeering bribery. Paid a state employee to create identification cards. What do we got in the racketeering act for Diddy? Giving the money to the security guard, to not mention it. Bribery. R. Kelly got hit with that. Sexual, well, he definitely didn't get that. Forced labor. Don said they worked. They didn't get overtime. The assistant said they worked. They didn't get overtime. The chef said they worked. They didn't get overtime. R. Kelly got hit with it. Forced labor. Diddy got the RICO also. Forced labor. There go 2 counts already proven these assistants weren't getting paid their overtime. R. Kelly used a threat and physical harm and physical restraint to ensure that victims, including all of those, performed extrally at his command. He slapped her, choked her, spit on her before demanded she give oral. He spanked her, viciously assaulted her, confined her to a room or a bus for prolonged periods of times. Well, there you go. Diddy got that also. He put her in a hotel room. She couldn't leave. He slapped her. He wanted her to perform. We hearing that she was directing to do things. That's the forced labor. Mann Act violations between May of 2009 and January 10. Kelly regularly spoke to Jane Doe over the phone to arrange for Jane Doe to come to his residence in Olympia Fields for the purpose of illegal X activities. She was too young to consent in the state of Illinois. Similarly, but between 2015 and October 2015, Kelly transported the 17-year-old from New York to Oakland. All right, Mann Act violation. He took Cassie to multiple different cities and paid someone to have X with her. Diddy's found, he did that. Kelly got found guilty. Diddy did the same thing. Mann Act violations again. San Antonio, Texas to LaGuardia, New York, Queens. Incurable STD. Cassie had UTIs. She couldn't get the antibiotics, wouldn't work. So everything that R. Kelly was getting, Diddy was doing it also. It's just Kelly was doing it with minors at the time. So when you say, how can he get a RICO by himself? The same way R. Kelly did. So everything that Kells did besides the minors, Diddy did the same thing. Diddy did the same thing, except without the minors. Now, when you start factoring other stuff with Diddy, we got guns, we got drugs. So there's other things that they're adding in, but no, she had a STI, she had STD too. She had UTIs and she had STD. Can't get a UTI in your mouth. You can't get a UTI in the mouth. Those sores inside the mouth were something else. Let's continue. The judge is back on the bench. All right. Stop questioning me. I'm back. The jury been dismissed. Stock of hotel rooms. Suge Knight confrontation. Visits with her daughter. Emails about a tape. They should have read the emails off. But the defense didn't even cross with the mom, though. What do y'all think about the defense not even asking the mom any questions? Like the defense not asking any questions to the mom. It's like, hey, man, you're not going to ask her nothing. You're not gonna see like were you lying about anything? You just gonna go with, yeah, I extorted the parents. I got $20,000 from the parents. You're not gonna try to defend me or nothing. You just no questions. Hey man, get up there and ask some fucking questions, man. Mozzie, I definitely wouldn't know what you would get from constant sucking. I don't do no sucking. Unless it's a titty. Consensual though, you know what I mean? Not too much to where I'm gonna have sores in my mouth. Let me see what we got. Inner City Press. Yeah, Lockjaw is crazy. And the thing, if I wasn't a kid when the OJ trial came out, man, I definitely would have did that. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. They are entering back into the courtroom. We have Mel's Diner. We need to find out how far Mel's Diner was. And also, we need to look at the parking lot because I think he mentioned, didn't they mention McDonald's? Fat Burger and Buffalo Express. So this is Mel's Diner and this is Mel's parking lot. So it's a celebrity bar right next to it. Let's get a look at this Mel's Diner before we get back into the courthouse. So this is where they pulled up. And they seen Suge, who got the Porsche Panamera 911, do the whole dash, dropping off cash. Oh, hell no. It's only one. First of all, this is California. It's only, well, I guess this is a way in over here too, but man, you'll get your ass. This is definitely not any place I would visit. I don't even know nobody. I know a couple people in California, but hell no, this look dangerous as hell. Pull up in here and get shot. All right, let me get directions. Hell no, these definitely ain't it over here. That's an hour away. Diddy ain't going no cold cheeseburgers. All right, we'll find. I'm gonna find it on the back end. All right, we should be back in here. I think the Punisher will be back on the stand. I forgot what voice we gave the Punisher, so I'll probably make up a new one. I was trying to get him to sound like Bubba Gump. You know what I mean? I was trying to get him to sound like Bubba off of Forest, but not too country because they in California. But that's what I was trying to aim at. All right, we're back. We're back. The Allstate voice. Allstate, you're in good hands. All right. So we're back. Let's get this thing cracking. I'm Modi J. This is the Mo You Know. We got what 200 people in here total between both channels. Real quick before we even get started, we got 210. We ain't even got 100 likes on my main channel. Come on, man. Come on, man. We 3 hours in and we ain't got 100 done. Hit the like button for your boy, please. Hit the subscribe button if you're new to the channel. This is Diddy Day 7. We're covering every day from the beginning of the trial to the end of the day. Hit that like button. Hit the subscribe button if you're new. Let's get like 140, 150 likes in here. We got like 200 total. All right. Pastor Potter Gabe said, this is a racially motivated smear campaign against Sean Love Combs. All allegations are false. My church will defend and support Mr. Combs. I will be taking the witness stand soon. You ain't gonna like what I want to say right now, Pastor. But since you're in here, that means you subscribe to the channel. So I ain't gonna say nothing too disrespectful. But tell your church to donate to me so I can go ahead and figure this out. Go ahead and send $1,000 to the Cash App. Tell your church it's for a good reason. I'm covering the trial. I am a black man. So your congregation will be supporting a black man that's just reading off the facts. But all allegations are not false. Okay. We didn't already seen text messages from Diddy talking about he did that shit. Hey, you didn't respond. Let me know because I got a surprise from out of state. We also heard Diddy say, I'll cancel it if you don't respond. So tell your church, Pastor Potter Games, to pot some money into the Cash App. Tell them to bless your brother for the day. Tell them I'm doing the Lord's work by reading off all the evidence. I'm not talking about a little bit of the evidence. Tell them I'm reading off all the evidence that's being displayed on the screen today. Tell your church that I am here sent from the heavens above, and let them know that I won't be taking the stand, but I will definitely use that $1,000 for good. So tell your church that they need to bless a brother. Bless a brother. I say, bless a brother with a thou wow. You know, it's 1 0 0 0. Tell your congregation to put their hands on my shoulders. I want them to all stand around. I want them all to get a chance to come over here and just put their $100 hands on me with a $100 bill up under each one of their hands and place their hands on my shoulder and bless me with the money. Bless me with $1,000 because I ain't eat today. I was at the hospital all day with a real problem. They said, boy, you might not make it. I said, the Lord got me. And I know that Pastor Gabe and his church are going to look out for me today. No, we're not playing around with the Lord because the Lord blessed me today that I was able to go to the hospital and be seen. So tell the church to just lay their hands on me with that guy by the name of Benjamin Franklin. Tell Benjamin Franklin and I need to holler at him. But until then, these allegations, he did that shit. All right, we back. We back. Man, he ain't taking no. Don't nobody know no Pastor Gabe. But hey, thank you for the subscribe because you had to subscribe to comment. So you know I appreciate that. Don't be a silent subscriber. Okay. We are back. We had a little interruption, but we here. We're back. The government said, how were these sessions scheduled? Shit, I reach out about 5 or 7 p.m. for later. They asked for a sexy scene, but I knew it would be more. How would it start? Man, baby oil, sex atmosphere, Mr. Combs would direct. How did the direction work? Man, Mr. Combs might say, sit forward, move to the camera, or what would happen actually, you know, like shit, to be my bad, Your Honor. He say, shit, one time doing sex, he dropped a stack of money. He said, I like that shit. While the freak off was going on, he said Diddy dropped a stack of money. Hey, Pastor Gabe, if you still in here. Pastor Gabe, if you still in here. these allegations are sounding a little bit crazy because I just asked you and your congregation to drop a stack of money. Pastor Gabe, come and drop that stack of money. Diddy was doing it. You standing up for him. Drop that stack of money, Pastor Gabe. Come on back in here, Pastor Gabe. Don't make me find your church, Pastor Gabe, because I will send the email to him and I will be requesting that money, Pastor Gabe. Come on in here, Pastor Gabe. Drop that stack of money, Pastor Gabe. Diddy was doing it. Take that, take that. Shit, one time Diddy say, I like that shit. Diddy dropped a stack of money. Shit, okay. He dropped the money. How much baby oil did you use? Man, a lot. I told you about the slingshot earlier. Shit, man, we were supposed to be glistening. I didn't know what the word glistening meant. I just knew what more baby oil meant. I said he wanted us to be glistening as much as possible. I'm talking 4 bottle, 5 bottle, 6, 1 little, 2 little, 3 little oil bottles, 4 little, 5 little, 6 little oil bottles, 7 little, 8 little, 9 little oil bottles. Diddy wanted me glistening. She said, how long would they last? He said, man, 4 hours. A lot of waiting though. Maybe like 40 minutes or so. I was supposed to finish in a specific spot. Now, if you don't know what finish mean like when it's a word, they say it's a word called like climax or something like that. I heard one time. But yeah, Diddy would tell me to finish and like sometimes it'd be like a specific spot. And then I don't know if you heard or not, but sometimes when I would do what I was supposed to do, Diddy would go in the other room with Cassie. And one time I think I heard something, but I'm not sure what I heard. But I thought I heard he say, put that on my nipples. I don't know how true that is. I couldn't hear because I looked down on the table and that stack of money, well, it was glistening too. Oil get everywhere. Oil get everywhere. Nah, we don't know if the Punisher is bright or not, but I'm assuming that's what a nigga named Punisher sound like. I'm assuming this is what a nigga named Punisher sounds like. The Cash App's pinned in the chat, Brother Z. Brother Z is pinned in the Cash App, MOEDOTJ. But yeah, it's pinned in the chat. All right, here we go. I'm trying to entertain you guys. I'm trying to, I'm trying to lighten up the mood. Also, I'm reading it slower, so I'm not, saying I'll give you a heads up if something gets terrible. The Punisher, man. All right, let's continue on. So he just said shit would go on for hours. Did he drop some money? You got that stack of money out there. This trial is wild, man. I ain't gonna lie to you, man.
Come on.
What is that, BET? What?
Come on, work. Let me see you work. All right, the male escort says he will plan their interactions. Well, Cassie will plan their interactions for a few hours in advance. Sheree Hayes, a male escort who said he was hired by Diddy and Cassie, back on the stand testifying. He said sometimes they meet on consecutive days, but those instances would be months apart. Hayes said he always met them at a hotel in New York. Sometimes he meet them at 2:30 a.m. and wouldn't leave until 11 a.m. Damn, 2 to 11. Hayes said he usually received a message from Cassie planning a few hours in advance. Now, I can't play the whole thing because it's on BET. They'll copy it. They'll hit us with the copyright. So we got to play the highlight.
Boys. Cassie, come on.
What is that, BET?
Come on.
What?
That's classic. Come on, BET. All right, we ain't got any updates yet. It 2 a.m. to 11 a.m. is fucking wild. Let me see. So then they asked, and then what? The Punisher said she would leave with Mr. Combs 10 or 15 minutes. She returned in a bathrobe and paid me $2,000 to $1,200 to $1,200. My bad, not $1,200,000. $1,200,000, a lot of money, but they would give me $1,200. Do you think Cassie was enjoying herself? Objection, Your Honor. Sustain. Boy, I love when they yell out objection. Yeah, we don't know what Cassie was feeling like, if she wanted to be there or not. So the Punisher's on the stand. The Punisher's about to give us all the information. So we got the objection, the first objection against the Punisher, a.k.a. Sheree Hayes. I wonder if it's Sheree Hayes or Sheree. I call him Sheree Ray. Yeah, I don't know about all that. Dang, these freak offs, some wild times. We're trying to get you these Diddy updates as fast as possible, guys. I'm just waiting on the updates to come through. All right, here we go. The government said, did you use drugs? I'm not a marijuana smoker, but I did pull a Bill Clinton. I was handed a joint. Basically saying he puffed, but he didn't inhale. Now, I don't even know how you do that with marijuana. He said he puffed, but he didn't inhale. And when he says he pulled a Bill Clinton, that could be also a little bit of you know what I'm saying, a little oral. We don't know what he means by he pulled a Bill Clinton. Okay. Did you have performance issues? The Punisher said, having a woman's partner there, yeah. Did the issues affect your pay? Objection, Your Honor. Damn. Hey, who's objecting this? Oh, Xavier. Hey, you guys remember Xavier? We didn't think Xavier did good when he was first up there, but he's objected now. So Xavier's speaking up because he's trying to stop anything that's talking about money. He's trying to stop that. Now we finally getting them trying to separate Diddy from the money. Because when it was talking about Cassie paying, we were good. But now when it's did the issues affect your pay? Objection. What are we talking about? Diddy wasn't paying no money. So that's what the defense looks like they're trying to do, trying to separate the money from Diddy, because now we're getting the escorts in here, and with multiple escorts coming in here and saying that Diddy was paying. It's going to be kind of hard to say that Diddy didn't pay when there's like multiple people all saying the same thing. And if you didn't know, and you just tuning in, while this was going on, the Punisher said one time Diddy was in there watching and he dropped a stack of money and said, I like that. I like that. Objection, Your Honor, overruled. Did the performance affect your pay? See, the judge, he's unbiased. We here to see if there was a, you know what I'm saying, an exchange of money. The Punisher said, I wasn't sure how they calculated. One time, Mr. Combs threw condoms on the couch next to us. I struggled. It was a failure. What happened next? They went out. I finished. She came back and thanked me for privacy. Said they threw him some rubbers, man. He didn't know what to do with them. He was struggling. He couldn't perform. He didn't know how payment was calculated. So it looks like 5,000, 2,000, 6,000. So about 2,500 to 6,000 was the average. But exactly what we were saying, though, the defense is trying to separate the money from Diddy in all the performance and everything. But the judge is like, man, that's what we're here for. One of the counts is transportation to engage in P-tuition. So we got to hear if there was a payment. How was it calculated? Did you know anything about it? What up, Simone? So he would show up from 2 to 11, 2:30 to 11. Diddy wanted to freak off between 7 and 4. Dog, this dude's hours, man. I will say he definitely was using his whole 24 hours. That's one thing about Diddy. When he used to say, we got the same 24, he was really using his 24. Now, was he using it for good? I don't think we heard one good thing during this whole live, except for I don't think we heard anything good that that Diddy was doing. So it don't look like his 24 hours. When he's on TV, it seemed like he was decent. Shit, man, Diddy putting them freak offs in. I do 7 hours on here. I'd be damned if I'm doing 7 hours of freak offs. I told you, I'm good for it. Man, you catch me on a good day, shoot, she might get a good 25, 30 minutes out your boy. But shit, on a regular, man, we looking at about a 12 to 15 minute max. This nigga Diddy talking about we need at least a 12-hour. This is a minimum freak off. Like, hell no. The male escort gives more details about what happened during encounters with Diddy and Cassie. After a few occasions with Diddy, Cassie, she say, he understood that he was hired to create a sexy scene, which could then escalate to more sexual scene. He said each time would start with Ventura and himself applying baby oil. Combs always present. And he would sit at a distance, giving directions to Cassie about the angles, the lighting, and sometimes the activity. The encounters lasted for hours, according to Haynes. He mentioned being directed during encounters, and afterwards, Combs would leave, followed by Ventura. Now, when he would leave, we know that Cassie, oh, shut Reese is in here. We know that Cassie would leave with Diddy, and that's when Cassie testified that they would go in the other room, and the finished product, Diddy wanted it on his chest. You guys remember that? That was Cassie's testimony. This ain't me making nothing up. So Pastor Gabe, if you still in here, we need you to come to the front of the congregation and address us about what he was doing there and why that allegation is false. Are you telling us, Pastor Gabe, that you was in there and you knew that Diddy didn't do this? Or are you saying that Diddy was in there and these allegations they're false because he didn't do it that type of way? Pastor Gabe, wherever you at, we looking for those donations from the church. Bring that money on over here. Haynes testified that on one occasion, he was doing it with Cassie. Combs threw cash down on the bed. It was startling, Haynes said, and it prompted Ventura to ask Combs if he was okay. Diddy responded with, "Oh, I'm fine." Haynes testified Haynes was later paid with that cash. Haynes usually received $1,200 to $2,000 after a session, but he didn't understand why the amount varied at different times. Diddy dropped that money down. Oh, I like that. Diddy dropped down that money and said, "Oh, I like that." Okay, here we go. This is going to get a little exclusive. You know what I'm saying? This is going to get a little explicit. So the government asked, "What did you think would happen next?" The Punisher said, "I was worried I would not be used again. I hadn't done my job," he said. Here we go. "I want to see you fuck her." And I couldn't. So Diddy threw condoms on the bed next to Cassie and him. Remember, he just said he couldn't perform. And he said he was worried that if he couldn't perform, they wouldn't hire him again. So when the condoms were thrown there, Diddy said, "I want to see you fuck her." The Punisher said, "And I couldn't." The Punisher said he couldn't perform. The Punisher said he couldn't perform. Diddy threw some condoms over there and said, "I want to fuck you. You already know." Now the government said, "Hey, Punisher, are you writing a book?" The Punisher said, "Yeah, self-help about my ED. It's all advice." Then the government went in your book, do you write about the time with Mr. Combs and Miss Ventura? "Yeah, I do. I called them a married, wealthy couple." So he writing a book, and he got Diddy and Cassie in the book, but he just calls them a married, wealthy couple. So now we all know when Ray write his book, which none of us are going to buy. Shout out to Ray Hayes. Y'all go cop his book. I'm not buying. I'm not about to read a book about a goddamn sex worker. Nigga, I'm not trying to hear all of that sex. But anyway, he said, "Yeah, I called them a married, wealthy couple." The government said, "So how long is this book?" He said, "Shit, talking about them, it's 6 pages, but that's out of 186 pages. I sensationalized it. I wanted to be enjoyable, the highs and the lows." So there's going to be a book coming out by Ray. Cassie didn't refuse Combs' directions, the Punisher says, of the hotel encounters. The prosecutor asked the escort, Sheree Hayes, if he knew whether Cassie was enjoying herself during the encounters. My understanding was we were creating a scene. All right, we read over this. Did I observe sometimes of a I did observe sometimes a sigh, a wince that seemed to be frustration at the frequency of Combs' directions. Ventura was usually looking in Combs' direction during these encounters, Haynes said. He never heard her refuse Combs' direction. Combs never appeared to be intoxicated, escort says. Ray said he never used drugs with Cassie and Diddy. They sometimes offered him alcohol and marijuana. He also said he never saw Combs take drugs, and Combs never appeared to be intoxicated during these encounters. Haynes went on to describe the discomfort of the X scenario with a woman partner present. He said he tried taking medications to help his performance. It was a lot of pressure. Haynes said His last session with Cassie and Combs was in 2016. He said he failed to perform and was never called back. Before he left, Cassie paid him and thanked him for being private and respecting their privacy in terms of their interactions. So Sheree Hayes got a damn book coming out, guys. He got a book dropping. Big book, no little book. And 6 out of the 186 pages. All right. The government said no further questions. Xavier Donaldson is coming back up, guys. Remember him. We didn't think he did a good job. Let's see what he can do this time. He's been calling out the objections. Xavier Donaldson. I'll try to make this as harmless as possible. That'll work. Congratulations on your book. What's it called? In Search of Freezer Meat. What's harder than that? Good title. So the book that's going to be dropping from The Punisher is called In Search of Freezer Meat. What's harder than that? Hey, man, we need to come up with another book title. Sheree Ray, holla at your boy. We'll come up with a better title than The Search of Freezer Meat, because your meat wasn't frozen. Pause. Your meat wasn't performing. Your meat was grilled. Nah, your meat wasn't even grilled. Your meat was boiled. You know, like the white folk do. Your ground beef was boiled. You know what I mean? You ain't put it on the skillet. You put it in boiling water. It wasn't working. In Search of Frozen Meat was harder than that. Xavier told me that's a good title. Man, don't be leading this dude on, gaslighting him. That is not a good title. So Xavier says, would you happen to have a website? Sheree said, yes, I'm now the co-owner. All the male dancers are independent contractors. Donaldson said, so you've been doing this for 25 years? 30 years. Big on. Coming up on a big anniversary. So this nigga's still out here slanging meat. 30 years later, Xavier then told us that Sheree is still slanging meat. All right. Well, you know, I'm trying to make the best out of this situation, guys. I mean, the Punisher's still out there. Ladies, the Punisher is still available. 51 years old, been doing this since 21. Ladies, and he got a new book, In Search of Freezer Meat. Was harder than that. If y'all want, we can find his website. I can give the website to you ladies. Just remember, you only pay him for dancing. Anything else, don't pay. All right. Xavier asks, you dance with them? The Punisher said, more like a professional dry hump. Xavier said, for 30 years, thousands of ladies, you try not to develop feelings for them, right? The Punisher said, you try not to. It's a job. But you talked with Cassie. It was cordial. So now what they're doing is about to tie it back to when we first heard him on the stand, and he was talking about he had feelings towards Cassie. So I want to see how they're going to get in here, and they're probably going to say that. So you would say you're here trying to protect Cassie, because there was one time that he said Cassie ran into his arms. So I think that's the direction that the defense is going to go with on this one. Hey, what up if you're on TikTok? This is my second day going live on TikTok. So I'm trying to figure out how I can get the TikTok on my computer also, because I'm on my YouTube. So, you know, I'm just reading off everything that's on here, and we just going off of what's coming out of the courtroom from tweets and from updates from CNN. So hit that like button. I don't even know what to say on like TikTok, but I guess hit the like button or follow the channel. But we're covering every single day. This is day 7 of the Diddy trial. I'm gonna start doing these TikToks a little bit earlier too, so we can get the whole day on here. But I'm trying to narrate it. You know, we reenact everything that's being said. We try to give each person a different voice. But everything I'm reading, unless you see me stop reading, then I'm going off of what they wrote. But I try to fill in the blanks with some of the stuff. All right, here we go. So Xavier said, she asked to be able to call you. Sheree Haynes, aka Punisher, said, just to set up some sessions. We were never asked to talk. She was comfortable with you. She said so. Xavier's going to say, you had feelings for her? Sheree said, incorrect. I love that girl. Nah, he just said incorrect. But again, guys, ladies, if you guys too, I guess, ladies, if you're looking for an older gentleman that's got 30 years of experience in the game, you want a dancer, the Punisher is available. He said he's coming up on his 30-year anniversary for being a male dancer. You know, congratulations to him. You know, it's hard to find especially a black brother that finds a career path that he's into and actually sticks to it. You know, they always say that we too lazy to work. My man got 30 years in, and he writing a book, multifaceted. Diddy's lawyer said, but you thought she was only doing this with you. The Punisher said, that's correct. She said it was on special occasions. You did develop feelings for her. That's not correct. That's not correct. You told the government, let's see what the update is. That's what I say. We remember you saying that you gathered feelings for Cassie. What up, Kyle? The rub is crazy. Oh, you talking about my robe? I got the hair, but I just, I had stuff to do today, so I ain't put the hair on. Tomorrow the hair will be back on though. Bruh, man, from the 5th floor. You mean I'm talking that slow? I was gonna use the door, but the window was open. All right, Xavier, we're depending on you now. We trying to see, Xavier, how you gonna flip this? Where you gonna get into the defense? I mean, even if he had feelings for Cassie, the only thing if they can prove that he had feelings for Cassie, they're gonna have to try to flip it and say you only on the stand to defend Cassie, or that you were lying for Cassie. But we know that he got paid. Now, how would they find out about the Diddy dropping the money and saying I like that shit? I don't know, but nah, Moochie, Cassie mom been off the stand like 2 hours ago. We talking about the Punisher now. Um, just waiting on the updates. My thing is, I mean, all right, you're showing that he had feelings for Cassie, but you're not unless you like, did you get all the money? Like you should be saying so. You always got paid from Cassie, but you got to throw it in there fast so all the jury can hear is. So Cassie paid you when you came over for these free calls. Yeah, most of the time. Yeah, so you would say like Cassie would give you this amount of money. And then you would hear, you know what I'm saying, you would just stick onto the money and put it on Cassie. Because right now, if you can go down the, I'm not a lawyer, I'm just giving my opinion on this, but going down, you're not defending from the charges. You said Diddy was directing, so he was forcing Cassie to do this stuff. He was telling her how she needed to do it. You were telling Cassie was looking in Diddy's direction. They weren't allowed to talk. It was only to set up meetings. When they gonna start defending what he was doing though? All right. Xavier said, the government's note said you developed feelings for her. That may have been taken out of context. You use your 25 years of experience. Now, we don't know what this is. We're going to have to wait for the CNN update. This was a different scene. Usually, I aim for humor. I try to act like Mo. Make them laugh. So She Ray started dancing in 1995. Testified he began his career as an exotic dancer in 95. He said that he is now partnered with the Hunkomania, an exotic dancer company. So if y'all want that website, Hunkomania, like Hulkamania, but Hunkomania. 30 years of experience. The escort says he never considered Ventura to be a personal friend. When asked by the defense attorney, Xavier, Sheree acknowledged that at the time he thought he was the only person that Cassie was having X with in this way and felt special. When Xavier suggested he developed feelings for Cassie, Haynes said that wasn't true. Donaldson pointed to the document from one of Haynes' meetings with the prosecutors where he told them he began to develop feelings for Ventura. That may have been taken out of context because that's not the case, Haynes said. Haynes said he never considered himself a personal friend. The two never spoke personally out of the brief banter before a session, he added. So he did think that he was the only one messing with her. Okay, so Xavier said you wouldn't. All right, he says you wouldn't try to dry hump someone who didn't want to be dry humped, correct? The Punisher said, yeah, it's important to read the room. Xavier said, so you read the room with Cassie and she wanted it? Objection, Your Honor, sustained. Yeah. You tried to pull a fast one on his defense. You thought the judge wasn't in here. You thought I wasn't paying attention. How would he know what Cassie wanted? Objection, Your Honor, sustained. All right, Xavier, you got one more out. You got another. Xavier, watch yourself. Counsel, don't play this game. Not up in here. Not up in here. The defense tried to pull a fast one and tried to say, so you knew Cassie wanted to be danced on. The judge said, sustained. Objection, Your Honor. How would he know what Cassie wanted? All right, I'm liking this. Xavier's tiptoeing the lines, but he ain't really getting to where we need him to get. He ain't really defending nothing at the moment. Yeah, we did. Even I said, we heard you testify the other day, Punisher, that you caught feelings. Now, what he's trying to say is that was taken out of context. It wasn't the case. He's just saying that they had a personal, they just had like personal making jokes with each other, but they never had a personal friendship or relationship. So the feelings that they had was just feelings of being able to make each other laugh prior to the freak off. Not we were friends outside the freak offs. So we still ain't got no update. We just waiting.
Boys. Cassie, come on.
What's up, BT? What?
Man, New York Times ain't giving us the information like we have, and they used to give us that good information. The Daily Mail really got Trump picture up here. $16.40. Is that? Yeah, we ain't got no more updates, man. It was New York. Let me see more news. ABC, New York Post, the New York Times ain't really gave us nothing either. All right, let me see. Just trying to find us some more updates so we can keep this live going because we're getting into the nitty gritty right now. The meat and potatoes. In search of the freezer meat was harder than that. Hayes testified he didn't sense discomfort from Cassie. On the cross from the defense, the male escort was asked about Cassie. Did she ever appear uncomfortable during the hotel encounters? I did not get any clues or any cues that there was discomfort. Well, what was going on? Hayes responded. Hayes said that as an experienced exotic dancer, he always reads the room and makes sure that people he performing for are comfortable. Come on, man. We need updates. What's going on in the courtroom? I'm getting word back that the Punisher has flipped out. His endowment may be out. I'm not sure. This is just unconfirmed information right now. So here's a government exhibit. So this is what Diddy, come on, man. Sorry, TikTok. You guys can't see this right now. We're going to figure that out. But here's what the room looked like when they raided Diddy's hotel. The feds found lube and baby oil when they raided his room. There go the purple top. Damn, it's like the oil was dripping in here. Like, why do you need this? Got some pink pills. He got this lube that got the top off. This is wild to have this in here. Like a lighter, 2 bottles of Astroglide, a bottle of lube, and 4 pills. Like, this is some weird shit to have in the hotel room. And like, what hotel is this with this 1987 damn wallpaper on the inside of the drawer? They need to go ahead and drop all the exhibits for us so we can see all of the exhibits. All right, looking for some updates. No, I don't know if that's no Benadryl. We know that he had MDMA. You know you can press up your own pills and put them in their own packaging. All right, here we go. We're back. Xavier said, was Mr. Combs' request. Whoa, what? Hold on. Is he talking about? All right, CNN, we definitely need an update. So I'm about to read this to you guys. I'm assuming they're talking about Cassie. So Xavier asked, was Mr. Combs' request that you penetrate? The Punisher said it was a demand, a strong suggestion. So Xavier said Cassie paid you even when she canceled, right? The Punisher said, yeah, $500. So they're trying to show that Cassie was paying, but we're not going to skip over this request of the Pinot trait. CNN, we need the full context of that. Was he talking about him or Cassie? Shit, I didn't even know what Astroglide was till this trial started. To be completely honest, I never knew what Astroglide was till this trial started. I had to look it up. But we're not gonna skip over this request to do some penetration. We need full context on who he was talking. I know he ain't talking about Diddy. I know Diddy ain't like. Well, I'm not gonna say I don't know because this nigga Diddy is nasty. Oh man, they got a picture of the Punisher. There y'all go, ladies. There go the Punisher there. He said he worked as a dancer from 12 to 16 before them freak calls freaked him out. That nigga had the R. Kelly mask on. All right, so we ain't got no update there. CNN really needs to drop that information so we can make sure we know what the hell's going on. All right, here we go. We got a little bit of update. So Cassie would pay even if they canceled. This is the defense showing that Cassie was paying. He said, yeah, $500. Xavier says, Mr. Hayes, I wish you success with your book. Thank you. That's it? That's all the defense is going to do? Oh, I'm covering sorry on TikTok. I'm covering the whole Diddy case. When we get some free time, we could talk about like Tory Lanez, but right now we're covering the Diddy case. Tory's already in jail. He ain't going nowhere. We'll figure out what he got going on. If the governor writes him a pardon, which I doubt, we'll talk about Tory some other time. He ain't going nowhere. He still got like 8 years left, so we got more than enough time to talk about Tory. Right now, we on the Diddy case. But that's all. That's all that the defense did. Let me see. So Xavier says, I wish you success with your book. Thank you. The judge said redirect. The government said, what made you think Miss Ventura was enjoying herself? The Punisher said, it was the first time unprotected. Without the detail, objection, Your Honor. So we got to see what the judge said. Escort testifies he never saw filming or violence during Combs and Ventura. He said that during his encounters with Diddy and her, he never observed filming or any violence. He said marijuana was the only drug he saw during the time with them. He confirmed that Ventura never appeared to be under the influence of drugs when he saw her. All right, there you go. No drugs at this freak off. All right, so we got the redirect coming back up. That is true, Shy. He did say earlier that Cassie was looking at him and he would tell like different angles. Well, did he say the camera? I think he just said different angles. I don't think he said anything about the camera. I'd have to go back and look, but I know what you're talking. I know exactly what you're talking about. That's a good point. Let me see. This David James. Have it do it again one more time. Make it harmless as possible, Mr. Khan, Mary Cover. Marijuana calculated, 10, 15 minutes return back road. Oh, yeah, there you go right there. Mr. Combs might say, move forward, move the camera. There you go. I don't know why the defense must have missed that. Good catch, Shy Media. And see, and this is what we talking about. Is the defense worth the money? If we over here like, wait, he just said that there was a camera, and Diddy would tell her to move the camera. Is he a Diddy plant? I didn't think he did good the first time he was up there, but let's see. He's back. See, the defense, they ain't defending nothing. They got stuff that they can go, wait a minute, you're lying. So you're saying there was recording or there wasn't recording? But I guess if you just want the jury to hear that there wasn't any recording. So if you can get the witness to say that there wasn't any recording, then you just got to emphasize, okay, so you didn't see any recording? Okay, good. And then hopefully that the jurors forget about the first part. Oh man, a lot of crazy stuff going on today, man. You know, we got one of the workers on the stand, the Punisher. He up here, he talking. We had the personal assistant up here. He was hiring prostitutes too. Donaldson finished cross-examination of the male escort. Assistant U.S. Attorney Meredith Foster is back. So we're going to see what she does. She's going to probably play on the innocence. Remember, they almost caught the Punisher up with catching feelings. He kind of cleared it up and said that I never said we had a personal relationship. We just made jokes before you know what I'm saying? It's just like when you look at like a basketball game or something, when you see them out on the court, you might see like Kevin Durant talking to Steph Curry before the game, but once it's game time, it's on. There's no talking to the other side. So he's saying that they used to just crack a little bit of jokes in the pregame to the free call, but it was never nothing personal. But they were trying to make it, he said that was taken out of context by the government, trying to say that he actually had feelings for her. But I'm pretty sure that's what we heard the first day he got up here, was like, I had feelings for her. She would come running to me. But who knows, man? They all over the place with it. So they're going to punish her on the stand there. Hank's still on the stand. Here's a sketch of him, gracefully gifted to the inner city by the court artist. I need to find Elizabeth Williams. As Elizabeth Williams, I need to sit down with her once she gets done with this. And me and her, what we going to have is a sketch off. These are a little bit better. I don't know who was doing the other ones, but whoever doing the ones are like Diddy, those are the worst. I hope Elizabeth ain't doing that unfairly. You know what I'm saying? We got to have all sketches evenly. This is a decent sketch here, though. I did not know the Punisher got cleaned up. No further questions. Anything else, Mr. Donaldson? Mr. Donaldson says, what do you mean by steamy? I felt it was enjoyable for Miss Ventura and Mr. Combs. For those who like Elizabeth Williams sketches gracefully gifted to Inner City, here's David James. Yeah, see, these are decent. But the ones they be doing to Diddy is terrible. Now, I know you guys got to, you know what I'm saying? Like, we got to play it fair, man. You can't give out terrible sketches to him and decent sketches of everybody else. Is there any mention of the former FBI agent? Nah, not that I seen. If he was a former FBI agent, they would have been and had him. But remember, they didn't say he was really a former. They said they thought he was former. Well, he said he was former FBI when he was doing the lie detector test, but no one's confirmed if he was really FBI. But I think that's it right there. I mean, let me see. No further questions. Anything else, Mr. Donaldson? What did you mean by steamy? I just felt like it was enjoyable for the both. Man, how many escorts are they bringing up here, though? One of these escorts is about to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth. They about to tell, yeah, man, they were popping pills. It was crazy. There was a gun. Diddy was waving the gun in the air, talking about take that, take that. We're going to see. Well, it looks like this is winding down for the Punisher. Well, if it is, they'll probably bring up another witness because this is only, we still got 3 hours in court. I doubt that the judge is about to let us get 2 days early. What up, A-Rod? What up, Tops? Yeah, I doubt the judge is going to let us in 2 days early. So they probably, hey, whoever the next witness is, get the Punisher off the stand and whoever's up next. Islander. We got a guy named Islander. Bring him on up. Get him in there. Put him in the hot seat. Let's get this thing on the road. But he gave us a little insight. If you guys weren't paying attention, he did say that one time they was in there and Diddy threw a stack of money on the table and said, "Ooh, I like that shit." Then he also threw some condoms at him and told him to F Cassie, but he said he couldn't perform. So Cassie gave him $500 and he left. He said 5 to 3. Because I know the first week he was saying 9:30 to 5. And then he said the following weeks were going to be 9 to 5. But if they probably, well, remember Sunday, he told both sides, bring me the witness list by Sunday, 5 p.m. So he probably condensed the list down and told them, hey, talk about the main points. Don't be running all off. Condense everything down and get this thing over with. Because he probably trying to get 8 to 10 weeks. He ain't about to have his case go for no 8 to 10 weeks. The most is probably about, what, next week could be 3 weeks, so maybe 4 weeks. I doubt that this thing is going to go 2 months. He probably like, nah, bring them in back to back. We got 13, 12 more people if they still around. We still got Jonathan Oddie that's supposed to testify. The mom already testified. The mom testified. Carrie, the friend, testified. David, the assistant, testified. Cassie's mom testified, which we got the extortion from. Diddy got $20,000 from the family. We still have Mia needs to testify. The Jane Doe needs to testify. Maybe another 2 escorts, maybe. I think there's going to be another assistant. The Chef Jordan, she's testifying. This one here, Chef Jordan, they said she's going to be testifying. I don't know if the other chef is going to testify, the one that he settled with in 2016 that accused her of stealing the watch that was given to her. The one that also said she had to serve that. So we got 2 chefs, potentially one. Jordan's going to testify. Then we got Gina, who was a victim. We got Gina that's supposed to testify. So it looks like we got at least that we know about 6 to 7 more people. We're going to see where it goes, though, but they just keep rolling in. So as far as the three charges, the racketeering, I see that. The transportation to engage in prostitution, I see that. And the ex-trafficking, I see that. I'm not going to say if he's innocent or guilty because, he gets his day in court. We'll wait to the end. It's not on us to decide if he's guilty or not. It's up to the 12 in that box. You know what I mean? It's not up to us, but when I say that it sounds like he committed some of this crime, hell yeah. Hayes is off the stage and we got another special agent. All right. So we got another special agent on the stand. Remember the last special agent that we had was actually the one that was taking the photos of the crime scene where Diddy got arrested. Now, remember, this is a racketeering charge. So the drugs that were found in the room, that's going to be charged on them also. So that's why they're talking about the photos of the drugs, of anything, like if there was any weapons that were found in the raids. This is a racketeering charge. So those fall up under it. And remember, in order to get a racketeering, you only got to prove 2 things, 2 crimes being committed. And just off of that, we got drugs, we got illegal drugs, and then we got prescriptions that were in the name of Frank Black and Diddy had possession of. So there go 2 charges just off of that. The racketeering, in my opinion, is automatically sticking. Now, I'm not a lawyer, but I'm just saying, for me, my understanding of what I read and how they got the law written out, it only needs to be 2 charges that to stick for a RICO. Again, we went over what R. Kelly got charged for. R. Kelly had a racketeering also. And then we got this forced labor. We got assistants talking about guns, going to slide on people. Diddy allegedly had 3 guns in the, well, I ain't even saying allegedly. All of this is on the stand. So if they said it, it's under oath. Until they get hit with a perjury charge, it's the facts. You know what I mean? So Diddy had 3 guns. They went to go pull up on Suge Knight at the diner. We got a special agent hitting the stand. The Punisher took the stand. So we still haven't even spoke to the HSI agents that arrested Diddy. This is Homeland Security Investigations. This is what is it? Gerard Gannon. He's the 10th witness. He's probably going to testify about either the raid. He's probably going to testify about what they found in the house. I'm not sure if he was the one that was actually there to do the arresting. We're going to get his introduction. We're going to get all that information. And of course, we're going to follow it up. Gerard Gannon, I'm about to actually look up and see if there's any cases that Gerard was on. If Gerard may have made some arrests in prior cases, we can see what his history is. That's always a good thing. See what our tax dollars are going to. Now, I know some people like, man, hurry the trial up. It's wasting our tax dollars. Trust me. Your tax dollars, you're not seeing any of this in this trial. You know what I mean? You're worried about wasting money on this trial. When they take your federal tax out, trust me, the $1,000 that you paid, I'm pretty sure that $1,000 isn't touching this. Your federal tax money went somewhere else. It didn't go to this trial. So it is what it is. And at the same time, it is our tax dollars. And if we're being honest, let's just remove who these people are. It is our tax dollars. So with my tax dollars, I would personally want this riffraff off the streets. If I'm paying my taxes, I want cleaner streets. So if Diddy is found guilty, I feel like my tax dollars went to the prosecution of a successful trial to get a nasty nigga off the streets. So I feel like my tax dollars weren't wasted because we got a sick individual off the streets if he's found guilty. Now, if he's innocent, then we all need to go down to Capitol Hill and protest. We want our money back. But if he's found guilty, then it's like, all right, well, cool. Our tax dollars went to cleaning up the streets. Oh, man, I'm over here. But trust me, as much as you lose federal money, you're not missing any money on this trial. You looking up your federal, man, they just spent, damn, I paid $1,200 in federal tax, $1,500 this year. Damn, they done took $2 out of my federal tax and put it towards this Diddy trial. Man, ooh, man, they be wasting money. All right, so we got Special Agent Gerard Gannon. We're going to look up him and see if he has any cases, and then we're going to jump right into the trial.
Noise. Cassie, come on.
What's up, BT?
Come on.
What?
All right, give me a second. We're going to look this guy up. We already got Jordan. She's supposed to be testifying sometime this week. Special Agent Gannon. Spillovers, research. Officers and managers, suspect identified. Nope, the suspect. We ain't seeing nothing from Gerard. Talk about the Gannon family. Nope. All right, so I can't find nothing. Most of them we ain't find nothing for anyway. Let's see what we got from Inner City Press. Make sure you hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. This is Diddy Day 7, the 10th witness. We have a special agent from the HSI. Now, we're not sure if he was a part of the raid or he's a part of the arrest team, but he's on the stand now, and we will conduct this interview accordingly. Diddy tries to warm himself up in the chilly courtroom, so they say that Diddy's in here. It's cold, Your Honor. Yeah, it's gonna be colder in that cell, nigga. Oh, it's cold, Your Honor. Diddy in there trying to do the shivers. It's cold in here. Oh yeah, it's gonna be cold, all right. Diddy appeared to try to warm himself up in the frigid courtroom this morning, crossing and rubbing his arms and cupping and blowing into his hands. Nigga, it ain't that damn cold in there. Diddy in there. It's cold in here. It's cold in the motherfucker. Nigga, it ain't that damn cold, nigga. Woo! Hey, Diddy, calm down. The judge acknowledged the chilly temperatures in the room after the lunch break. We talked about that. We're going to try to get the temperature turned up just a few degrees. I'm freezing right with you, the judge said. But they ain't say nobody else in the courtroom was. It's kind of cold in here. Man, get your ass out of here. You want the jury to look over. Oh, Diddy cold as hell in there. Ain't nobody falling for the okie doke, Diddy. Blowing in your hand. It ain't that cold. Everybody else been in here the same amount of time as you. You got a sweater on, we heard. Oh, Diddy. Diddy a funny one. All right, here we go. What time did the search begin? Agent Gannon said, after 3 p.m. Why so late? We learned Mr. Combs and his family were flying out of the country. Was there a pier on the property on Star Island? Yes, we had to monitor it. All right. So they down in Miami with it. So this is the Miami house they up in. Okay. Okay, we in the Miami house. We in Miami. Diddy, Miami house raid outcome. Okay. So the feds know everything. So Diddy and his family, they didn't even want to arrest Diddy yet. They said, what we gonna do? We just gonna wait. Guns and ammo, freak off supplies. Okay. Interesting. So we found guns down there. Now, were these...
We're going to begin with that breaking news.
Now, were these the guns with the scratched off serial numbers? That is a federal offense. Another crime committed up under the racketeering conspiracy. So let's find out, were these the guns with the scratched off serial numbers, or were these the guns that were used out in LA? And we know they ran the ballistics on here. Don't let these guns be connected to another crime. Don't let these guns be connected to another crime, because in the event that you actually beat this and these guns are connected to a shooting or someone being shot, guess what? Another case. And now you got the drugs with the guns. Another case. Well, they're already trying you for the guns. Well, they didn't specifically say guns and drugs in this case. Those just fall up under the racketeering 35 charges. So that could potentially be another one. I don't know how they're going to do that. But let's hear what they said about Miami real quick before Gerard Gannon gets on here.
News this noon, hip-hop music mogul Sean Diddy Combs has been arrested at a New York hotel. This was last night by federal agents. Well, today, just a few hours ago, authorities unsealed Combs' indictment.
And this comes amid a wave of lawsuits that accuse him of sexual assault and misconduct in the past year. He has denied any wrongdoing. Steve Litz joins us live now to break down the charges that Sean Diddy Combs is facing. Hey, Steve.
All right. Steve is about to tell us what Gerard then went in there and found.
And hi, ladies. Y'all may remember it was back in March when federal authorities raided Combs' mansion here on Star Island in connection to this investigation. The indictment, as you said, unsealed just this morning, accuses Combs of federal sex trafficking and racketeering and other crimes dating back to 2008, according to the indictment, until present day. Prosecutors in New York are working this case. Not only did they search this home, but also one of Combs' homes in New York. The indictment points to a pattern of abuse involving women, saying that Combs staged sex performances involving men and women. Prosecutors describe, quote, a criminal enterprise involving forced labor, sex trafficking, and bribery. And the indictment goes into details and describing events, one of them called a freak-off. And it says here out of the indictment that these freak-offs occurred regularly, sometimes lasted multiple days, and often involved multiple commercial sex workers. The indictment goes on to say after these freak-offs, Combs and the victims typically received IV, intravenous fluids, to recover from the physical exertion and the drug use. As we said, the prosecutors with the U.S. Attorney's Office up in New York City just wrapped up a news conference into this investigation. Listen to what they had to say.
Even alleges that he maintained control over the victims in several.
Hey man, we can list of Miami.
Appearance. Because of all of this, the indictment alleges that the victims did not believe they could refuse Combs or.
In the past, Combs has posted on social media an apology for his behavior. In fact,
all right, man, they ain't even mentioned the damn guns or nothing, man. Wasted our time, man. We out here trying to figure out the case, figure out what's what, and you over here talking about some other stuff. All right. So the search began at 3 p.m. Why so late? Because they found out that Diddy and his family were flying out the country, which they were all right because they knew exactly where that flight was going. It was to a country where there was extradition. So they wasn't worried about that. They could easily get him locked up anywhere. So they monitored him and they let him do what he had to do just so they can get in the house. That's one thing about the feds. They don't give a damn what you got going on. Here we go. Special agent gives details about the March 2024 raid on Combs' Miami Beach home. Special agent Gerard Gannon said he was the special agent in charge. Okay, so he oversees everything. So all information routed back up to Gerard so he can report to his superior. I was the special agent in charge on the ground for the search of Diddy's Miami home. Gannon said the search was assigned to his unit because it was tied to human trafficking investigation. Between 80 and 90 law enforcement agents participated in the search because of the size of the property, he said. The homes is about 20,000 square feet and includes a main resident and a guest house. The search required the special response team to deal with security measures on the property, Gannon said. About 25 special response team members gained interest and cleared the property to ensure the property was safe to start the search. They were prepared to potentially confront armed security. Gannon testified that some agents were positioned on boats to potentially intercept anyone trying to leave the property. The search began at 3 p.m. that day. Usually search warrants are executed early in the morning around 6 a.m., but they waited for Combs to leave. Law enforcement understood Combs was scheduled to leave on a trip, he testified. Now, they had the whole island surrounded. They said if anybody was trying to escape. And then again, I know people were asking, they were saying when they were doing the raids, that's a little excessive. Man, we don't know what Diddy got in there. He got armed security. What if Diddy wanted to crash out? What if these guys were like, all right, you know what? We doing this for Diddy, man. We ain't going out like that. And they got the bucket and they came over there with no weapons or nothing. They just came over there. Hey, we going to do a search warrant. Nah, man, they knew that there were guns in the house, so they had to come over there strapped up. This is a 20,000 square foot house. I don't know if you know what a 20,000 square foot house is. That's a fucking warehouse. Most places ain't even 1,000 square feet that people are living in, especially in this economy. But 20,000, you might have snipers on the roof. You never know what you got. They said Diddy's first lawyer said that Diddy wanted to take the stand. Do I think he should take the stand? Hell no. But if he does, shit, I mean, he ain't gonna do nothing but tell on himself. I mean, unless he gets up there and say, you're killing me with this shit, man. I'm fighting for my life. I mean, what's Diddy gonna actually get up here and say? Hey, Diddy, did you have free calls? Yeah. Did you pay people? No, I didn't. Oh, okay, Diddy, it sounds like you're lying. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I don't know what he would get up here and say. And we ain't getting no updates, man. We want to know what was found in the house. Are there any pictures? What was going on? But if you care, guys, I think Bad Boy Records is accepting donation. Diddy needs well, he only got 5 outfits, so I hope he got more than one sweater. Got nothing there. We ain't got no updates on Inner City. I'm working, guys. I'm trying to find something. Shit, I don't think anybody, like, maybe back then Diddy could have probably been selling baby oil in bulk, but I don't think anybody's trying to buy that baby oil now. Guns and ammunition were found. A large baby oil lubricant related to a violent. Come on, man. What the hell is going on here? Man, I hope my internet ain't acting up, man. Come on, man. All right, here we go. Oh, that's still the same stuff that we got. We ain't got no updates. We just waiting, man. We trying to see what damn Gerard Gannon got. He ain't gave us no information yet. Live from the trial, live from the gridiron. Yeah, he just testified about the arrest in the Miami home, 80 to 90 agents. His Miami Beach home. The house was on Star Island. A lot of celebrities and rich people live there. During a dramatic raid, agents used armored car to break open the gate. Combs' Homely Hills home in Los Angeles area was also raided. Oh damn, yeah, we ain't got nothing, man. What's going on in the trial, man? What they do? They say they cancel it? Oh man. Yeah, the meds is kicking off, man. My damn ribs is starting to get back aching. Now, Mozzie, the mom was actually good. The mom got up there and she told us that she ended up paying Diddy $20,000 so he wouldn't release an X tape of Cassie. And the defense didn't even cross. They just said they didn't have no questions. Yeah, and we ain't seeing nothing. We ain't got nothing. If anybody's on any other website, let me know what our updates are. Maybe my internet's just acting up. You know how this German internet can get. Yeah, the mom took out a $20,000 loan off the equity of the house and paid Diddy. They wired Bad Boy. Well, they didn't pay Diddy. Diddy told them he wanted $20,000 for the money he lost off of Cassie while she was dating Kid Cudi. After that incident, Diddy's personal what is it, a booker? Or his personal financial advisor, whatever it is, they then emailed Cassie's mama and told them directions on how to wire Bad Boy money. So Cassie's mom and dad, they went and took $20,000 of equity out of the home and they wired it over to Bad Boy Records. From there, 4 or 5 days later, they said the money came back and they never talked to Diddy. Agents broke through the gate of the Miami beachfront house during the Homeland Security. Agent testified the jury was shown Diddy's Miami home front gate, which was broken. Agents used their vehicle to break through the gate to enter the property. Mr. Gannon, a special agent of Homeland Security, testified. He said it was standard practice when conducting a search warrant as the quickest and safest option to be able to get into the property. So, I mean, yeah, that is typical. You always see it. You see them running through houses. They do all of that. And that's where we're at. We're just waiting. We're just sitting around testifying. Now, I wonder if he's going to get into the actual details of like what type of guns, were the guns scratched off. That's what I'm more interested in hearing. I know we did the raid. We already know about drugs. We know about the freak off. We know about the baby oil. We know about the Astroglide. I want to know about what weapons were in there. What else did they find? Were there thumb drives, computers? Then we also seen Diddy put the house up for $61 million. If you weren't tuned in yesterday, Diddy had $140 million worth of mortgage. He had eight loans that were taken out for the $140 million. Some of them were due in 2028. So it wasn't looking good for Diddy. And that's where we got this. 8 bank loans totaling a whopping 140. So the properties, Diddy didn't own none of the properties. His mom's house he owned. Well, his mom's house was in her name, and that's one of the houses he was trying to put up to actually get a bail package. Diddy. Diddy offers private plane, mansion, kids, passports, and bail plea. He was trying to get out of there. I'd have told my dad, nigga, you're not using my passport to get out of there. They were desperately seeking it. Oh my goodness, Rolling Stone. Come on, man. We just trying to fill in the blanks while we wait. Since we talking about the Miami home, we got to talk about the debt that Diddy was in. Diddy's lawyers offered $50 million, mother's property, GPS, house arrest for bail. They already told Diddy no. That's because we found out that he didn't actually own these houses. According to court documents obtained by All Hip Hop, Diddy's attorney were proposing a $50 million bond secured by the equity. You see what I'm saying? He didn't own the house. Diddy didn't own that Miami house. He was trying to take out the equity of it. So he may have got like 10, 15 million, but no, it wasn't. Matter of fact, let me find how much was left on that Miami home. So just real quick, it says to fund the elaborate property, he took out 2 mortgages from Bank of America, $25 million apiece in 2014 and May of 2021. The outlet reported neither appears to have been paid off. The former mortgage is due to be paid off in full of August 2029. So that first $25 million from 2014, it was a 15-year mortgage. That's due in August of 2029. He ain't got the money for it. It ain't paid off. Then the one that he took out in 2020, it's another 15. due in 2036. It ain't paid off. In addition to the LA pad, he also purchased 2 neighboring mansions on Miami Beach, Star Island. This is where they did the raid. Remember his stupid ass son made that dumb ass song? They raided the mansion. It was the wrong one. Yeah, well, trust me. They watching those too. So for one of the Miami properties, a 9-bedroom, 12-bath waterfront he bought from Sony Music, Tommy Mulatto, my bad, for $14 million in 2003. He's taken out 5 mortgages for $68 million. So far, he's paid off $42 million. And I think this is the one that they're at. So far, he's paid off $42 million. Still owes roughly like $97 million. The 10-bed, 6-bath mansion next door in 2021, he bought it for $35 million. He took out a single loan for $20 million, and that's due to be paid off in 2036. So he got 2 of them due in 2036 and 1 due in 2029. None of these houses are owned. So he could only take out the equity. And then we seen that he's trying to so he took out the equity in his Miami home and he tried to put up his mom's house. Diddy's trying to sell that LA house for $61 million. And I think he's trying to sell this the house down here in Florida for $48 million. He ain't got the money, man. So he's trying to sell the house. I think he was trying to sell that $40 million house for like 61, I read somewhere. All right, here we go. I think we got some updates. I can't be for sure messing around with them. Let me see. When the search began at 3 o'clock. Dog. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Ain't no one, if anyone buys Diddy's house, they're probably gonna tear it down. Tear it down and build a new one. Because I mean, are you really trying to live in that house knowing everything that was going on in here? I mean, shit, if you got the money, why not? But yeah, so we're not getting any update. I'm not seeing any updates anywhere. Agents broke through the gates, man. I'm just stalling time right now, man. I'm not. Freak off island, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to just sit here and because now we're all lawful with that. I mean, we talked about the Miami homes, but we ain't getting no updates. Well, I'm not seeing any at least. And here you go. And this is what I was talking about yesterday. Yeah, being broke, like a billionaire being broke and us being broke is different. I do believe Diddy probably got like $40 to $50 billion left. A lot of his other stuff is tied up in his assets. But remember though, when they're calculating these people's net worth, they're going on here and they're just looking, okay, this house is worth this amount. This house is worth this amount. But Diddy didn't own these. So when we looked at Diddy's inflated net worth and they're talking about, oh, Diddy's worth $1 billion. Well, he didn't own any of these houses. So that's like 140 million, 150 million that we could take away just off of the houses. And ain't no telling what else he didn't own. We don't know if he actually owned the jet. You see what I'm saying? We don't know. And then they factor in how much Bad Boy Records is worth. That's where the net worth is coming from. It's not saying that he had that liquid in the bank account he could access. But this is what they were talking about during the Ciroc. Diddy faces cash crisis with billionaire lifestyle, soaring lawyer fees, and no obvious income. Doing the raid, blah, 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 blah. There's a wild ass picture here. The New York Post analyst says Diddy's total annual bills are around 35 million per year, which is fucking crazy. 35 million a year in bills is wild. The biggest single source of Diddy's wealth over the past 2 decades was with Diageo. He bought it in cash from 2007. Diddy was given 50% of Ciroc vodka profits, and then 2013 by jointly De Leon Tequila. As a part of this 2007 deal, 50% of the Ciroc's profits were being given to. See, this is what they were talking about. As a part of his 2007 deal, Diageo gave 50% of Ciroc's profits, and he was also given a marketing budget to promote the alcohol, as much as $15 million a year. But instead, this nigga used the $15 million for marketing for lavish parties on yachts at his homes and around the country. Diddy had been paid out $1 billion since 2007. He tried to say it was a race thing, but you was only promoting to urban people. Now look at this. This ties in to the freak-offs. But after getting slapped with a series of lawsuits starting last November, which alleged he assaulted, R-word, and trafficked women, November, Diageo had clear legal momentum. Among the claims in the lawsuit where women were assaulted, private jets, private parties were funded by Diageo, which he had gift bags, sex toys, body chocolate, and strippers. So they were giving him $15 million a year. Hey, Diddy, shoot commercials. Hey, Diddy, advertisers, put this Ciroc in people's music videos. Instead, Diddy was throwing parties. Diddy was giving gift bags, giving sex toys, body chocolate, and strippers to people with the marketing budget for Ciroc. So when everybody was talking about they just trying to bring down a black man, this nigga was fucking off the money. That's where the saying comes from. They should have never gave you niggas money. This is what Diddy was doing. A lot of people didn't read into the lawsuit. They just thought he dropped it. No, they was exposing him, and they didn't mention anything about the freak offs. They just said, hey, man, you need to drop this lawsuit or we will expose you. But Diddy was using the marketing budget for his own lavish parties, freak offs, private jets. This nigga was giving baby oil and keeping the money to himself. You see? Follow the money. I always like to say follow the money because it'll tell you the truth of what's going on because we all live and die for that CASH. All right, we got 2 updates. Here we go. Now we can get back into this Miami stuff. Okay, here we go. Interesting. It's time for the prosecution to establish true criminal intent, former prosecutor says. All right, well, we don't need to do that. We already covered that. All right, here we go. This is what we wanted to see. The jury sees parts of an AR-15 found in Combs' master bedroom. The jury saw photos of items found in one of the closets in the master bedroom. Law enforcement agents raided last year. Special Agent Gerard Gannon testified that the agents found platform high heels, X toys, baby oil, personal lubricant, lingerie in the closet, but none of that's illegal. But they also found the upper and lower receivers of an AR-15, which are part of weapons, Gannon said, which is not illegal to have if they're registered. Gannon said the team was not able to determine the marker of one of the AR-15s recovered in the closet. Sitting on the witness stand, Gannon held up evidence bag holding the AR-15 upper receivers. Gannon put on rubber gloves and held up one of the upper receivers to the jury. He said there are zip ties securing the gun, so it's not able to fire. Oh, my bad. I said marker. They couldn't determine the maker of the AR-15, so it looked like it was scratched off. Estimate how much one freak off costs. Now, what are we talking? A proper freak off without the drugs? We talking about a real freak off, which is 3 to 5 days. We talking about a short-term freak off, 7 p.m. to 4 a.m. Is it just one guy hired? You know, there's different variations of the freak offs. What we learned over the last 7 days of trial, there's like 8 different forms of freak offs. You know, we didn't see the most minuscule. We seen one of the first ones that were mentioned where it was just those two in the room. Then we heard about there was a freak off where there was the Punisher was talking to a male escort. Then we had the 3 to 5 days one where there were IVs. Then we had the one in the hotel where the 2016 incident happened. Then we had the freak off with the swimming pool. So it really depends on what type of freak off you're trying to gauge. You know, a freak off can range between a couple $1,000s to a Ciroc event where we got $15 million and it's like we got a private yacht that's going to run us $120,000. We're going to take that private yacht to the mansion that we rented. We got the hotel. We rent the whole floor. Then we got all the gift bags that they giving out because Ciroc exposed that there's gift bags that weren't mentioned in the actual case. But yeah, the gift bag had X toys, chocolate. We're paying scrippers $5,000 to $6,000. If we got 10 of them, that's an easy $50,000 right there. Plus the drugs is going to be an easy $10,000 to $20,000. The hotel suites, we're seeing that these suites are running us $12,000, $15,000 a night. Plus on top of that, damage fees, which is going to run us another $10,000. So trying to gauge how much a freak off costs, oh, that's going to be tough. I'd have to actually sit down and open up the books. Now, I'm not against it, but there's a lot of stuff we really don't know about. We don't know about the food. Then we got to factor in the expenses for personal chefs that been there because a 2016 lawsuit came up where a chef said she had to go into a freak off and Diddy was asking her if she liked what she saw. So it's a lot of stuff that takes place in these freak offs. You know what I mean? It's a lot of stuff. So when you're trying to factor that in, I'm looking at right now, just off the top of my dome, I'm looking at maybe just on supplies for the freak off, 60 different items on top of food. You got to think food for 15 to 20 hungry ass adults. We're looking at another 10,000, 20,000. Because remember, this is over periods of time. So in my mind, I'm looking at, let's just say the average freak off was at least $100,000. And that's just being modest. The average freak off is about $100,000. That's including like the hotel room, setting it up, everything coming in, the food, you know, flying. We got to factor in the flying in the escorts because they said they went to multiple cities. So we got to put in booking. We got like the tickets. It's a lot. You know what I mean? When you really think about it, it's a lot. So I'm saying we'll just say to keep the numbers even, An average freak off is about $100,000. Diddy spared no expense from what we see. And we also got the lawsuit that was dropped. If these little swag bags with the X toys, like Kendall said, the swag bags wasn't true, he would have fought that shit. But Ciroc called him out. Ciroc may have been complacent with it, like, okay, you doing these parties, but then they were like, wait a minute, you buying sex toys and shit? No, nigga, you better drop that motherfucking lawsuit, nigga. Or you could look at it as Ciroc separated themselves before this RICO started, because what are we looking at? Racketeering conspiracy. We need an enterprise. Diageo's like, whoa, we're not doing business, because if Diddy's using marketing budget for these freak offs, the feds could technically say, well, y'all were giving them the money for these freak offs. You see what I'm saying? If there was a Ciroc sponsored event and a freak off happened after it. So that's why Diageo, everybody talking about, oh man, he must have pissed off them white folk. No. Them white folk were separating themselves from him because of all the shit that he was doing. They put it in their lawsuit. This nigga was giving out sex toys with their budget. So Diddy was fucking off the money. See, so everybody talks about that. Oh, they trying to, no. They gave this nigga Diddy $1 billion. And this nigga was using the money for his own personal lifestyle. I don't care if you white, black, yellow, green, red, blue. If I'm giving you money and you're not using the money for what I want, I'm on your ass. We're going to have to take this shit to court, nigga. Fuck all that. We didn't give you all this money and you tricking off the $15 million budget just off of marketing. We don't even know what else you're doing with the money. You see what I'm saying? Like, so when you actually dig into it, everybody was just thinking, oh, they just suing Diddy. They trying to bring them down. But then you find out the niggas not using the money properly. And then you dig a little bit deeper. This nigga had financial problems on his own outside of Ciroc. How they give you $1 billion? You got $140 million in mortgages you can't pay. Since 2007, you done made $1 billion, and you wasn't paying cash for these. You had to take out 8 mortgages. What was you doing with the money? That's right. You're doing these freak offs nonstop. You're doing the freak offs nonstop. But that's why I try to bring in all this other stuff to show people. And you know, people, they always go against what I'm saying. But all I'm doing is presenting you the facts. If any of this wasn't true, then he would be in court just like he is right now trying to fight it. But he didn't go against Diageo because he tried to say, oh man, they only marketed my Ciroc to the urban people. Nigga, when you got Ciroc, who did you have? All you had was rappers in the videos. You wasn't going to no famous white people like, well, I mean, Ashton Kutcher, but he was just hanging out at the parties because his connection over at MTV, which we could talk about a little bit later. What happened to that money, nigga? But you were marketing to the urban people. I fucked my money up. Fucking with them white folk. Now I'm rich as fuck. Richer than them white folk. Yeah, we remember you were talking about that. We remember you were talking about all that Ciroc money you was getting. What happened to it? Businessman, what happened? They not trying to bring down a black man, nigga. They want their goddamn money back. And then you gonna sue them after they gave you $1 billion and you tricking off their money, nigga, they gonna be on your ass. So it ain't trying to bring a black man down. It's bringing down bad business. That's what that was. You see what I'm saying? That's all I'm trying to say. All I'm doing is giving you the facts. I'm not making any of this up. I'm giving you the sources. I'm giving you the links, and I'm just, that's all I'm trying to do. If I'm in business with you, you better not be giving no sex toys to people. Let's get back over to these updates, man. See what we got, man. So they couldn't find the maker. Yeah, that's that song by Waka Flocka. Now I'm richer than them white folks. Yeah, well, it turned out you were living check to check. Them white folk wasn't having these parties. And if they were, they wasn't spending the money like you was. All right, let's go ahead. Here we go. We got the human trafficking. They were monitoring. So that was the last update we got was 40 minutes ago. And here we are again. Agent Gannon, these magazines were loaded with bullets. What do these show? Agent Gannon said the serial numbers have been cut out. So they found AR-15s in the Miami home, which he doesn't own. Serial numbers marked out. Well, that falls upon the RICO. Is it a federal crime to mark out serial numbers on weapons? Altering or removing serial numbers from firearms is a federal crime in the United States. Specifically, is it illegal to transport, ship, or receive in interstate or foreign commerce a firearm with an altered, obliterated, or removed serial number, or possess or receive such a firearm that have been transported across state lines. Up to 5 years in prison. Now they found 2 guns. So there go a 10-year charge right there on its own. All right, let's continue on. Let's turn to 2 more exhibits. What are these? The ammunition we found. These are the platform hills. How high are they? 7 inches. This may be a good place to break for today. I just want the jury to know we found defaced weapons. Judge, we're going to go ahead and stop today. The last thing we want y'all to know that there were defaced weapons in Sean Diddy Combs' house. We don't want the defense to get up here and do no cross right now. Judge, we'd like to stop. Let me see what time it is. What time is it, y'all? It's 3:00 p.m. Court is adjourned. The jury will pick up tomorrow, but the last thing the jury heard today was that we had 2 weapons, scratched off serial numbers, carried 5 years apiece, federal charges. That's 10 years up under the RICO. I thought the feds didn't have anything. You only need to prove 2 crimes up under the RICO for a RICO to stick. I thought the feds didn't have anything. Wait a minute. Just off the arrest alone, he was arrested with pink powder, MDMA, and then they found scratched off serial numbers during the raid. But hey, they trying to bring a black man down. Ain't that what they saying? They trying to bring a black man down. Wait, is Diddy committing crimes? Is Diddy committing crimes, or are they trying to bring a black man down? Are these crimes being put a 1 if crimes are being committed in the chat, and put a 2 if they trying to bring a black man down? Now, I'm not here celebrating what's going on with Diddy. All I'm doing is giving you the facts. Again, I don't care if the nigga's innocent, the nigga's guilty. I'm here for the entertainment purpose, and I wanted to follow this, and I'm doing this for my own personal gain. I'm trying to cross my channel over so I'm not stuck in the box, and I'm going to straight entertainment. So that's what I'm doing it for. But see, I'm transparent with it. So I don't care, people, oh man, all right, well, these are crimes being committed here. I'm not making it up. People kept asking me, how's it racketeering? Well, I mean, again, we don't know what the jury is going to say. I'm not saying he's innocent or guilty. Do I believe that the charges he's being hit with, the things that they told us, they fit those descriptions? I'm definitely saying, yeah, I could see that lining up with that. But is he innocent or guilty? It's still up for the prosecution to lose. But right now, the prosecution, every time they get up there, you'll go online, you'll see narratives of, oh, they exposed the witness. Oh, this is looking bad. Not once have they denied any of the charges. We just had the Punisher get up here and say Diddy threw a stack of money down. I like that shit. They didn't even dispute that. We had Cassie's mom, Regina, get up there and say that Cassie told her that Diddy was about to release an X tape of her. Diddy told them, y'all owe me $20,000 for the money I lost off of Cassie because she's with Kid Cudi. First of all, they don't owe you shit. Secondly, That's your investment. You can't go to them for it. So then he told them, y'all need to pay me $20,000 for the money I lost off of Cassie. Then there's an email sent from his finance person directly to them. And guess where they told him to wire the money to? Bad Boy Records. Oh, that's the enterprise. So the enterprise is collecting this money. So there's an extortion charge right there. Then we got the Kid Cudi incident. They said, Cassie testified that Diddy told her, I want his friends to see the car on fire. And then sure enough, the car catches on fire. Well, guess what? In the indictment, arson is listed. There's another crime right there. So it's like they're not defending anything. They're just trying to discredit the witnesses. Now, I know people feel a certain type of way, and I mean, you can do that. But I'm just saying, as the jury, we have to remove anything. We got to remove names from these people, and we just got to look at what the prosecution is presenting as a case and look at the crimes. Does it line up? Transportation to engage in prostitution. Okay, I heard multiple people say that they went to different cities and they were paid for free calls. Okay, that's transportation to engage in prostitution. Okay, Cassie said she went there. Someone else got paid to have with Cassie. Okay, that's X trafficking. Commercial, you got workers flying to different places. That's commercial X trafficking. So we're not looking at none of the names. You just got to look at the crimes. That's what the jury's supposed to look at. So that's why I say we don't know what the jury is going to do. Again, I'm not a lawyer. I'm just giving my opinion on the case. I am infatuated with this. I like true crime. I'm pretty sure like it's something about the human. We just love this shit. You know what I mean? We could all sit and watch like true crimes or Snapped or whatever the hell else comes on A&E. So for me, I like this. And you know, I like breaking down movies and TV shows. So doing the reenactments, that's what I do. Of course, I don't try to offend anybody. So don't take anything personal. If you hear me yelling and elevating, like you hear my voice now, this isn't my regular voice. This is just how I talk when I get online because it sounds more welcoming. And you guys like when I do a little rant and act like I really give a damn what somebody's talking about. Hey, man, this is entertaining for us. At the end of the day, rent is due on the 1st. Rent is due on the 1st. Yeah, actually, me and Trill, we were talking this weekend. We're gonna after the Diddy trial, it's gonna be on the Mo. You know, I might do it on both channels. We'll see because I don't know how I'm gonna do all of this, but we're gonna do like the like some of the biggest crash outs. You know what I mean? As far as maybe like actors or something like that. So it'll still pertain with something like that I can put on this channel too. But yeah, so that's where we at right now. I think that was the end of the day. Special agent shows a photo of lingerie, high heels, shoes from the closet. Jury is dismissed for the day, 9 a.m. tomorrow. Special agent will still be up there. Oh, yeah. American Greed is my favorite. If you haven't watched American Greed, that's my favorite show. I've watched every single season. And that, I don't know, man, that right there is really, you got to follow the money. American Greed, that's my right there. And people were getting they were getting 20 and 30 years for what they were doing on there. So I know Diddy's going to get some years out of this, though. He might be able to beat like one X trafficking and one, maybe transportation to engage. But I don't think he's going to beat the RICO. And he probably definitely get a X charge. But we'll see. They got R. Kelly for less, even though R. Kelly he had minors involved in his.
Make some noise. Cassie, come on.
What's up, BT? What?
What's up, BT? Come on. All right, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. All right, so we're getting off at 3 o'clock. Actually, that's pretty damn good because what I'm about to go, I'm about to take these meds and fucking crash out. I got this muscle relaxer. They said The lady, it was a lieutenant. She came up to me and she was like, you take these, they're going to knock you on your ass. So I'm definitely, what time is it? 9? If I take that now, I can definitely be up by 6 o'clock. So we got the free calls. If you are new to the channel, hit that like button, hit the subscribe button. I really do appreciate you guys. This is 5 hours, so we're cutting back from 7, but 5 hours is still pretty good. So last week, 33 hours, 5, 10. So we're at 43 hours. Tomorrow we'll probably be hitting the 50-hour mark. Tomorrow is Wednesday. Remember, Thursday I won't have a live. I'll be heading to the airport. Unless if I can get Trill to drive, because Trill lived like an hour and a half away from me, but he gonna park at my crib and then, well, shit. They should be done with the parking. They should be done. We'll figure it out. But yeah, if I can get Trill to drive, I'll do the live while I'm in the car. But so Thursday night, I'll be going to Rome. I might do an update when I get to Rome and just go over what I've seen on the way there. Friday, I'll be out on a little adventure, kicking it, going to see the Coliseum, do a couple of other tours. And then Saturday, it'll pretty much be my free time to catch up on anything I didn't see while I was out there. And I'll be back Sunday. Memorial weekend, just a little in and out trip. But I definitely do. Now, the checkup was good, man. So I didn't have a bruised rib. I didn't have a fractured rib or anything. It was just a rib contusion. So you got the bone here, right? And then you got muscles on it, but they go this way, they go this way, and they go this way. And then you got the cartilage. But see, what the dude was telling me is because when I bumped into the shit, he say the bone, it went all the way up and it hit the cartilage. So that's what I'm feeling right now. And he said it might be like a week, 2 weeks, but they gave me a shoulder zone or whatever it was. They gave me that in the arm. It's starting to wear off because I'm starting to feel it. And yeah, I got that. So I just got to take the meds. And he said it didn't seem too bad. So, they gave me an x-ray and everything, but we good though. I wasn't going to miss the live. Let me see. Yeah, next week the trial be. That's what Bruce Rivers said. Bruce Rivers said he don't see this going.
He had these freak off quicker than state court. Remember the OJ case that lasted, sex trafficking, that's the transportation across state lines. Those are the 3 charges that he's dealing with. This case will probably be wrapped up next week, I'm guessing. Federal court goes a lot quicker than state court. Remember the OJ case that lasted like 6 or more months. It was insane how long that lasted. Never would happen in federal court.
So they set out 8 to 10 weeks, but like he said, I mean, we're going through 1, 2, 3. We have 4 witnesses today. So let's just say, even if we keep up this pace, 3 to 4 witnesses a day, shit, what is that? 15 to 20 witnesses a week. Yeah, all of these other witnesses, they're not going to have the whole Cassie drawn out 2 days. They're going to be on the stand. They're going to be going through it. So this might be done by the end of next week. Yeah, the cortisone shot. I don't know what they were talking about. I was laying on the bed because I ain't had to go to work. So I just laying in there. They came in there. But yeah, they gave me that shot. The shit was burning. But yeah, so even Bruce Rivers is talking about, man, this might be over in 3 weeks. And they said all the co-conspirators, they didn't turn witness. So they ain't giving a damn. I'm taking a stand. Oh shit. Here we go. Update, guys. Update. Kid Cudi is expected to testify this week against Diddy. Rapper Kid Cudi is expected to testify against Diddy this week. The rapper, whose real name is Scott Muscati, could begin testifying Wednesday, but more than likely he'll end up on a witness stand on Thursday. Prosecutors confirmed as trial ended today. So we got Kid Cudi coming to the stand. The arson charge is here. We're also going to hear if there were any other threats that Diddy made to Kid Cudi. It's getting real. It's getting real. And we heard Regina talk about it because remember, Regina took out the $20,000 equity loan to pay Diddy because Diddy was extorting them for $20,000 because he was mad Cassie was with Kid Cudi. Woohoo! Court is back in session. Court is back in session. We got arson charges pending per my brother Dannon. Well, I guess they trying to bring down a black man. Or was Diddy trying to bring down a black man? Oh, hey, I'll make an exception. I'll be at the airport going live. My flight is I ain't gonna give y'all my flight. That's OPSEC. But just know I'll be at the airport before 3 o'clock. I'll be at the airport before. If Kid Cudi touches the stand on Thursday, I'll be at the airport reporting live. I'll be at the airport reporting live. Court over at 3. Is my flight over? Is my flight before 3? I think my flight is before 3, but I can't give out that detail because them motherfuckers will sneak up on me. I can't give out that kind of information. Definitely ain't gonna give you the airline either. But I'll be at the airport reporting live. Cancel the plane. We got Kid Cudi taking the stand. We got arson charges pending. Rico. Be at the airport telling the pilots. I see the pilots walk my hey, come here real quick. Huddle up. It's you two? Okay, who's the co-pilot? Okay, listen. We're going to need to delay the flight for at least 30 minutes. Tell them it's an emergency. We got Kid Cudi taking the stand. They're talking about Kid Cudi? I'm like, Kid Cudi. Are you Mo? I'm like, Judge Mo, Honorable Mo. Don't you forget it. But yes, that's me. You been covering the trial? Yeah, I've been doing my thing. I say, you want an autograph? No, but we want to hear what you got to say about Kid Cudi. Well, he's about to take the trial. He's about to take the stand. So if you could just cancel the flight, don't cancel, just delay the flight for 30 minutes. Say it's an emergency. Say the co-pilot got a boo-boo. All right, we going live. Oh, yeah, we reporting live from the airport. If Kid Cudi take the stand Thursday, I'm reporting live from the airport. Hopefully I'm not on the road, because if I'm on the road, then of course, I don't text and drive. I don't do none of that. I drive 10 and 2, the seatbelt on, and my seat up. I used to do the leaning back when I was driving when I was younger. Fucked my back up. I tell all the young niggas, don't do that, because when you get my age, I'm not even old, but shit, around 31, 32, my lower back was toe. But yeah, 10 and 2. Got the car connected through the Bluetooth. I'm be driving. Hey, Trill, what's the update? Cudi take the stand. I might have to pull over to the side of the Autobahn, on the side of the Autobahn with it. Outside on the hood of the car. Reporting live from the side of the Autobahn. Shit getting real. Kid Cudi has took the stand. The arson charges are pending, but we will find out and we will get to the bottom of it. Were there any threats? Now, I won't be the judge on Thursday. I won't be the judge on Friday. I'll just be a month in the jury. You know what I mean? I'm just listening. That's all I can do Thursday. I can't do the objections. I can't do none of that. All I can do is just listen. What happened? Oh, no, he didn't. Oh, yes, he did. No, he didn't. Oh, yeah, he did. No, shit. $20,000. Pay for that Wi-Fi on the flight. Now, Winter, you may not have been on this channel long enough. Anyone that's been on this channel for longer than, let's just say, a year, is Mo paying for Wi-Fi on the airplane? If you've been on my channel for more than a year, I think you know this answer. Would Mo pay for Wi-Fi on the airplane? Pay for Wi-Fi on the airplane? Shit, I'm about to go to sleep. I'll be damned, I'm paying for some Wi-Fi on the plane. What I need Wi-Fi for? Shoot. Y'all must not know how frugal I am. I've been living overseas for almost 2 years now. I still got an American number. I get 5 gigs of high-speed internet every single month. What did it just say? It looks like you exceeded your 5 gigs of high-speed internet. Guess what? I got low-speed internet for the remainder of the month. I got a plan with T-Mobile. I got an international, so every country I go in, you get 5 gigs each month. Oh no, I'm not paying. No. Why you don't get a German number? Because my phone is paid off, and I pay $50 a month for unlimited everything. I got data wherever I go in the world. If I run out of my 5 gig high speed, guess what? I just don't need 5 gig high speed till the end of the month. When the end of the month comes, my new bill cycle hit, it recycles. But I'm not paying no more money to these damn phone companies. Hell no. I spent a nice little penny on this round trip flight to go to Rome. Wi-Fi better be free. If it ain't free, then shit, they ain't getting another dollar out of me. No. I can't pick my seats for free. Oh no, I'm not in the hell. $15 to pick a seat. Nigga, please. Oh no. Oh, this airline ain't got free luggage? Oh no. $75? Oh shit, nigga, I ain't paying no $75. You out your damn mind. Shit. Let me find another airline. You just missed out. You just missed out. Shit. Spending some money on I spent like $500 on a round trip flight. Shit, the Wi-Fi better be free. I turn that phone off, straight airplane mode. As soon as I get on there, waking up. Shoot, pay that extra money. I was just watching the video today. I put this on every watch. I can bring it up. This is how quick I can bring it up. This is what I was watching today. I was watching the video today about car payments. Now, see, y'all done got me. Well, we on free time now anyway. But, oh yeah, Ryanair. Well, I wanted to do Ryan. The thing about Ryanair is Ryanair be giving you those weird ass flights. Ryanair will fly out on Tuesday and come back Monday night. That'd be like the only flight they got. And then Ryanair to say, well, we got a midnight flight, and then the next flight is like at 3 a.m. It's like, what? But Ryanair do give you those flights. You get a Ryanair flight, you book it early enough, you can get it for like $12, $20 round trip. Nah, I can't live like I can't live any other way, man. Oh, that's what I was watching. I know we just on free time. I ain't gonna be on here too long, but it depends because I get passionate. But yeah, I was watching a thing about car payments. I've done a couple of videos about how people are paying. Like, do you know there's people out there paying $1,000 a month for car notes? What kind of shit is that? Man, I was like, ain't no way. I was hollering at, talking to the young boy. The only reason I was watching the video because while I was at the hospital, I went to the one on base. So I went to the ER though. You know what I mean? So because of the appointment, I was gonna go to the Germans, but I was like, man, I don't want it to be nothing serious. And then I'm out with the on the economy with the Germans, and I was like, man, yeah, they speak English, but I want to take some drugs from Americans. So I ended up going on the base, and I didn't go to my appointment. So I ended up going on the base and just went to the ER, and they got me through. But I was talking to the young boy. He had a broken foot. And this young nigga was telling me that he was paying $785 for a charger. I said, $785? Nigga, what are you doing? $780, that's rent, nigga. $785, anything over $300 is crazy in my head. I couldn't see me paying. Man, I had my Acura, my 95 Acura I got in 2004, because I don't buy anything that's newer than 10 years. It got to be 10 years older for me to buy it, because I'm dropping big cash money on it. But I got a loan. This is my first loan that I ever took out at 18 years old. The car was $4,500. I took out a $5,000 loan. Man, with that extra $500, you know, I got like my plates and everything with that. So it's like, all right, cool. $5,000. I'm gonna pay this mug off. I was paying $125 every 2 weeks. And I was like, this is expensive as hell. I'd be damned if I'm paying 125 every 2 weeks. And that was what, 300 or 250 a month? That was expensive as hell. I mean, obviously this is 2004, but now I'm looking at people, they talking about, yeah, I got a $600 note, $700? Nigga. This is, I'm gonna give you the whole rundown of my vehicle life as far as my main vehicles, not my old schools. My old schools, I drop a bag on those, you know what I'm saying? I got my 85 Monte Carlo. I didn't put like 15, 20 in that. I got my 84 Colors 442. I put for sure about 22,000 in that car. But shit, most of that was on like the engine and getting the interior done. And well, hell, the paint job was like fucking 7,500. But anyway, so my first car was an 88 Acura Legend. It was a gold one. It ended up getting smacked in the rear end, fucked up the back frame. I got that for $2,500. Then I got my job. My first car was the 95 Acura Legend. I bought that for $4,500. I had that. I had an S10, but the S10 was kind of like some shady shit. So I don't really count that car. But I had some 26s on my S10. And then from the 95 Acura Legend, I drove that, and then I had that from 95. I mean, not 95, from 2004 to 2012. It broke down on the side of the road. I was going to this girl Jessica's house, and my car broke down on the side of the highway. This is when I was down in Georgia. And when I came back, she came and picked me up with her friend. So I went to the crib. We came back to pick my car up the next day. Man, a semi hit that motherfucker. So the driver's door was all pushed in. That shit was totaled. So I had to call my dad, like, hey, Dad, it's time to bring in the big boy. So I had a 2001 Tahoe, a limited Tahoe, limited edition. I got that mother for $10,000, paid straight cash from a dope boy for it. 24s on it. I had that all the way up until 2021 when my sister passed when I was in Kansas City, while I was out in Wichita. And then I came back, some fucking Mexicans broke the steering column, broke the door handle, that totaled that car. So from there, I had to buy another Acura. I got a TSX Acura in 2021-ish. Yeah, 2021, because the truck was totaled out. They gave me $1,700 for it because it was a 2001, but that motherfucker was clean. They gave me $1,700 for it. I had to buy a car. I was in California, expensive as hell. So I dropped $12,000 cash on an Acura. I love that Acura. I drove that Acura around until I moved to Germany, and I sold that in 2023. I got it for $12,000. I sold it for $10,000. So I basically used $1,000 a year on it, is what I looked at it. I sold that for $10,000. I came to Germany. I got a 2011 BMW. I paid $6,500 cash for it and came out clean with $3,500 in my pocket. So even when I win, I saved me some money. So that $3,500, what did I do? I started spending shit and started getting my studio together. But that's how I live life. How can I save money off of something else? Now, I know a lot of people say, you know, cars they depreciate, they ain't worth a damn. That is true. But if you could flip them the right way. So now I got me a little BMW. That mug got hella miles on it. But guess what? It turned on. The AC worked. It didn't have Bluetooth in it, so I had to buy the little Bluetooth thing. But it's clean on the inside, black on the outside. So all I got to do is wash it up a little bit. But if I can get that car to last me till October of 2026, that means I had the car for 3 years. That means I only spent $2,000 a year on a car, which sounds good to me. And then I can re-up on another car because I got money saved. I could drop at least $8,000, $10,000, and I can get a car that's, what it'd be, 26. So now I can get me like a 2015, a 2013 to about a 2016-ish car. In 2026, I'll probably drop like 10,000 on it, ride that motherfucker for like 5-10 years, hopefully 10 years. When that motherfucker break down, get rid of that motherfucker, then cop my next car. So that's how I am. That's how I roll. I used to have a car. I used to have a car with the rims. Like, I used to have the beat. I had TVs in my headrest. I had TVs in the dash. Yeah, I was really like that. You know what I mean? But as you started getting older and I was beefing with niggas, my car got shot up one time. You know, I was just in the city. I had a blue Acura on 20s, the first and the only nigga in Kansas City with the motherfucking 20s on it. My rim man was JD. He ended up getting locked up for selling dope. He had the first Hummer in America. Yeah, I said it, the first H2 Hummer in America on 27-inch rims, but the feds came and raided his shop. So that shut that down. Yeah, man, it was a wild time, man. But, you know, I was beefing with niggas, and then I moved out. moved out of Kansas City. Someone broke in my car, stole my in-dash. And I was like, man, all this flashy shit really ain't for me. At that time, like 24, 25. So that's when I shied away from all that. But yeah, man, when you just start realizing, like, man, you wasting a lot of money. And then as I was traveling, I told y'all the story about when I was overdrafted. So from there, I was like, man, I can never ever go broke, man. I like, no matter what, I always cut my expenses as much as I can. Now, when I go on a trip, I ball out. But when it comes to like everyday shit, nah, man, I don't do all of that, man. Nah, I don't do all of that. So that's how I live. You know what I mean? Like my dad got me this TV, but what have we ever watched anything on this TV? That's what I was trying to tell my dad. Like, Dad, I don't really need this TV. He's like, nah, man, you need a TV for the studio. And I'm like, don't get me wrong, I appreciate it. It's a 65 inch. I appreciate it, but I was telling my dad that ain't what I needed. That ain't what I wanted to spend the money. He's like, oh, I'll get it. So I'm like, all right, cool. I got patio furniture. When I first moved in, my mom and dad came over. Man, my mom got me spending so much money. She still ain't paid me for that damn dryer. Man, I bought a washing machine. She talking about, man, I really do need a dryer. She talking about, I need a dryer. Mama, you don't live here? Nah, because when I wash and hang up the clothes, they be kind of stiff. I'm like, man, this is Germany. This is how it is in Europe. The dryers ain't gonna be that good anyway. Nah, I need a dryer. So I bought a dryer. My mom talking about, don't worry about it. That'll be my housewarming gift. Ain't seen the $400. Every time I talk to my mom, like, Mom, you gonna pay me that money? Oh, Julius, she about to come back over here. Oh, don't worry about it. She talking about, you get some patio furniture. I said, Mom, I just moved in the house. I'm not about to be sitting down. I got patio furniture now. I don't even sit out there. I said I'm gonna do some lives out there, but we got the Diddy trial. So I spent $200 on that. I got a grill out there. Well, I use the grill though. You know, I gotta use the grill, nigga. I gotta use the grill. But yeah, I don't like spending money on shit I ain't gonna use. Oh, when you gonna do the guest room? What am I gonna do the guest room for? I don't sleep in the guest room. The guest room it got a bed in there. It got a comforter set in there, 2 extra blankets, some pillows, a little end table, and a fan. Be happy. My room is good because it's my room. I don't sleep in the guest room. The hell? Yeah, when you gonna do the guest room? What do the guest room for? Man, Trill go sleep in that room. When Kayla come over, she sleep in that room. Hey, look, I got a room. If you coming from America and you cool enough, then yeah, I got a room for you. Or you can go upstairs. I got a blow-up mattress in the loft. You can go up in the loft. You can put a mattress on the couch that I got. There's an extra mattress up in the loft. Yeah, man. Spending all that money. The hell? I'm gonna get that $400 though. Well, nah, what I'm gonna do is, because my parents, they want to go to Amsterdam and they want to see London when they come. So I told them when they come over here, y'all gotta buy the tickets, man. Y'all gotta buy the tickets to these spots, man. Y'all gotta get the hotels. I'm tired of spending all the money. They think I got money. I'm broke as shit. I'm living check to check over here. Y'all may think it sound good. I'm penny pinching because I'm broke as shit. I'm broke as hell. I'm over here like Diddy. I got 9 mortgages. I'm trying to figure shit out. Y'all think I got money. I ain't got no money. I'm broke as shit. Hit that cash app. It's pinned in the chat. MOEDOTJ. Super chat. Oh, yeah. You always got to have a blow-up mattress. Yeah, you got to have a blow-up mattress in the house. I'm not putting a bed in my loft. So in my loft was originally where I was going to put my studio. But my loft is like one of my bedrooms is a complete closet. Like I turned one of my bedrooms into it's just a straight closet. So that's just a walk-in closet. Junky as hell right now too, because I just bought a lot of new shit. But yeah, and then I got the blow-up mattress that's upstairs. But then you got the extra 2 mattresses for a king-size bed. But you can put those because my couch, it lays down. And you can put one of the mattresses on there so my nephew was sleeping. So I got a whole section in my storage room downstairs because that's another bedroom. It wouldn't fit in my homegirl Kayla's house, so she brought it over. I'm like, are you selling this or what are you doing with it? So I set it down. So in in my storage room. You come in, it's a little room down there. You got a TV in there. You got a couch. You can chill. You can kick it down there. I was gonna put a like this futon here. I was gonna get another one of these and put it up in the because I want to put it in the loft. I want to put another futon up there, and then like two not airbags, but bean bags, and put up a little table. My blow up mattress isn't blown up. It's just that's where I store it at. So you can plug it up and put it up there. But I bought that with because my sister and brother-in-law came, and then my mom and dad were here, so they had the guest room, and I didn't want to sleep on the couch because they be on it. So I bought an air mattress because I didn't buy a bed downstairs. So yeah, I'm gonna get another futon to put upstairs in the loft, but you know, they be trying to get me to host events and shit, but I ain't hosting no freak offs over here. You got your mind.
Make some noise. Cassie, come on.
What's up, BT? What?
Yeah, man. So this is where we at, man. This is where we at. Diddy Day 7. We got off. Kid Cudi is taking a Detroit. Diddy got 8 mortgages. Diddy got 8 mortgages worth $140 million, and he owed $98 million. Kid Cudi will be taking the stand next week, or no, on Thursday. After Gannon, the next witness will be Dr. Don Hughes and George Kaplan. Kaplan was an employee who quit after witnessing physical abuse. Who is Dr. Don Hughes? Oh, shit, we getting all kinds of updates. So tomorrow we're going to have Special Agent Gannon on the stand. We're going to have a Dr. Don Hughes. I'm about to look her up. And then we got George Kaplan. And then on Thursday, we got Kid Cudi taking the stand. So in the next 2 days, we got 4 people on the stand. Oh, wait. Yeah. So they're going to try to get Kid Cudi in tomorrow. So, yeah, we got Gannon in the morning. Gannon's probably going to finish up maybe 9 to 10, 9 to 11. Then 11 to 12 would probably be Don Hughes. Then we got George. So that might be right after lunch. So Kid Cudi might testify at the end of Wednesday. Depends on what Dr. Don Hughes is going to talk about. And I don't know how in depth is Gannon going to go. Gannon did show us the 2 guns. Well, he didn't show us, but he got the 2 guns. Who is Dr. Don Hughes? Hey, I told you, this is federal court, man. The judge ain't playing. He said 8 to 10 weeks. Watch this. Had the motherfuckers lined up. Oh, here we go. Forensic psychologist. She testified in the Weinstein. Oh, they didn't lock Weinstein up. Don Hughes. Here we go. Meet the forensic psychologist set to testify at both Weinstein and Combs trials. All right, so we know Weinstein went down. She got to psychologize with everybody. And guess what Dr. Umar told us?
Some of them going to sleep. Fuck that!
This is good. This is interesting. In the coming weeks, Hollywood producer Harvey Weinstein and Diddy will go on trial in separate Manhattan courtrooms. 2 defendants face different charges, different judges, different potential punishments. But the proceedings will share at least one element in common: testimony from a clinical and forensic psychologist, Don Hughes. Damn. So she brought down Keith Rayner, who had an ex-cult in 2019. 2 years later, she got on the stand, pulled a 360. And guess who she got next? R. Kelly. So she got a cult leader, an ex-cult leader, locked his ass up. Then 2 years later, she said, who y'all need me to get next? They said, oh, we got a nigga named R. Kelly? She said, no. I'm a psychologist. You mean Robert Kelly? They said, yeah. Lock that nigga up a quick 30 piece. Ooh. Hey, Detroit, someone told me that the prosecutors didn't have nothing. Well, they got somebody that done put 2 niggas behind bars. Ooh. Let me guess. They was trying to bring down a black man in this trial. See, a lot of people always say, you don't see them doing this to white people. They do this to white people. You just don't know who the fuck they are. Who the hell is Keith Rayner? He was in charge of a cult. We don't know who the fuck this guy is, but they bringing these motherfuckers down too. The only reason we hear about the black people is because we go to black entertainment pages, the shade room. Like, we're not looking at white people pages. We're not checking out what is the white people news today. We don't give a shit about their culture. We watch our people. We knew Diddy. Everybody knew Diddy since they was a little, not personally knew Diddy, knew of Diddy. You see what I'm saying? But they got Weinstein going to court. Why ain't nobody saying they trying to bring a black man down in that one? We heard what they did with Epstein. They brought Epstein down. And you know, everybody talking about, well, they trying to cover up everybody else. It's the same in Diddy's trial. They want that one specific person, whoever the ringleader is. Yeah, there's other people with it, but they're more likely not to do that shit on their own. They were doing it because of that person facilitating it. So that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to get this the ringleader. They got Keith Rayner, but ain't no one said nothing about that. Man, they only going after black folk. Who the fuck is Keith Rayner? He said he might be good. I don't want to say if he's innocent or guilty. I'm just saying with the charges they presented, what they talking about seems like it aligns with it. But she knows what she's talking about because she was, well, not saying she's the one to put the nail in the coffin, but again, here we go. Oh shit. Hey, look what they did to this cult leader. Keith Rayner was beaten in prison. The incident allegedly took place in federal prison in Tucson. So he was assaulted by inmate Maurice Witters. He's serving 18 years for his convictions. All right, let me see what he got. Let me see. So R. Kelly got 30. Oh no. The dude Maurice got 18 years. This dude got 120? Oh man, they about to be on Diddy head. So Keith Rayner was sentenced to 120 years in prison for racketeering and ex-trafficking offenses. How can you get a RICO by yourself? Easily. Let the feds drop that RICO on your goofy ass. You being that motherfucker by yourself. How can they put Diddy in a RICO by himself? The same way they hitting these white boys with them solo ass RICOs. Bring your ass to federal court. I'll show you how to get a goddamn solo RICO. So the leader Keith Rayner was sentenced to 120 years in prison for racketeering and ex-trafficking. The founder was sentenced to 120 years in prison. The federal court in Brooklyn, he was convicted by federal jury in 2019 of racketeering conspiracy, ex-trafficking, attempted ex-trafficking, conspiracy, forced labor, conspiracy, wire fraud, conspiracy. Well, guess what, Diddy? We just found out today that Diddy goddamn had that family wire them money. If you're wiring money in an extortion, that is wire fraud. That's not a legal transaction. That falls up under wire fraud. The court imposed a fine of $1.7 million as sentencing. The court heard the victim impact statement from 15 individuals, including Camilla, the victim who was actually exploited by Rayner when she was 15. You already know when they up under 18 in the federal court, you're done. Let's see what else. Here we go. Let's see what he's charged for. The 120-year sentence was imposed on Keith today is a measure of his appalling crimes committed over a decade. Guess what? Diddy's been doing this over a decade. Stated acting U.S. Attorney DeChamp. Rayner exploited and abused his victims emotionally. Cassie's been emotional. Physically, Cassie's been beat. And actually, Cassie's been in free calls. I know, man, she was consenting. Well, it ain't consent once Diddy pays a sex worker. And actually, physically and actually for his personal gratification. It is my hope today that this sentence brings closure to the victims of the family. It's inconceivable to think of the actual exploitation, abuse, seclusion, and mind control of his victims suffered at his direction. Today, the judge has given him 120 years to think about it. Whether or not the torture he inflicted on others for more than a decade, the distress he brought to their families, was it worth it? Rayner led a criminal racketeering enterprise and relied on inner circle of co-conspirators to carry out his orders. Diddy had a couple of co-conspirators carried out his orders. Hey, tell Cassie's mom to send me that money. Hey, David James, set up that freak off. Get them drugs. Cassie, hey, do what you do, girl. I like that shit. Oh, my goodness. He also branded his victims. Also look up the actress Allison Mack from Smallsville. She was working with him. Oh, shit. Even without that, we just got this here. I'm not about to look. I really don't care, to be honest. But I was just showing people like, yeah, you can get a solo racketeer. See, look, everybody else, his co-defenders, look what they did. All the co-defenders, they either take their plea early or they turn witness. So who's on the stand at the end for that RICO? That one person. Everybody that's been working with Diddy, these personal assistants, they testifying. This shit, we ain't going down for that. $60 years old, 120. 180 ain't that old. He can get out at 180. He'll be all right. All right, so that's that guy. I don't know. As far as Kid Cudi goes, if Kid Cudi had, because they said they wanted to do it in front of the friends. So unless Kid Cudi had like security footage at the house, but I think Kid Cudi would have came out with that unless he was waiting to see. Because he did say that Cassie said that they actually had a meeting. Diddy, Kid Cudi, and Cassie. Kid Cudi was like, hey man, what's up with my car? Diddy said, what car, nigga? He didn't say nigga, but damn. Shit. They sure got the right people though. 2 years later, Hughes testified at R. Kelly's federal trial, telling jurors that the R&B singer had subjected victims to psychological entrapment. R. Kelly was convicted in 2021 on 1 count of racketeering and 8 counts of violating the Mann Act, a law that bars transporting people across state lines for any. The Mann Act is for any immoral purpose. If I bring you across the state lines and have you sell drugs, Mann Act. If I bring you across the state line to go do a robbery, Mann Act. Hughes reached a new level of national awareness after testifying at Johnny, and she helped Johnny Depp out. Miss Heard was the victim of an intimate partner violence. Hughes told jurors inside the wood panel she had based the assessment on part of the 30 hours she spent evaluating her. She vehemently denied the abuse claims. Heard lost, yet the outcome of Depp Heard trials eventually did nothing to diminish Heard's lawyer. So she was just there doing an evaluation. So whatever she had going off of old girl, but it seems like, well, that was just a defamation case too. This is actually a fucking legal case here, a criminal case. Sheesh. Well, it looks like it's getting interesting. Tomorrow she'll be on the stand. And then George Kaplan, let's see who George Kaplan is. They said he was an assistant. Remember, we heard yesterday in testimony that somebody quit. I'm trying to see if we see anything, like if there's a Facebook, I'm not a Facebook, YouTube, or like we did with David James. This David James. Now, with the David Busby, or whatever, the Tony Busby, you know how, like, you guys call him an ambulance chaser, which I can agree. You know, sometimes you're going after these cases, especially like the Jay-Z involving him. You didn't really do your vetting. But let me ask you guys this. If Diddy is found guilty on all 5 counts, what do you say about the lawyers? Do you say they ain't worth a damn? Do you say that they were only taking this case to get paid? What do you say about those lawyers if they lose this high-profile case? You know, anybody else, they say, oh, they're ambulance chaser. Can we not say that about these lawyers for taking $10 million in legal expenses from Diddy? And then if he's guilty on all 5 counts. If he's guilty on all 5 counts, we got to look at these lawyers a certain type of way, like, right? I mean, I know lawyers lose cases, but this is supposed to be the quote unquote dream team. And if the dream team loses, then what? Y'all niggas is no more dreamers. We woke up. You know what I mean? That's my thought process. Like, of course, I know these are still good lawyers. They're defending something they probably can't beat. But are we looking at them like y'all just took this case because Diddy was paying out? Or y'all took this case because you believe that you could really win? Because if he's guilty on all 5 counts, I'm looking at Brian Steele like, man, you might need to stick to state cases. I'm looking at all of these lawyers like, y'all need to stick to state cases. This federal shit ain't for y'all. Y'all remember they had a lawyer up there that was a white collar crime lawyer trying to goddamn cross-examine in a criminal case? And I was like, what the fuck? She definitely need her money revoked. Anna was her name. Like, if he found guilty on all 5 of these counts, you got to look at these lawyers like, man, I'll hire you for a state case, but I need to find somebody else for a federal case. Yeah, from dream team to woke team. What Donald Trump say? Woke. Fake news. If they lose all of this, they become the woke team. And this is going to go down in history as the most botched legal team we ever seen in a high-profile federal case. Now, of course, I'm just talking shit because they're hell of good lawyers in their own rights. In this case, it really doesn't seem like it. Like in the beginning, we were thinking maybe he could beat this, but when you start looking at all the other similar cases, it's like shit. The feds, they wrote the playbook. Like they wrote the playbook. They know what they're looking for. They know exactly what they're looking for, how to word the shit, and how to link different pieces to the puzzle to make sure that everything fits. Like this is the feds. That's their job. Their job is to find these cases and prosecute them. Oh no, Winter. I don't say quit because damn Mo, you lost my case. I tried, brother. I tried. But that's what I was talking about with Tony Busby. You may say he's an ambulance chaser. He be winning cases though. A lawyer's job is to defend their client. Right or wrong, they're supposed to defend their client to the best of their ability. If not, you get a public defender. If I'm a lawyer in my job, I pay my rent by trying cases. So if I see a case come up and I can make, let's just say $100,000, and this case is probably gonna be about a month long, I'm taking that $100,000 case. I don't care what the hell the client did. I'm about to try to flip this shit. Diddy as my client. We're hearing some terrible things here, but if we're being honest, I haven't seen anything but good from Diddy. Now, one thing I like to tell you guys is Diddy is bipolar. So when he got with Cassie, she started to show him a different side that he never seen when it comes to love from a woman. So as she got with him, yeah, he may have experimented with drugs. We're not denying that our client has an addiction to drugs. But once he got with Cassie, that young, fast lifestyle that she was living, it was just driving Diddy. And for him to feel like he could keep up with her, he had to indulge in those type of drugs. Now, you heard in these freak offs, she had the wigs. She was the one telling what she wanted. Now, when she was looking at Diddy, it was something that she was doing. It was that emotional support is one reason Diddy was afraid to make a commitment solely to her. He knew if he got close to her, he would end up getting hurt in the end because she ended up cheating on her boyfriend to get with him because she thought that she could make her way in the musical entertainment ecosphere. Now, the reason she signed a 10 album deal and only put out one is because Diddy, the music mogul, he realized that her talent wasn't really there. Now, there's a 2006 incident that happened on stage, and we can reference this as to why.
Cassie, come on.
What's up, BT? What?
My client couldn't put this album out. My client knew that the musical talent wasn't quite there, and they made a mistake. And just like any other artist, sometimes you shelve them. But Cassie, she was promiscuous. Cassie, she was persistent. She kept pushing up onto my client. And one day they took drugs together. You heard her say she took drugs out of a Gatorade bottle. Diddy doesn't drink Gatorade. It's straight Ciroc over here. The lifestyle that she was living, it was hard for Diddy a middle-aged man trying to make sure that his Bad Boy Records was successful. He got caught up in all of this woo-wah, hoo-ha hip-hop. She wanted to do songs with Lil Wayne and hang out with Kid Cudi. It was just, Diddy was trying to get her in the studio, get her to work. But somewhere, somehow, they took the wrong turn, and here we are today. But to say that Diddy was orchestrating these things, no. Did you hear what he told David James? He told David James, you can't be putting your hands on women. That video that you seen, it's AI. It's AI. Flores, if that's the same Flores I think it is, we did a little research. Did the court know that Flores was involved in a tragic shooting of a man? Can we really listen to someone who would harm the innocent community? Could we really take his word as being a security guard at this hotel? To the jurors here today, I just like for you guys to really think about what the court is trying to do here. No disrespect to the judge or anything. When I say court, I'm referencing the prosecution, not you, Your Honor. But listen to me. We've never heard about any of this stuff prior to Cassie coming around. So maybe Cassie was that needle in the haystack, that bean up under the mattress that Diddy couldn't get out of his back. And when he tried to separate from her, she kept coming back. We heard her on the stand saying she still loved him. That's the kind of emotional stress that Diddy was going through dealing with Cassie. He couldn't shake it. No matter how much he tried, she kept coming back. She kept telling the friends, oh, don't press no charges on him. She kept coming back. She kept pushing his buttons. That's what the defense got to go with. That's what you got to do if you're a defense lawyer. If Diddy's offering $1 million and I'm a defense lawyer, where the contract at? I'm taking it. I don't care. I don't care. If I'm a defense attorney and Diddy, I got $1 million for you to get on this team, nigga, sign that. Let me see the 10. Let me see the $1 million. Oh, you really got the meal? Okay, shit. That money, is it transferred? It's transferred? We got us a deal. As soon as that $1 million is transferred, I'm about to try to put together the damnedest defense to get this nigga off. But if I lose, guess what? I tried. I tried. You can't get mad at me. You should have did all the fucked up shit. I tried. So that's why I can't look at the defense. Like, I joke around and say they go from the dream team to the woke team, but that's their job. Their job is to try to defend the person, and they have a legal obligation. They took an oath that when you become their client, that they're going to defend you no matter what. Now, I mean, you can step away, obviously, for moral reasons, but legally, shit, you obligated. But yeah, so people talking all that about the feds, like if it wasn't for Cassie, 1990, 1991, 92, 93, 94, 96, criminal mischief, threatening a photographer with a gun. 97, Biggie killed. 98, 99, his bodyguards charged with attacking Interscope Records, Steve Stout. 99, Combs arrested on gun possession, charged with his girlfriend. We know about that. 2001, he was acquitted. 2002, he became the Megan the Band. 2004, Super Bowl halftime with Janet and Justin. All right. He had a little eventful career, didn't he? 2004, makes Broadway acting debut, A Raisin in the Sun. He said he was terrible. 2005, he dropped the P, but we knew he was still peeing on niggas because the next year he got with Cassie, and we knew that Cassie testified that she was getting peed on. 2008, a lawsuit brought by a man who claims Diddy punched him. 2015, confrontation with LA coach. 2016, Capital Preparatory School, charter school in Harlem, announces a $1 million to Howard. Howard didn't get that $1 million back. 2017, 130 million in 1 year. We know that Ciroc was kicking off then. 2018, pneumonia of Kim Porter, RIP. 2022, Lifetime BET Awards. This is where he's talking about Cassie. So everybody talking about Cassie. Well, this is what the fool says about Cassie in 2022. 1 year. Now remember, they said Cassie was talking to Diddy for about a year about the rights to that book. But this is what Diddy was doing on the stage.
Special thank you to the people that was really like there for me. Bishop T.D. Jakes.
Oh, yeah. We need a witness to bring in Bishop T.D. Jakes. T.D. Jakes stepped down too, didn't he? T.D. Jakes just stepped down too, didn't he? Damn, T.D. You stepped down 1 week before Diddy went on trial, huh? Huh. This is week 2 of the trial. 2 weeks ago, T.D. Jakes steps down, huh? They had the health incident back in November, but you wait till the week before Diddy goes on trial to step down. You could have stepped down the whole 6 months. You stepping down now just in case the congregation gets brought up into this trial. You won't have any part of the church. But let's continue on. You ain't fooling none of us. Everything is making sense now. 1 week before the trial. Oh, I'm stepping down. Fuck it. I'm done.
My chief of staff, Christina Corum.
Christina Corum, we need you to speak out. You were mentioned several times. You were speaking very loud and proud before this trial. Christina Corum, where you at? We need to hear from you because allegedly you knew about Carrie Morgan because they wouldn't talk to you about that. Cassie came and talked to you also. Carrie Corum, where you at? Christina Corum, what's your name? Where you at? Where you at? We need to hear from you.
KK. Lorianne Gibson, keeping me free.
Lorianne Gibson, keeping me free, huh? Keeping me free, huh? We know Lorianne and Diddy got into it at one point, right? And then out of nowhere, Lorianne came back. Let's see why Lorianne and Diddy got into it. I don't even remember. I don't even know how to spell Lorianne. Laurian Gibson. That's right. What happened to Lorianne Gibson? Oh, that's funny. Diddy attacks choreographer of Making the Band. Fans of choreographer Lorianne Gibson and her boom cat, boom cat, boom boom cat sounds on Diddy's Making the Band reality show. New York Daily wrote Friday that Gibson and Diddy had a nasty falling out, during which the choreographer said that the rap mogul menaced her with a chair. Sources also tell Whitcomb that Diddy fired her during the incident and at one point yelled for the cameras to be shut off. So Diddy attacked Lorianne in 2007. Cassie was with Diddy in 2006. And we know that because of this here.
Cassie, come on.
What's up, BET? What?
All right, now we're getting somewhere. So that's another person Diddy think while he was on the stand that he had a negative experience with. Let's continue on.
Yeah, and also Cassie.
Who? Cassie? Not the Cassie we know that you were beating on. Not the Cassie we knew that you had in freak offs. Not the Cassie we knew that you went to her parents and took $20,000 that you know they didn't have because they had to get it out of their equity. Not this Cassie. Not the Cassie that you put bruises on the face. Not the Cassie you made have freak calls. Not that Cassie. You not thinking this Cassie out loud after she's with her new husband. Not that Cassie.
Holding me down in the dark times. Love. And once again, I gotta thank Harlem, Boogie Down, Bronx, Queens.
Cameron said you ain't from Harlem, nigga. Cameron said you ain't from Harlem, nigga. You from Mount Vernon, where they steady earning or some shit like that. Nigga, they said you ain't from Harlem, nigga. Quit claiming Harlem. Yeah, oh hell no. We ain't stopping here. Let's continue on. Cameron. Was it Cameron or was it Mace? I'm gonna find it though. Give me a second. It was either Cameron or Harlem, but we know there was a dildo in the bathroom.
Mount Vernon, all in New York. I gotta give a special.
All right. TD Jake steps down the week before the trial. He was thanking Lorianne Gibson, someone he assaulted, thanking Cassie, someone he repeatedly assaulted. This guy Diddy is something else, man. This guy Diddy is something else. And a lot of this stuff is just little bitty tidbits that you remember a little bit. You just remember a little here, you remember a little bit there. Because Lorianne Gibson, I always thought, like, she could dance. She was annoying to me, but she could dance. I used to watch her making the band. But I always thought Diddy was a bitch. I never liked Diddy. It was Tupac over here. I just always thought he was whack. But here we are. TD Jake stepped down 1 week before the trial because he don't want the church to be tied into this. Now, you got to remember, churches, they got their own rules, so it's kind of hard unless they can actually prove like there was some kind of trafficking or something, drugs or money laundering going through there because, you know, they ain't really paying their taxes or nothing like that anyway. They tax exempt. So churches are a little bit harder to bring into the fold, but if someone that's in the church, a high-ranking official, then the church can be connected. So if TD Jakes is to be brought down, as long as he's separated from the church is going to be protected. So his daughter will have that. At least the legacy will live on. You know what I mean? He'll be the disgraced pastor. We don't care. But that's what I'm looking at, lads. Because if this happened in November, as soon as you got better, you should have went ahead and called it. But you wait till the week before the trial. This ain't no coincidence. I don't know about y'all, but I got my own opinions about the church. Now, I'm not saying I don't believe in a higher power. I do believe in the Lord, the big G-O-D, not the little one, the big G-O-D. But that's just my thing. Also, I still have a mini type, like a fraud that I'm doing a little bit of investigating on in real life. I'm just waiting on it to drop. Okay. Well, there we go. Y'all hit that like button. We stretched this. Whoa, wait, yo. We made this a 6.5 hour live instead of the 5 hour live, you know, so we can still be on board. But tomorrow we got 3 people. We got Gannon still on the stand, Dr. Hayes, and then we got the personal assistant. It may be Kid Cudi. Excuse me. Show to Madam Carisha. And Boosie gonna say, man, Cassie was mad because he was holding up the thing. It's right in our face, guys. What up, Miss Jaylyn? What's going on? It's right in our face. What is it, guys? What is it? Someone connect the dot for me. Someone do the work for me. Please, somebody help me. It's real easy. It's real simple. Somebody help me right now. What is it? What am I looking at? What am I pointing out? What am I looking at? It's very, very, very simple. And there's a direct connection. The cycle continues. Tell me what we looking at. Tell me what we looking at. What am I getting at? What am I getting at? What did Diddy want Cassie to call him? Pop, pop, poppy. Pop, pop, poppy. Pop, pop, poppy. It's the same old thing. Diddy got the same game plan with every single pop, pop, poppy. Pop, pop, poppy. This dude is an idiot. That's what Cassie called Diddy. She called Diddy Pop Pop. She got to call him Poppy. Same old game plan. See, you a old school player. You got to have a different game plan with each different woman because you don't never want to get caught up. If you texting the same thing, what up, Sugarfoot? And then you text another chick, Sugarfoot. She see that text message. You supposed to call me Sugarfoot. So you can't call everybody the same. Oh man, this nigga Diddy. It was right there in our face. We didn't even know that. Well, Cassie had a chain. Cassie had a pop chain. She had white nails in there? Nah, she ain't had a white nails in there. She Young Miami. She don't do white nails. But nah. Damn, man. So what did Cassie say? Cassie said they were golden showers and she was trying to tell him to stop, but her mouth was full. I wonder if he wanted to call him that because J-Lo ain't call that nigga no Poppy.
Pick this one.
Oh Lord, what is it?
I can't say it.
You got to.
It say take a shot if you like golden showers. I do.
Golden showers, meaning when the guy pees on you, pee on you everywhere. You like it?
I just like it.
You do?
That was Diddy's thing. And then after everything started coming out, May of 2024, guess what? They did the raids. Young Miami just mysteriously said, you know, I lied about the golden showers. I lied about that. Now, I don't believe in coincidence. Diddy's house got raided March of 26. May 26, she talking about, oh, no, I was just lying, y'all. I ain't talking about that. I was lying about that. I don't even like showers at all. I take oatmeal baths. I don't even do anything that say shower. I don't even do showers. Oh man. These are some nasty motherfuckers, but the shit they'll do to be with a billionaire. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, man. Yeah, you can't lie about that. That's like, yeah, I like to get pooped on. What? I was lying. Nah, nigga, you wouldn't lie about that. That's not a lie right there. That's the truth. Now, hear me out. This is just my mind wondering right now. This is just my mind wondering. You guys remember Mayor Eric Adams? We were following this case, and one of his lawyers reached out to me, and then she was still like, "Hey, you still want to have a conversation?" I'm like, "Nah." Because Trump ended up stepping in. They kept reaching out, like, "Hey, you still want to?" I'm like, "Nah, I'm not gonna talk now because it's not gonna be, it's not gonna be fair." But he ended up giving Diddy the key to the city. We know that Diddy was awarded this in 2023 of September. If Eric Adams would take over 100,000 in gift from the Turkish government, he alleged to accepted more than 100,000 in luxury travel, including hotel stay, lavish meals, and airline upgrades. Beginning in 2016, what was he doing with Diddy to build the relationship that they had to the point where he's like, let's give Diddy the key to the city? I'm gonna have to do some research. This I'm gonna have to go back a couple of years. Let me see. How can I do what's more search, man? Custom range. Let's just do January 1st. 1/1/2016. Or I probably have to do it the other way around. 23. Here we go. "2021, Eric Adams needs to move away from PR exec Ryan Torsani," sources say. Democrat. Okay, here we go. But look at this. PR executive Ron Toro, whatever his name is, has earned a reputation of hard charging pro who built his own prominent firm from scratch. But as he cozy up with the mayor, Eric Adams, some Democratic operatives are worried about the closet full of skeletons, allegedly sketchy past. Not only is Toro's firm the longtime U.S. PR agency for international adult site Pornhub, he's been accused of sexploitation of children and posting R-word videos. So this is who he was. This is who Eric Adams was around in 21. So Eric Adams' PR team, he was his PR agency was the international adult site Pornhub.com. I accidentally stumbled across there one or two times, maybe. I didn't know where I was at. I thought it said something else. I thought it was like PlayStation Hub. I may have went to the wrong site. But this guy was the PR for Pornhub, and he was accused of exploitation of children and posting R-word videos. So this is in 21. Diddy has returned the key. How is this in 2020? Oh, it must be an update. All of these are updates. That's why they got those on there. But let me see something. Hell, 20 Cassie. 2016 Combs return. Yeah, so they got all of these. Well, let me see what's the update on here. Because it's saying 2016, but then they updated it 2 weeks ago. So I want to see what they probably just changed the whole article around. They probably went back and changed the whole article around because this article is originally, see, that's the thing. I forgot how to, is there any tech savvy people in here? There's a way to go into, what the fuck was it called? But there's a way to go back and see what the original page said. I forgot how to do it. Because this article was originally dated in 2016. See, they update all these old ones, so you can't go back and look at them. I don't like that. Not at all. Not at all. Let me get off of here, man, because I'll end up doing a deep dive for like 3 hours, 3 or 4 hours, just trying to follow the rabbit hole down here. Yeah, I end up going too far down the rabbit hole. All right, man, we good. We'll be on here tomorrow.
Cassie, come on. What's up, BT? What?
All right, man, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. I'm Mo.J. Remember, you can run, but you can't hide, man. 50 hours deep, the Diddy trial. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. I'm Mo.J. Join the Discord is pinned in the chat. Subscribe to my other channel. The Mo You Know is pinned in the chat also. Thank you all for this lovely evening. And I'll see y'all tomorrow. Hopefully we get Kid Cudi on the stand.